The story starts on a dark and stormy night in an old Chinese house. A group of men in black robes stood quietly in a line. One of them asked if anyone was there. The rain had formed puddles, and outside, a dirty child, soaked from the rain, looked at the men in black robes. Their stillness was creepy. Among them, a man with red eyes looked closely at the boy, wondering how he could be living in the empty martial academy. He called the boy a young warrior and politely asked if they could stay there for the night to get out of the rain. The boy watched them closely, curious about who they were. He was surprised they spoke so nicely, especially since he was just a kid. He thought they might see him as a young caretaker of the closed academy. Wanting to be polite, he greeted them back and figured they probably weren't bad people. He said he had been living in the empty academy for a few years and told them they could stay wherever they wanted. But he pointed to the pavilion where he stayed and asked them not to use it. The men thanked the young warrior for his kindness. Their leader told everyone to avoid the boys' pavilion and find shelter somewhere else. He asked if they understood, and they all said yes. They went to find their spots. The boy read the word on their robes. It said Tang. He wondered if they were from the same clan. He was curious about what kind of people they were, but he had other things to do. He went into his pavilion. He was busy because it was time for the kids' dinner. The serious mood changed as the boy looked happy. He happily called everyone to eat. There was a big pot. He cheerfully lifted the lid, revealing a small, brown, cricket-like insect inside. The boy remarked that he was almost late and these insects must be starving. He then opened another pot. Inside was a charming, large spider known as the black earth tiger, a tarantula native to Hainan, China. It's a big species growing up to 20 cm with unique stripes that resemble a black tiger. With a chopstick, he picked up an insect to feed Black. As he fed him, he expressed his gratitude for Black's presence, saying he couldn't imagine surviving without these creatures. Black eagerly munched on the insect. The boy was delighted with Black's reaction. He was amazed that this spider, once the size of a fingernail, had already shed its shell twice and grown significantly. He was thrilled. After Black had eaten, the boy opened a drawer. Inside was an orange lizard with white stripes. It was a Baolang cave gecko, another native species known for its striped body and tail. The boy mentioned how difficult it was to get one in his past life because he had no money. But now he could find them everywhere outside. His life was full of joy watching them. As he fed the gecko, it bit him. He yelled and shook his fingers to dislodge it, but it held on tightly. This moment reminded him of his past. Before ending up in this body, he was a streamer. A streamer with a huge following of 1 million subscribers. He was a professional biologist known as Spicy Fabry, focusing on venomous insects and animals. The trouble began during a live broadcast celebrating his 1 million subscribers, featuring the 10 most dangerous vipers in the world. The most dangerous among them, the black mamba, was seen as the most aggressive, and his trip to Africa to find it led to his demise. He explained to his viewers that he didn't have it yet, and finding it was quite challenging. He decided to take a break and planned to search for it again. His viewers assured him they would wait. He was exhausted and couldn't locate it. In the chat, viewers were worried that the black mamba might be in his house and could bite him. The elusive snake, which he had searched for tirelessly, was actually curled up on top of his refrigerator. During the live stream, it bit him swiftly, and just like that, our boy died. Now back to the present, he frowned, thinking about how it happened after all his hard work. Meanwhile, an elderly man in a black robe stood outside his pavilion door. He knocked and called for the young warrior. The boy opened the door and asked if there was anything wrong. The man expressed his gratitude for the shelter from the rain. He invited the boy to join them for dinner, mentioning they had caught a deer. The boy was thrilled to hear this. He loved meat. Until now, the only meat he had eaten was from snakes and lizards. He gladly accepted the invitation and joined the others. They had set up a bonfire. Everyone gathered around, watching the deer cook. The elder noticed the boy drooling at the sight and mentioned that the deer would take some time to be ready. In the meantime, he asked if he could ask a few questions. The boy felt a bit embarrassed for staring too long but agreed to answer. The elder asked if the boy lived alone and how old he was. The boy wasn't sure if he was 14 or 15. He decided to make up a story that he had hit his head as a child and didn't remember much. When asked if he stayed there by himself, he said yes, explaining he had no special talent. He just caught snakes and sold their skins to get by. The elder was surprised he did such a risky thing. The boy replied that he was used to it. Someone brought over some cooked meat so they could eat first. An old man commented that the young warrior must be hungry. The boy thanked the elder. He mentioned it had been a long time since he had any meat. As he bit into it, he looked genuinely happy. In his mind, he thought, "This is happiness." The older men watched him with smiles. They asked the boy to listen while he ate. The elder explained they were searching for something and asked if he had seen anything unusual. The elder hesitated about sharing more. The white-haired elder suggested to the patriarch that, since they owed the young warrior, it might be fine to tell him. Besides, the boy probably wouldn't understand, and living alone, he wouldn't spread the word. The patriarch agreed with his father and began to explain. They were looking for a centipede with a blue spot on its body. The boy was taken aback by this. They called it the blue spot centipede. It was large, so they thought the boy might have come across it. He asked how big it was. The patriarch said that if it were an adult, it could easily swallow someone the boy's size. The boy went pale at the idea of such a gigantic centipede. He started to question his assumption that he had just traveled back a few hundred years. Maybe he was in another world altogether. The white-haired man reassured him not to worry, as they were close to catching it. The boy wondered if they intended to catch and raise it. The elders were puzzled by the idea of raising it. The white-haired elder was entertained and burst into laughter. They found the notion of raising a blue spot centipede amusing. The patriarch remarked on how funny the young warrior was. The white-haired elder clarified that raising it was impossible. They intended to use it for medicine. This confused the boy, who thought they might be traders, but now wondered if they were involved in something illicit. He asked how centipedes could be medicinal. The white-haired man explained that his granddaughter was gravely ill, and the centipede's inner core was the only thing that could save her, so they were determined to find it. The boy was trying to piece everything together, and the patriarch confirmed his thoughts. The white-haired elder's granddaughter was indeed his daughter. To the boy, it seemed like they were willing to try anything to help her, given her critical condition. Though he doubted centipedes could be used as medicine, he understood the lengths parents would go for their children. Feeling sympathy for both the girl and the centipede, and grateful for the meal the men provided, he decided to offer his help. He began speaking about the centipede, prompting the patriarch to ask if he had seen it. He replied no, but mentioned that while he might not know exactly what a blue spot centipede is, he might have an idea of where to find it. Despite his death by snakebite, Spicy Fabry was exceptionally knowledgeable about venomous creatures. Out of the estimated 8.7 million species, about 20,000 are known to be venomous, and he had knowledge of each one. Centipedes were no exception. With expertise in venomous animals, Spicy Fabry was like a walking encyclopedia. The boy recalled his extensive knowledge about centipedes, as if flipping through a mental book. In his mind, he scanned through the information and soon found what he was looking for. Back in reality, he told the elders he might know where to find the creature. The men were surprised and eager to know where. The boy asked about the areas they had already searched. They had looked north and east of the academy, mostly during the day, focusing on the riverside to the north. He wasn't surprised they hadn't found it. He explained, "Of course you couldn't find it." The elder was curious about what he meant by "of course." They urged him to explain. Centipedes, being part of the Arthropoda phylum and Chilopoda class, have a wide range and, being cold-blooded, require shelter to regulate their temperature and humidity. Another interesting fact is that, unlike most insects with a waterproof layer, centipedes have weak waterproofing and pores on their shells. So they don't actually prefer wet places. They need high humidity but dislike being overly wet, yet they can't survive long without water. Thus, the blue spot centipede is unlikely to be found in jungles or by the river. The elders were surprised, as they thought centipedes preferred places like rotten wood cracks. The boy explained that while small ones might be found there, they were searching for a big one. Large centipedes can't stay in jungles or near river rocks because they wouldn't be able to hide. The elders exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. They asked where they could find the centipede, promising the boy a big reward if they succeeded. The boy smiled. He pointed west, suggesting they search the Rocky Mountains in that direction. Centipedes enjoy resting under warm rocks during the day and come out at night. A few hours later, they were at the Rocky Mountains, searching thoroughly. The patriarch stood atop a tall, narrow rock, watching closely. One man approached him, suggesting the young warrior might be mistaken. He decided it was time to call it a day. He ordered the signal arrow to be fired, gathering the search team. As the arrow flew, the men gathered around a bonfire. Though exhausted, they still hoped the young warrior was right. They wondered why the centipede remained elusive but believed in the boy's intelligence. The patriarch remained silent. Eventually, with a pained expression, he spoke of his daughter, Hueyun, considered the most exceptional talent in the Tang family's history. He questioned if the heavens had abandoned her. Suddenly, someone announced the Grand Patriarch's return. The patriarch welcomed him back, and they gathered around the bonfire. The Grand Patriarch asked if he had also failed to find the centipede. The patriarch confirmed that he too had failed. He asked if the Grand Patriarch had the same outcome, and the Grand Patriarch nodded. Hueyun had at most 3 months left. He doubted they could find the centipede in just 10 days. Silence fell over the group. The patriarch suggested exploring the south the next day since they hadn't found any traces there. The Grand Patriarch agreed, noting the lack of traces. This statement sparked a realization in the patriarch. He laughed heartily, admitting he couldn't believe what he had overlooked. He declared that they were indeed in the right place. The patriarch asked if the Grand Patriarch had noticed something. The Grand Patriarch replied no, but as the Patriarch mentioned, he hadn't sensed any presence or trace. The Patriarch was puzzled. The Grand Patriarch explained that the absence of traces suggested it was there. He asked the Patriarch if he had seen any signs in the past 3 days. The Patriarch admitted he hadn't seen any animals, droppings, or territorial markings. That was when the Patriarch understood. The Grand Patriarch clarified that it was exactly as it seemed. It was unusual not to find any animal traces on such a large mountain. The Patriarch considered the possibility of a territorial creature. The Grand Patriarch suspected that other animals had either fled or become prey to the centipede. He patted the Patriarch's shoulder, assuring him that the blue spot centipede was indeed there. They felt hopeful that they could save Hueyun. The Patriarch wore a sad yet hopeful expression of a father. Suddenly, they felt the ground tremble. Alertness spread through the group. Panic set in as cracks appeared in the ground. The area around the bonfire began to crumble. Unexpectedly, it rose from the earth. Confusion swept over them as they tried to understand what was happening. A limb emerged from the ground, soon followed by another. They pointed at the creature as it surfaced, fear gripping them. Even the Grand Patriarch was filled with unease. Several more limbs emerged. It was indeed the blue spot centipede, and it was massive. Back at the academy, the boy grumbled about the commotion. He wondered just how large the centipede was, given all the noise. He remarked on how he had merely suggested searching for it, yet they seemed to be turning the mountain upside down. He was fascinated by the idea of a centipede big enough to swallow him whole. Being a fan of poison Pokemon, he thought he'd really like to see it. Meanwhile, at the Rocky Mountain, things eventually calmed down. They had defeated the blue spot centipede, though not without injuries. They managed to retrieve the core, a small blue gem, kept safely in a wooden box. The men were moved to tears, relieved they could finally save Hueyun. The Patriarch instructed his father to go to Sichuan first to treat the injured warriors. The Grand Patriarch was puzzled. The Patriarch explained that while grudges are etched in blood, favors are etched in stone. This was their way of life. In short, they still had obligations to fulfill. The Grand Patriarch understood. He realized how he had almost made a mistake by focusing solely on Hueyun. He agreed that it was right to welcome the young warrior as a guest and give him what he desired. The Patriarch ordered the injured to receive care in the village while he visited the young warrior. He thought the young warrior might be curious about the news. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the boy was being affectionately surrounded by 3 small, yellow Pokemon-like creatures. The young warrior faced a new challenge. He had unexpectedly become the caretaker of 3 baby blue spot centipedes. They looked like tiny caterpillars. They were cute and endearing, especially in the way they nuzzled against his face. As he looked at the pot, he remembered something. When he had returned home, he cleaned the eggs and placed them on his nightstand. When he awoke, they had all hatched. One centipede lay contentedly on his head. He had sensed its presence but hadn't expected them to hatch so soon. He looked at the centipedes clinging to him and tried to gently remove them from his shoulders. But there was a problem. They wouldn't let go, seeing him as their parent. Here's a quick recap of what happened last night. The boy was incredibly curious about this new type of centipede, so large it could swallow him whole. He told himself that enduring this challenge proved he was still spicy Fabry, even in the lair of the blue spot centipede he discovered. Driven by curiosity, he searched for it and accidentally kicked an insect in frustration. His torch fell as he lost his balance, but he was relieved to see the 3 eggs he found were safe. Luckily, the rain had stopped, or he might not have been able to retrieve even one. Realizing he needed to act quickly, he stood up to head back and clean the eggs. He secured them at his waist and reassured them that he'd give them a proper bath soon. Back in the present, although he didn't see the living blue spot centipede, he was glad to have saved the remaining eggs. He asked the little centipedes to give him some space. He knew they wouldn't eat until after their first 2 molts, so feeding them wasn't a concern yet. Still, having them cling to him was a bit of a hassle. Then he got an idea. If he went into the water, maybe they'd let go. With a smirk, he decided to take a shower. The little centipedes probably didn't know what that meant, but one shivered in anticipation. A few hours later, the elder patriarch arrived at the academy. He approached the pavilion, knocked on the door, and asked if the young warrior was inside. There was no answer. He waited, then reached for the doorknob and decided to enter. Inside, he saw herbs, jars, and even some medicine, which led him to wonder if the young warrior was a healer. He realized how impolite it was to enter without permission. He decided to return later, but a rustling sound caught his attention. It was coming from one of the pots. Curious, he turned back and opened the pot. To his surprise, there was a spider inside. His curiosity piqued. He turned to the drawers and pulled one open, revealing a gecko. He glanced around and checked another pot, discovering beetles within. There were also some eggs and dried snakes. It was astounding. He couldn't believe that the young warrior was raising venomous animals and their offspring. Even their Tang clan, known for handling venomous creatures, had only managed to extract poison but hadn't figured out how to increase eggs this way. He realized that saving his daughter's life was due to a small stroke of luck, but the true fortune was meeting the young warrior. Just then, the young warrior appeared and greeted him, noticing the elder's bandaged arm and expressing concern. The elder assured him it was nothing serious. He began to tell the young warrior something important but stopped abruptly, sensing an ominous energy. Suddenly, there was an explosion at the entrance behind the boy. Slowly, a silhouette emerged, revealing itself as it stepped forward. It resembled an ogre with one eye and a burned left side of its face. The elder instinctively pushed the young warrior aside, urging him to run. The boy was startled and confused. The monster let out a loud roar, assuming an aggressive stance. It moved swiftly, attacking with its hand. The elder blocked the attack with his uninjured arm, enduring great pain. The monster then pushed him back, sending him flying. Dust filled the air, causing the elder to cough, and he spat blood. He realized the monster's strength was comparable to that of his father. The elder urged the young warrior to run, but as the smoke cleared, it revealed the young warrior being choked and lifted by the monster. The young warrior coughed as the monster laughed loudly. The monster taunted, saying he heard the Tang clan had come to Hainan. No one expected the son of the myriad poison's divine sovereign to be injured and alone. The elder responded that he didn't know who the monster was and asked why they were being targeted, including the young warrior. The monster asked if the elder couldn't recognize him by his face and fist, introducing himself as Blood Hand Rakasa Takanyang. He said the elder's father was responsible for his disfigurement. The elder recognized the name, recalling that Takanyang had been struck by a poison palm and fell off a cliff, yet he survived. The elder pleaded for the young warrior's release, offering his own life in exchange, but Ayang refused. He vowed to kill anyone associated with the Tang clan. Inwardly, the elder cursed the demon, a term for a powerful martial artist causing harm. Ayang showed no intention of sparing the young warrior. The boy's face turned pale from lack of air. Ayang laughed and declared he would die. The young warrior weakly begged for mercy, nearing his limit. Suddenly, 3 pairs of fierce eyes appeared. The little centipedes dashed onto Ayang's arm. It was their moment to shine. These small but fierce centipedes attacked and bit Ayang all over. Ayang was bewildered by the centipedes and dropped the young warrior. Furious, he shouted that even centipedes couldn't harm him. Suddenly, his neck turned violet and he coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground in agony. The young warrior was surprised and confused to see that Ayang had died. He moved away and asked the elder if Ayang was indeed a bad person. The elder, having witnessed everything, was astonished. His jaw dropped, but then he broke into a wide grin, realizing the young warrior was more than just a guest. The elder thought the young warrior should definitely become part of the Tang clan. A few days after Ayang's collapse, someone sighed. The young warrior was tending to the elder, placing a wet cloth on his forehead as he rested. The elder thanked him. The young warrior suggested that instead of thanking him, the elder could tell him where his companions were so he could check on them. However, he realized he couldn't leave the elder alone, and they couldn't call a doctor either. The elder reassured him not to worry, saying he would recover with a few days of rest. The boy was amazed at how calm the elder was after such a serious injury. He told the elder to stop being so nonchalant when he was in critical condition. The elder responded that he was fine because he was a martial artist. The young warrior was clueless and asked if martial artists were the kind who flew around and shot fireballs. The elder chuckled and explained that not everyone could do that, but it was one way to describe it. Spicy Fabry was amazed. It was yet another reminder that he truly was in a different world. Otherwise, a centipede as large as a house wouldn't make sense. The elder expressed that he owed his life to the young warrior who had saved him. Introducing himself formally despite his condition, he said he was Tang Kaolson of the Sichuan Tang clan. Finally, the young warrior introduced himself as well. His name was Y Soriyang. Kaolson noted that So means small and Ryang means dragon. He thought it was a good name. Kaolson mentioned he had many questions he'd like to ask. Soriyang encouraged him to go ahead. Kaolson asked if the centipedes on Soriyang's body were venomous. Soriyang gently rubbed one of the centipedes on its belly and confirmed, yes, since they are blue spot centipedes. This revelation made Kaolson sit up abruptly, astonished. He asked if Soriyang had tamed them and how he managed to do it. Kaolson also mentioned that while waiting, he noticed other venomous creatures and wondered if Soriyang was raising those too. Soriyang said it was a long story and asked if Kaolson was okay with hearing it. Kaolson assured him he didn't mind. Soriyang began explaining, starting with the egg of the blue spot centipede. When he finished, Kaolson asked for confirmation that Soriyang had raised it from an egg. Soriyang nodded, saying he could roughly predict when it would hatch. To Kaolson, this was beyond comprehension. How did the boy manage such a feat? Soriyang asked him to hold on for a moment. He went to one of the drawers, retrieved 2 lizards, and proudly showed them to Kaolson. The first lizard had a brown body with yellow stripes and white stripes on its tail, an ordinary striped lizard. Then there was another one. By breeding lizards with larger white stripes on their tails, he had produced one with a brown body and a white tail, no stripes. Kaelson asked if Soryang was saying he had bred that color. Soryang blushed and happily confirmed it, saying he thought it was pretty. Kaelson regained his composure and inquired if Soryang could pair ones with strong poison to create an even more venomous breed. Soryang responded with a huh. In his mind, he thought it was theoretically possible. He explained that if they knew which had the stronger poison, it could probably be done. He was still speaking when Kaelson exclaimed, "Really? That's possible?" Soryang was taken aback by the elder's intense reaction. Kaelson immediately urged him to join his family. Soryang was bewildered. Kaelson tempted him further, promising that if he joined, they would generously teach him all their martial arts, provide access to all sorts of elixirs, herbs, and any poisons he desired. Kaelson claimed that someone like Soryang could even capture or raise the legendary 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains martial world. As if that wasn't enough, Kaelson added, not to brag but to offer, the chance to meet one of the 3 flowers of the Central Plains, his daughter. Soryang exclaimed, "Hold on," and asked Kaelson to repeat what he had just said. Kaelson, amused, remarked that even though Soryang was young, he was still a man. He resumed talking about the flowers of the Central Plains, but Soryang interrupted, telling him to forget about that. Soryang wanted to know more about the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains, and asked if they were as amazing as the blue spot centipede. Kaelson assured him, of course. He explained that while the blue spot centipede was impressive, it was ranked lower compared to the 10 great venomous creatures. From giant scorpions to golden frogs that glitter like gold, whatever Soryang imagined, the reality was even more extraordinary. Kaelson smiled, seeing that he had successfully piqued Soryang's interest. Soryang looked excited, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. 2 days later, a Tang clan member was shocked to learn that Blood Hand Rakasa, Tak Ayang, had appeared. Kaelson explained that Ayang had been hiding and refining his martial arts, reaching a level close to his father's. The Tang clan members realized that if the patriarch had sent such a man to his death, he might have reached the realm of 10,000 poisons. They congratulated him. The patriarch corrected them, saying he hadn't achieved that. He revealed that it was the young warrior who had defeated Ayang. The Tang clan members were astonished. One member immediately clasped Soryang's hand, thanking him for saving the patriarch of the Sichuan Tang clan. They asked if he was an elder who had undergone rejuvenation. Soryang was puzzled. Seeing the confusion, the elder asked Soryang to demonstrate. The Tang clan members understood what was coming, and Soryang tapped his chest, calling out his little companions. The Tang clan members watched as Soryang's clothes rustled and 3 adorable centipedes peeked out, causing everyone to gasp. The little creatures crawled into view. Recognizing them as centipedes, the patriarch explained they were blue spot centipedes, and these small creatures had taken down Ayang. The clan members inquired about the poison. It was incredible that Soryang had managed to tame one. The patriarch explained that this was why they wanted to accept the young warrior as part of their clan. However, Soryang said he needed more time to think about it. A clan member told Soryang it was a great opportunity. The patriarch suggested they get moving, as he felt they shouldn't delay. Soryang asked if they were still searching for something. Kaelson paused before explaining that Blood Hand Rakasa, Tak Ayang, had practiced a martial art called the Blood Hand Poison Claw. It was a dark art requiring human blood and bone marrow to reach certain levels. Soryang found that quite unsettling. Kaelson continued, saying that if Ayang had left behind any secret scrolls or disciples, they needed to address it to prevent future threats and ensure such cruel martial arts never returned. Additionally, they needed to rescue anyone who might have been captured. The patriarch asked if Soryang would assist them, given his familiarity with Hainan Island's geography. Soryang looked thoughtful. He considered it. Joining the Tang clan meant a lifelong commitment. It's like checking the company culture and the boss's character during an internship. Soryang agreed to help once the patriarch recovered. They praised him for making the right decision. Soryang replied that helping meant saving lives, so of course he would assist. In his mind, he planned to use this opportunity to learn more about the Sichuan Tang clan. After all, skilled individuals often evaluate their potential employers. Kaelson needed 3 days to recover. They stopped by a village near the abandoned martial academy to locate the base of Blood Hand Rakasa, Tak Ayang. They inquired about any missing people. An old man mentioned that about 1 or 2 people go missing in the jungle each year, but there hadn't been any noticeable patterns of disappearance. Kaelson was deep in thought. They thanked the village chief for his help, and he humbly replied, "I am honored to assist the famous patriarch of the Sichuan Tang clan." They excused themselves, realizing they hadn't found any significant leads. As they walked through the forest, Soryang commented that there seemed to be nothing special about the village. Kaelson explained that when Ayang found them and revealed himself, it was near that area, but locating his base was proving difficult. Soryang also found it odd that there were no traces. He recalled what Ayang had said, which sparked a realization. He asked Kaelson if he remembered what Ayang said when he appeared. Kaelson admitted he didn't really recall, as he had been struck away by Ayang's attack at the time. Soryang reminded him that Ayang mentioned hearing that the Tang clan had come to Hainan, implying someone had informed him. Therefore, it was simple. They just needed to check the places the Tang clan had passed through in Hainan. Soryang suggested using Ayang's portrait to gather information. The others looked at Soryang in amazement. They found his insight remarkable. If Ayang had been informed by someone who saw the Tang clan, things would indeed be easier. They set off immediately and arrived at a village that seemed gloomy. A Tang clan member reported that, based on what he had heard at the port in Hainan, this village seemed to be the one. The elder noted that it was where the Halai people lived, hoping they wouldn't be hostile. The villagers appeared lifeless. The Tang clan called out to see if anyone was available, catching the attention of a villager. Upon seeing the Tang clan, the villagers asked what the Han people were doing there. An old man, possibly the village chief, approached them. The village chief held the hand of a little girl, flanked by 2 guards, all of whom looked unwell. Kaelson introduced himself. Soryang observed the interaction, noting how weak the child appeared and how lifeless the village seemed. An idea struck him. He noticed that other villagers looked droopy, as if they had taken some kind of medicine. The village chief assured them that no one was missing and nothing unusual was happening in their village. He urged them to leave. The elder began to comment on the disparity between the number of houses and people, but was interrupted by the village chief, who insisted there was nothing to concern themselves with. Once again, they were asked to go back. Kaelson and Soryang were taken aback. Kaelson whispered to Soryang, recalling his earlier comment that the Halai people were supposed to be friendly. Soryang had no response. He noticed the little girl again. She suddenly collapsed. Everyone was shocked. The village chief cradled her in his lap, tears welling up in his eyes. He pleaded with Majin not to leave him, as she was his only remaining relative. He couldn't bear to see her sick too. Kaelson approached the village chief, offering his limited knowledge in medical arts. He sought permission to help. The village chief asked if it was Central Plains Medical Arts. Kaelson confirmed. Though not a physician, he had some medical knowledge and asked if he could examine the child. The village chief allowed him to proceed. The village chief then explained that a plague had been spreading through the village, causing children to die and healthy people to suffer. Kaelson promised to do his best to help. The village chief expressed his gratitude as they brought the girl inside. He scolded the guards for standing idly and instructed them to guide the physician and his party into the house. They hurried towards the house. Soryang asked a Tang clan member if the elder knew medical arts as well. The man confirmed. He explained that the Tang clan's martial arts involve dealing with poisons, making them proficient in medicine. Since martial arts begin with understanding one's body, some knowledge of medical arts is necessary. Soryang initially thought they were an assassin group that used poison. He considered that if he joined the Tang clan, it would be beneficial to learn medical arts instead of the frightening poison arts. The man added that they sometimes capture wicked individuals, inject them with poison, and observe the reactions. Soryang's expression was amusing as he interpreted this as human experimentation. The more he imagined it, the more uneasy he felt. The village streets were deserted. Inside one of the houses, someone sighed. Kaelson explained that he had transferred some of his energy to stabilize the girl's breathing. The village chief thanked him profusely, pleading for the life of his only granddaughter. Kaelson mentioned something odd about the child's pulse and asked if she had a weak heart from birth. The village chief explained that she had been sick for half a year. Besides his granddaughter, others in the village had also fallen ill with what they called a mysterious disease. This was why he had urged them to leave earlier. Kaelson offered to provide good medicine for the heart and asked for the villagers to be gathered so they could try it. The village chief was overcome with emotion, thanking him sincerely. Soryang observed Kaelson closely. Later that night, a Tang clan member walked with the patriarch, acknowledging his hard work tending to the patients. The patriarch thanked Gyupi. Pai inquired about the symptoms. Kaelson explained that the symptoms were quite unusual: lethargy, swelling in the eyes, light fever, and irregular pulses. Those with severe symptoms all had heart problems. Kaelson asked where Soryang was, and Pai replied that Soryang, likely exhausted from helping all day, had fallen asleep. He had left him in his room. Kaelson agreed, noting that Soryang had been following them without knowing any martial arts, which would naturally tire him out. Kaelson decided to check on him, and Pai offered to lead the way. They entered the room, finding Soryang sleeping soundly on the bed with his 3 centipedes resting in a basket. Kaelson peeked through the door. Noticing something, he immediately entered and raised his hand towards Soryang. His hand came down heavily, waking Soryang with a sting on his cheek. Kaelson was glaring at him. Soryang, confused by the sudden action, instinctively moved away, cradling his sore cheek. He gritted his teeth, growing angry, and demanded to know why Kaelson had done that, complaining about the pain. The elder apologized, explaining that there was a bug on Soryang's face and he had tried to catch it. Soryang found this hard to believe, but Kaelson asked him to listen. He explained that he had stopped by to check on Soryang before sleeping and had noticed a bug on his face. Given the many venomous insects in the area, Kaelson thought it was too dangerous to leave it there, so his hand acted on its own. He showed Soryang the bug, noting its size. Soryang was surprised to see it, and then had a realization. He confirmed with Kaelson that although the patients exhibited various symptoms, they all had arrhythmia. Kaelson affirmed this. Soryang then identified the cause of the town's illness, pointing to the bug and saying it was the kissing bug, a species from the Reduviidae family. The kissing bug got its name because it often bites around the eye or lip area, sucking blood quietly, even more so than a mosquito. This is why they're also known as vampire or assassin bugs. While the bugs themselves aren't venomous, their stomachs are full of harmful parasites. When they bite, people can easily get infected through their excrement, leading to trypanosomiasis, also known as Chagas disease. This disease ranks 7th among the most deadly to humans. Soryang asked the village chief if the village dogs also showed symptoms similar to humans, like running out of breath easily. The village chief confirmed this and asked if the bug was responsible. Soryang affirmed it was. The chief asked if this meant they could save his granddaughter. Soryang said it was possible with the right medicine. Kaelson grinned. He asked Pai for his opinion, and Pai acknowledged the young warrior's true value. Soryang noticed their exchange and wondered what was going on. They reminded him that they were from the Sichuan Tang family. Soryang looked puzzled, and Kaelson repeated the statement. In his mind, Soryang wondered, so what? His expression was both annoyed and confused, which was amusing. Kaelson explained the concept of gu, described as venomous parasites or witchcraft, created by evil men in China. These men used the bugs to inflict pain or control others. Soryang found this incredible. Kaelson agreed, but noted that many martial artists had been killed by gu or forced to commit terrible acts, like harming their own families or becoming slaves to these evil men. This is why many have tirelessly sought an antidote to counteract gu. Kaelson explained that they were referring to cures that either expel the gu from the body or dissolve and kill them inside. Soryang started to understand. Kaelson then asked who might succeed in creating such a cure, and proudly declared that, of course, it was the great Sichuan Tang family. He assured them that if they had a remedy that could dissolve a fist-sized worm inside the body, a tiny bug wouldn't be a problem. He showed the curse melting orb, noting that even a small amount of the medicine should suffice. Soryang expressed his admiration, though he privately thought the name was quite fancy for an anti-parasitic drug. The Tang family assured the village chief that they could save his granddaughter. In the end, the villagers began to recover, starting with the chief's granddaughter. The chief was immensely relieved. The villagers' warm hospitality served as a delightful bonus. Their bright and cheerful demeanor affirmed the positive rumors about their personalities. Kaelson acknowledged that it would have been challenging without Soryang identifying the cause. He told everyone that the gratitude belonged to Soryang. The villagers thanked the young warrior, calling him their savior. Though the Tang family's medicine cured the villagers, Kaelson gave all the credit to Soryang. Seeing Soryang receive the thanks warmed Kaelson's heart, as if he were being thanked himself. Soryang was moved by this. The villagers celebrated, tossing Soryang into the air repeatedly. Later, the village chief whispered to Kaelson about their earlier conversation at the village entrance. Kaelson asked what it was about. The chief referred to the villagers with missing people. Kaelson remembered and asked for details. The old man, wishing to repay their kindness, shared a strange story he heard. Among the village women, one was from another village and told him about a tragedy a few years back where people disappeared. They believed they had found a lead. Kaelson asked the location of the village. The chief said it was a small village to the west. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the stench of corpses. They knew they were in the right place. Kaelson observed the scene. Corpses, trash, and bugs littered the area, with poison lingering in the air. Pai warned Soryang not to look due to the gruesomeness, but Soryang had already seen it all. A man pointed out something unusual, a gold chicken foot. It was pecking at the corpse of a snake. Just kidding. It was a mysterious bird. The bird had a golden tail, and its body was a mix of purple, pink, and black. It looked almost magical. One person couldn't bear to see the bird dishonoring the dead any longer and picked up a rock to throw at it. Kaelson tried to stop him, but it was too late. The rock missed, but they caught the bird's attention. The man was furious, but Kaelson placed a hand on his shoulder, cautioning him that something felt off. The bird spread its wings, releasing a miasma into the air. Soryang was taken aback as he watched the miasma melt the skeletons. Someone grabbed Soryang by the mouth to protect him. Kaelson quickly ordered everyone to run while covering Soryang's mouth and nose. He explained that the creature was a Ji-Niao, which means poison-feathered bird. After escaping to safety, the group gathered around Kaelson. He described the bird, noting its 5-foot wingspan. Its beak was sharp and bronze-colored, and its body was covered in purple feathers. When it spread its wings in anger, everything around it turned black and died, poisoned by its presence. It had a golden crown on its head, giving it a truly regal appearance. Kaelson identified it as a Gen or Ji-Niao. Soryang's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as he asked if it was one of the 10 great venomous creatures. Kaelson confirmed it was. He explained that the Ji-Niao occupied the top position among the great venomous creatures, known as the king of all venom. Soryang was thrilled. In his mind, even the venomous insects and snakes of Earth seemed tame compared to this creature. He marveled at how biochemical weapons seemed to roam freely in his current world. Kaelson mentioned that the Ji-Niao seemed to have been drawn there by snakes carrying venom. It said that the Ji-Niao only eats the heads of venomous snakes. Soryang asked if it was common. Kaelson replied that it was not common at all and quite rare, so rare that one might only catch a glimpse of it once in 100 years. Soryang was amazed, prompting Kaelson to ask why he was so interested. Soryang asked if it was possible to catch the Ji-Niao, which left the Tang members astonished. Kaelson, amused, asked if Soryang truly wanted to attempt capturing it. Soryang replied yes, but expressed concern about the venom. Kaelson smiled, recognizing Soryang's keen interest in the 10 great venomous creatures. If that was the case, Kaelson explained there was a way. Soryang was surprised to hear this. Kaelson informed him that by mastering the Tang clan's poison techniques, he would become immune to all poisons, including the venom of the Ji-Niao. With their clan's martial arts, he could block any poison in the world. Kaelson cunningly added that they don't teach their clan's techniques to outsiders, and even as patriarch, he couldn't break this rule. Soryang eagerly asked if joining the family would allow him to learn these techniques. He also asked if becoming immune to poison would truly enable him to withstand the Ji-Niao's venom. Kaelson reassured him. Of course, he promised that if Soryang agreed now, he would teach him everything and take care of his talents. He warned that if Soryang took too long to decide, he might hesitate as well. Feeling the pressure, Soryang announced his decision to join the clan. He expressed eagerness for Kaelson's guidance and began addressing him as patriarch instead of elder. The clever man had a playful smile and acted like he hadn't coaxed Soryang into agreeing. Kaelson told Soryang that from now on, he's part of their family. Back at the old place, signs of Bloodhand Rakshasa Takun Yang showed up in a cave. There were footprints too. They called the leader and gave him a notebook found in the cave. Kaelson looked through it and confirmed it was the secret technique of the Bloodhand Poison Claw. Soryang felt uneasy because it was written in blood. Kaelson decided to leave. Soryang asked if they were heading to Sichuan. Kaelson said it was the best choice since they had the blue spot centipede's core and the manual. Soryang asked if they could stop by the academy to free his friends. Kaelson agreed since Soryang also needed to gather his belongings. They set off, but when Soryang looked back, he noticed something. He pointed out that there was something over there. They checked it and saw a shiny purple feather from the Ji-Niao. They all stared at it, thinking. Kaelson picked it up and told Soryang he'd keep it as a gift for joining their family. Soryang seemed very interested in it and thanked him. Kaelson replied that everything was fine except for how Soryang addressed him. He suggested changing the title after the ceremony. Soryang wondered if it was like an initiation ceremony. Meanwhile, at the Tang clan, the Grand Patriarch Tang Musong, who had left earlier, finally arrived. He was tired but didn't rest. Instead, he asked about Huayan. The Tang members helped him inside quickly. They told him she was still holding on. The door opened. He immediately called out to Huayan. The people inside were surprised to see him. He told his daughter-in-law that he had the medicine now. He took out the core of the blue spot centipede. Seeing his success made the daughter-in-law cry. They got ready to give the medicine to her. Musong felt sad seeing her in pain. It was a close call and he was glad he rushed back. The daughter-in-law urged him to give the medicine right away. Musong helped his granddaughter take it. A blue glow surrounded her. Musong checked her pulse with his finger. They all hoped she would open her eyes. They watched her waiting. Meanwhile, Soryang felt tired. He had heard the Central Plains were vast but didn't expect them to be this big. From Hainan, they took a boat to Hangzhou. Then they passed through Nanjing after a journey lasting over a month and a half. Finally, they arrived in Sichuan. At the Sichuan Tang clan's residence, Pai happily told Soryang they were at the Sichuan Tang clan. Soryang's mouth dropped open. They stood at the entrance. They told him the entire mountain belonged to the Sichuan Tang clan. That's why it's called Tang Clan Mountain. Soryang swallowed hard, taking it all in. in. The Tang clan members came out to welcome the patriarch. Soryang was surprised by how many there were. He wondered if all these people were from the Sichuan Tang clan. Among them, a girl in a red dress rushed towards them. She called out to her father. It was Huayan. Tears flowed down her face as she was just happy to see her father again. Meanwhile, Soryang was captivated. Kailson was relieved to see his daughter alive. She hugged him tightly, apologizing. Soryang couldn't believe her beauty. He had a fling with a celebrity before, but had never seen someone with such a bright aura. Kailson told Soryang he had someone he wanted to introduce to him. Kailson introduced his daughter, Huayan, to Soryang. Soryang was stunned. He asked if this was what Kailson had mentioned before. Soryang said something about weeds or grass reminded Kailson of a flower. Huayan blushed. Kailson told Soryang that the girl next to him was the flower he had dismissed. Soryang was at a loss for words. He remembered their talk about the flower and felt embarrassed. At that moment, he realized he had made a mistake. He never thought he missed the chance to have such a beautiful partner. The only daughter of the Sichuan Tang clan was also known as the venomous flower, Tang Huayan. She carried a hidden emotional burden from a young age. She overheard some old men discussing her talents. They doubted her skills, but her beauty was remarkable enough to be one of the 3 flowers of the Murim. They talked about finding her a suitable son-in-law. One of the old men mentioned he suggested the patriarch take a second wife, but the patriarch refused, which puzzled him. When Huayan heard this, she knew her parents were right. She wanted to prove herself to the clan elders by excelling in martial arts. She wanted to show she could contribute to the family even if she wasn't a man. But rushing things led to mistakes. If someone is impatient, they can lose their way. That impatience caused a heart demon, leading to a key deviation. Then Huayan woke up. At that time, the grand patriarch, her mother, and 2 others were by her bedside. Her mother looked relieved that she was safe. Tears fell from Huayan's eyes. She cried and apologized to her mother. She wanted to be useful to the clan, but she had lost all her inner ki. Her grandfather called her a brat and asked if she was doing this because she felt guilty for making her father and grandfather worry. He mentioned how she had reached the level of 100 poisons that she wanted so much. He told her to stop crying and cheer up. She got confused when he mentioned 100 poisons. She looked at her aura, which was glowing, and asked her grandfather about it. The grand patriarch told her he had a story to share. It was about a mysterious young warrior who not only saved her life, but also gave her the inner kai of 1,000 poisons, not just 100. In the present, Huayan asked about the weed. Soryang had no reply. Again, he felt embarrassed for calling Kailson's daughter a weed because he was so caught up in the story of the 10 great venomous creatures. He told himself to reflect on this. He tried to brush it off, saying the patriarch took the joke too far. He told her it was nice to meet her. It was amusing how the clan members smiled as they watched the 2 young adults meet. Soryang introduced himself and said he knew she had been sick, so he was happy to see her healthy now. Huayan told him it was nice to meet him too. She introduced herself as Huayan, also known as the venomous flower, and thanked him for saving her life, promising to never forget his kindness. Soryang was captivated by her beauty. Kailson asked Soryang what he thought. Soryang was surprised when he heard a voice in his head, assuming it was some kind of sound transmission. Kailson asked if Soryang agreed that his daughter was beautiful, and if he wanted to get to know her better. A little while later, Soryang relaxed in a large bath. The centipedes were peacefully resting in a basket. Soryang felt exhausted and thought he might collapse. He looked worn out. Then he noticed something. He smiled at the centipedes. One centipede woke up and smiled at him. Normally, the centipedes wouldn't fall off, but when he told them hot water was bad for them and suggested they stay in the bucket, they went in as if they understood. He found it mysterious. It seemed like they could understand him. Kailson mentioned that they react to killing intent. 2 centipedes were now awake and watching him. He joked that he felt embarrassed with them staring at his naked body. The 2 centipedes then hid inside the bucket, which amused Soryang. He remembered Pai saying the centipedes were spiritual creatures. He made a mental note to find out more about spiritual creatures later. He pondered it. He couldn't calm down after what Kailson said. He knew he had to leave soon. At another pavilion, the family gathered around the table. The grand patriarch, the patriarch, his wife, and daughter were there. Kailson announced he'd give the East Wing room to the young warrior. This room was part of a traditional Chinese residence for couples. The grand patriarch asked if the young warrior was truly that talented. The patriarch confirmed, saying they thought they met by chance, but it was the person, not the encounter, that was special. He explained that the warrior's knowledge of venomous creatures was extraordinary, and he had even killed Ayang. Additionally, he had encountered legendary spiritual creatures like the poison-feathered bird and had hatched the blue spot centipede eggs himself. The grand patriarch noted that the patriarch had found a treasure. Their attention turned to Huayan. Kailson told his daughter he wanted the young warrior as his son-in-law and asked for her thoughts. Huayan considered what that meant. Then she understood and fell silent. She wanted to prove she could be even more helpful to their clan now that she had the 1,000 poisons constitution. She replied that she was a member of the Tang clan and understood what her father was saying. But she told him that whether the young warrior deserved her was something she needed to find out for herself. Then she ran out of the room, making it an awkward moment. In Kailson's mind, the young warrior should be cautious. As beautiful as his daughter is, she also has sharp thorns. Huayan ran quickly. She felt felt hurt. Now that she had the 1,000 poison constitution, if she stopped there, the elders would never recognize her. She decided to thoroughly evaluate what kind of person the young warrior was, from his qualifications to his personality. Meanwhile, Soryang was thinking about what he should do. He knew she might hold a grudge against him. He asked his kids, the centipedes, for advice. Suddenly, Huiyin appeared, shocking him. She looked stunning. She asked him to excuse her for a moment. She was in a hurry and asked for his hand. He gave it to her like a dog giving a paw to its owner. Then he blushed. He said he didn't know why she was in a hurry, but suggested doing such things after getting to know each other better. He shyly mentioned there's an order to such things. Huiyin asked what he was talking about. Then she realized, and her face turned red like a tomato as she corrected him, saying that wasn't her intention. Soryang felt cold and disappointed upon realizing it wasn't what he thought. There was an awkward silence. Huiyin sighed. She clarified again that it wasn't what he thought. She just wanted to check his pulse. She guessed that he misunderstood because of her sudden request. Soryang felt embarrassed. She sat beside him, apologizing for appearing suddenly and acting rudely. She told him that he's young and not yet of age, but he seemed thoughtful, so she planned to explain what was going on. She started explaining, and Soryang listened closely. From what he heard, it felt like a medieval drama. As the only direct descendant, Huiyin constantly dealt with the schemes of the branch families. To ensure the family line continued, the elders planned to find a capable son-in-law. They even considered how Soryang's status might change if he joined the family. Huiyin apologized in advance, as there was something she needed to confirm. She told him that even if things didn't go well, she had no intention of treating him poorly. She acknowledged him as her benefactor and wanted to treat him as a guest, or like sworn siblings. Soryang extended his hand. He told her he understood, so she was free to confirm whatever she needed. She observed him. She took his hand and placed her fingers on his pulse. A blue aura began to surround her. She explained that the Tang clan's martial arts weren't something just anyone could learn. Some people could accept toxins into their bodies and master the techniques, while others couldn't. That's why their poison techniques required gradually adapting to poisons as internal energy grew. Only by accepting them all could one achieve mastery. The poisons had tiers. It started with 5 poisons, then 10, 100, 1,000, and finally 10,000 poisons. Fortunately, Soryang's body was capable of learning the poison techniques, but it was only at the 10 poisons level. This meant his body could handle only 10 types of toxins. Having a 10 poison body was impressive, especially for someone not born into the Tang clan. Soryang was shocked. Huiyin continued to explain that in terms of skill, it would place him at the level of a first-rate martial artist, the highest level someone without innate talent could achieve. She decided to take her leave. He saw her off. Soryang thought about having a 10 poison body. He turned pale, realizing it might mean he couldn't catch the Jianiao. For Soryang, this was a serious matter. A few hours later, someone stepped out of the bath. It was Huiyin, and it was quite a sight. She noticed that ever since she took the blue spot centipede's inner core, her body emitted a strange scent, even though she bathed several times a day. As she got dressed, she wondered if it was some kind of punishment for speaking ungratefully to the one who saved her life. Meanwhile, Soryang was deep asleep. In his dreams, he talked to someone who thanked him for his kindness. It was Huiyin. He asked if he was dreaming. Huiyin answered that it might feel like a dream, but it wasn't. This Huiyin explained she borrowed the appearance of the girl who consumed her inner core to avoid startling him. She introduced herself as the mother of all those creatures, the blue spot centipede. Soryang struggled to understand. 3 little girls approached him. He figured they were her babies. He asked how she appeared in his dreams. She explained that she was killed without mercy, leaving her children behind, and her grudge reached the heavens, causing her spirit to linger in the inner core. She added that while cursing from within the body of the girl who consumed her core, a chance to resolve her grudge arose, allowing her to appear in his dreams. It was because he brought all her children with him. Soryang realized he had unintentionally been part of the blue spot centipede's demise. He didn't mean to, but he felt involved in her death. He watched her. She asked if he could fulfill one request for her. He agreed and promised to do whatever she asked. She requested that he take care of her children until they were fully grown. Soryang was puzzled since centipedes are supposed to become independent after molting twice from their mother's body. The mother centipede explained that her offspring remained dependent on the Kai from her inner core until they shed their shells twice. Afterward, they needed the true Kai of other beings to grow. Soryang asked if this meant the babies needed to stay with Huiyin since she consumed the inner core. The mother centipede informed him of the circumstances. She revealed that she had cursed the girl so her body emitted a foul odor, ensuring no man would approach her and preventing her from having children. In exchange for lifting the curse, the mother centipede proposed that her children absorb the Kai from Huiyin's inner core. She hinted that Soryang might also win Huiyin's heart this way. Soryang thought about it, then smiled and replied that it didn't feel right to him. He didn't want to take advantage of Huiyin's challenging situation. The mother centipede admired his honor and asked how he planned to tackle the challenge. She noted that Huiyin was looking for a strong man and that she couldn't provide the inner core of the 10 great venomous creatures for him. This gave Soryang an idea. He asked the centipede to trust him. He assured her that he would handle it and things would work out. The next day, Soryang and Huiyin sat sat side by side. Hueyun now understood that the smell from her body was due to the blue spot centipede's inner core. Soryang confirmed this and explained that if she attached the centipedes to her body every few days to let them absorb the kai, the smell would naturally fade. Hueyun hesitated, but asked if it was okay for him to help her without expecting anything in return. She knew he could easily ask for compensation. Soryang smiled and said he couldn't bring himself to exploit a woman's difficult situation. He refused to be that shameless. Hueyun was surprised by his response. She felt guilty and said she wouldn't continue accepting his kindness without offering something in return. She began to take her father's words seriously. Seeing Soryang, she realized there were things more valuable than talent or martial prowess. Soryang mentioned he had been thinking too. He recalled when she said he had 10 poison bodies and could absorb only 10 types of toxins. Soryang had an idea: if he could only take in 10 types of toxins, he should aim to fill those slots with the toxins of the 10 most venomous creatures of the Central Plains. Hueyun was surprised by his ambition. Hueyun interpreted Soryang's ambition as a desire to become the strongest under the heavens for her sake, which made her blush. For Tang Hueyun, known as one of the 3 flowers of Murim and the venomous flower, this was the first time a man had made such a bold gesture toward her. Blushing, she asked Soryang if he realized what he had implied. Soryang replied that he didn't. Hueyun explained that the path he was considering would be incredibly tough and challenging. It might take 10 years, 20 years, or even a lifetime to achieve such a feat. Soryang's expression turned grim as he wondered if it would indeed take that long, while Hueyun's cheeks remained flushed. Hueyun mentioned that Soryang was 15 years old, and in 3 years, when he came of age and was ready to marry, if he managed to succeed in dealing with even one of the 10 great venomous creatures by then, she would be impressed. She shyly suggested that if he succeeded, there might be a possibility of a wedding. She then cheered him on and, embarrassed, dashed away. Soryang was puzzled and called out to her. She turned back and asked if he had something more to say. He suggested she get treated and stay for a couple more hours. Embarrassed, she returned. He reassured her that there was nothing to worry about since the little centipedes wouldn't bite. He gathered his centipedes and told them to go to their mom instead of their dad. Hearing that made Hueyun blush even more. She questioned the use of dad and mom, but Soryang quickly clarified that it wasn't what he meant. Meanwhile, Kaolson, his wife, and Museong were gathered at the table. They discussed how the extraordinary talent of the young warrior seemed not to have won Hueyun's heart yet. Museong asked if they had seen them that morning, noting that it seemed like something was happening between the two. Hueyun's mother remarked that it appeared Hueyun had turned Soryang down. The men pondered this. Museong stated that forcing a marriage wasn't the right approach, and that it would be better for them to develop feelings naturally. Hueyun's mother suggested that Hueyun take charge of the young warrior's martial arts training so they could spend more time together and grow closer. Chiolson thought it was a good idea. Museong mentioned that they should see if the elder healer sage could grant the purifying elixir of marrow and essence. If the young warrior's aptitude was low, the elixir could enhance it. Chiolson was surprised by this suggestion, noting that it hadn't been possible for Hueyun, so they shouldn't get their hopes up. Museong agreed. At that moment, Hueyun was outside the door. She announced herself to her father. Chiolson asked what brought her by at that hour. He invited her in. She blushed, not expecting to see all 3 of them there. She came with something to say, blushing again. In one burst, she declared that she would do as her father suggested. Chiolson was taken aback and asked what she meant. Hueyun's mother invited her to sit and gently inquired if she meant that the young warrior had caught her interest. Embarrassed, Hueyun struggled to speak. Chiolson was curious about the sudden change, especially when they thought she wasn't interested before. She began talking about the young warrior, explaining that Soryang had promised to become the greatest in the world for her. He had made such a promise to her. Chiolson was intrigued. Encouraging her to continue, he listened as she explained that Soryang, despite his innate talent being at the level of 10 poisons, vowed to overcome this by defeating the 10 great venomous creatures for her sake. Museong found this amusing. Chiolson was surprised and Museong laughed, commenting on Soryang's courage. Hueyun's mother was impressed. Finding a suitor like that was rare. She explained that although her heart was willing, she had told Soryang she would only agree to marriage if he could capture one of the 10 great venomous creatures before he came of age. She wondered if he understood her response. Her father joked that she should have set the bar at capturing at least 3 creatures. Her mother commented that men aren't always the sharpest when it comes to such hints. Hueyun asked if she should go clarify it to Soryang. Her mother advised against it, saying that if Soryang doesn't realize they've already given their approval, he'll just work harder. Museong suggested treating him as a prospective son-in-law while acting as though they're still undecided. They expected that with all his efforts, he would naturally become part of the family. Meanwhile, the mother centipede praised Soryang for impressively winning over Hueyun's heart. He replied that it was all about having guts and perseverance. She smiled warmly at him, calling him her benefactor and informing him that it would likely be her last act. Her resentment had been resolved, and her soul would soon ascend to the afterlife. She offered to do anything possible for him before she left. Soryang thought for a moment and asked if he could see her true form. She felt shy but recognized it as a a reasonable request, thinking he might have a weakness for lust. She revealed her shoulder and was about to strip. Soryang quickly asked if she really needed to take it off, which made her blush even more. She asked if she should refrain. Soryang clarified that wasn't what he meant. The children amusingly covered their eyes. He explained he wanted to see the appearance of a blue spot centipede. Realizing her misunderstanding, she felt horrified. Smoke enveloped the area, and then she revealed her true form. Soryang gasped at the sight, excited and happy to see her in her natural state. He was amazed by her size. He asked if he could touch her, already doing so as he marveled at her waterproof body and imagined her movements. He inquired about her legs, venom strength, eyes, and antennae, all while eagerly examining her. Soryang was so passionate about examining the centipede that the children, still covering their eyes, looked really cute. He was so enthusiastic that he even wanted to touch her fangs. She warned him it was dangerous, but he insisted. This made the blue spot centipede a bit worried. She started to wonder if her daughters would be okay with this man, as she sensed his touch was anything but ordinary. It was both funny and odd how Soryang drooled as he caressed her. Later, Cheolson met with Soryang over a cup of tea. He informed Soryang that he had heard everything from Hueun, and thus Soryang would be treated as their son-in-law. Soryang mentioned he thought he was supposed to wait 3 years. Cheolson interrupted, saying the wedding would naturally occur when Soryang came of age. Soryang tried to clarify, but Hueun's mother enthusiastically welcomed him into the family, introducing herself as his mother-in-law. Museong was pleased too, stating that Hueun had found a suitable match and their clan would prosper even more. Soryang looked at Hueun, confused by the sudden acceptance when there were supposed to be conditions for marriage. He thought they might have accepted him without much discussion. Deciding to go along with it, he said he looked forward to everyone's guidance. Soryang was puzzled when Museong suggested to Cheolson that they should get started immediately. Cheolson informed Soryang that before he could learn the Tang clan poison arts, there was something they needed to show him. Soryang asked what it was. The elders smirked, and Cheolson revealed it was the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, something he was sure Soryang would love. They had been waiting for this moment, for Soryang, as a family member, to take his first steps into the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, a treasured tradition for the entire family. Soryang addressed Museong as grandfather and expressed his eagerness. Soryang was excited, assuming it was a place where 10,000 kinds of poisons gathered. But as he looked at Hueun's profile, he couldn't help but be in awe of her beauty. Soryang remembered the saying that beauties are best admired from the side, and at that moment, it felt like a photo shoot come to life. He blushed, which amused his in-laws. They smirked knowingly. Cheolson joked that at this rate, Soryang might wear out his daughter's face, pointing out that Hueun was his woman now, yet he gazed at her so absent-mindedly. His mother-in-law remarked that Soryang seemed completely smitten with Hueun. Both Hueun and Soryang turned red. Hueun told him to watch where he was walking, and Soryang stuttered a reply of agreement. A short while later, they stood before a large door. 2 men with bulging muscles stood proudly on either side. They reminded Soryang of Yupin and Ipin for some reason. A man in the Tang clan's robe stood in the center and welcomed the Grand Patriarch. Museong ordered them to open the gate, as he intended to show his grandson-in-law the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. The men complied. In his mind, Soryang noted how the security seemed absurdly tight for something out of the Middle Ages. The man in the black robe announced the opening of the gates, and the 2 muscular men exerted all their strength to push open the heavy door. The man in black remarked that the gate was opened quicker that day. Soryang was surprised by this observation. Once the gate was fully opened, the 2 muscular men looked exhausted. The man in black invited them inside. Cheolson glanced at Soryang briefly. As they walked through, Soryang felt compelled to look at the tired muscular men. To offer some consolation, Cheolson explained that the iron gate was forged from Kunyu steel, sourced from the southern wilderness. Even opening the gate was considered an honor. They arrived inside the hall, a treasure trove where the Tang clan of Sichuan stored all its poisons. Called the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, it held exactly that many poisons. Museong cautioned Soryang to be careful and not touch anything recklessly. Soryang assured him he understood. He also confirmed if the hall indeed contained 10,000 poisons. Cheolson explained that the poisons are meticulously categorized, including paralysis poisons, sleep poisons, and many more. The elders enjoyed teasing the young couple. It was clear when Cheolson asked Hueun to explain the poisons to Soryang, knowing he would enjoy hearing it from her. Embarrassment washed over Hueun and Soryang as they blushed. Nonetheless, Hueun took on the task. Hueun took Soryang's hand and led him to the Tang clan's strongest poison. The elders watched their interaction with fondness. She started by pointing out the Kai dissipating poison. This poison is feared by martial artists because, once inhaled, it renders their energy unusable. She advised Soryang to be extremely cautious. She also showed him the elementary canal necrotizing poison, spirit-destroying poison, bloody pulp poison, and 7-step soul-snatching poison. She explained that while all these are potent, the Tang clan's strongest poison is something else entirely. She handed him a small seed, leaving Soryang puzzled. In his mind, he compared it to to a tiger bean. Huayan explained that it's the most powerful poison in existence, aside from the venoms of the 10 great venomous creatures. She added that it's a plant symbolizing the Tang clan, called the seed of the castor plant. Soryang was intrigued by its castor seed. He thought of ricin, a highly potent toxalbumin, where just 2 milligrams can be lethal to an adult. It was famously used in the umbrella assassination of Bulgarian dissidents during the Cold War. Ricin is a poison 100,000 times stronger than cyanide. Soryang remarked that it's the poison closest to the Tang clan's ideal, colorless, odorless, tasteless, and formless. That's why they named it the rarest and most precious of all poisons, the golden poison. When used to kill, it's known as a golden death. Huayan told him to remember that the strongest poison isn't the one that inflicts the most agony or causes the most gruesome death. The strongest poison is the one that kills silently, swiftly, and without leaving a trace. Huayan shared that the Sichuan Tang clan's poison arts strive for this ideal of stealth and certainty. In Soryang's mind, they seemed like a clan of assassins. Museong told them that was enough for now and invited Soryang to see the venomous beasts he had been eager to see. Museong even offered that if Soryang was interested, he could oversee their care, with the clan providing full support for anything he needed. To Soryang, this translated to them supporting his hobby, which made him look very excited. As they were about to leave, the patriarch was urgently called. Pai arrived, panting from running. They asked him what was the matter. Pai said the patriarch needed to head to Black Tortoise Pavilion immediately. The patriarch asked why. Pai started to explain about the clan elder, but Museong cut him off in anger, demanding to know what those bastards were up to now. Soryang wondered if they were referring to the branch family members Wian mentioned. Pai informed them there were 2 issues. First, the medicine sent to the Sichuan city lord didn't work as expected, and he sent back a letter full of complaints. Before Pai could reveal the second issue, he glanced at Soryang, who sighed. Pai then revealed it was about the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, and Museong anticipated that rumors were already spreading. They decided to leave for now, but not without Museong insisting that Soryang accompany them. At the Black Tortoise Pavilion, the elders noticed the patriarch and began complaining about the critical decision he made on his own. They protested his choice of pairing Huayan with an orphan of unknown origins. This triggered Chialson. He was displeased with them, referring to Soryang as an orphan with unknown origins. Chialson began emitting a green aura from his body, questioning if they were insulting his son-in-law. The elders of the clan insisted their concerns were valid. Museong, clearly agitated, declared that he was the one who made the decision and asked if they had a problem with it. The elders were taken aback and turned to the Grand Patriarch, hoping he would reason with the patriarch. They argued that entrusting the management of the 10,000 poisons to an outsider with unproven abilities was absurd. Museong reiterated that he had given his approval. During this exchange, Huayan was conscious of Soryang and whispered an apology to him. Soryang initially thought, "Goodness," he sighed, realizing she was worried about him when it should be the other way around. Everyone was surprised when they heard Soryang speak up, saying, "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt your conversation." He proposed that since the issue stemmed from doubts about his abilities, he should demonstrate his skills to prove himself to the clan elders. The elders were caught off guard. Soryang suggested he could resolve the issue with the Sichuan city lord to prove his worth. Huayan asked him in a hushed tone what he was trying to do. Soryang wasn't typically the type to step forward and cause a fuss, but he wouldn't let anyone disturb his peaceful life as a pet owner. He had left the elders speechless. Eventually, they became agitated and lectured him for interrupting the elders' conversation. They challenged him, asking if he even knew what the Sichuan city lord's letter said before barging in. They called him an insolent nobody and reported him to the clan head for daring to meddle. The elders used this opportunity to argue for a son-in-law from a respectable, established martial clan instead. Chialson's wife was starting to get annoyed. Inside, Soryang thought about how these old codgers sounded more absurd the more they talked. Back when he was Spicy Fabry, he had more than 1 million total subscribers and over 3,000 viewers per stream on average. He pointed out that it seemed the elders still refused to recognize him as the son-in-law of the Sichuan Tang clan. In essence, Soryang was still considered a guest. With Spicy Fiber's large fan base, he was used to handling disruptive trolls who caused chaos without reason. Soryang emphasized that he had saved the precious daughter of the Sichuan Tang clan, Lady Huayan. Moreover, he had defeated Bloodhand Rakshasa, Takun Yang, and saved the patriarch's life. He challenged the elders, questioning if insulting a guest and benefactor was part of the Sichuan Tang clan's etiquette. Inside, Soryang knew the malice he faced from the elders was nothing compared to the trolling he dealt with as a streamer. It was almost cute by comparison. The elders were embarrassed and admitted they had spoken hastily and out of desperation. In his mind, Soryang found them pathetic. The Grand Patriarch was impressed by Soryang. One elder suggested that claiming to have taken down Takun Yang was too much. The Patriarch affirmed Soryang's claims, showing them a document. The elder gasped upon seeing it, and their jaws dropped when they realized it was the Bloodhand Poison Art's secret manual. Written in blood, it was authentic and belonged to the blood sect. The Patriarch encouraged encouraged Soryang to show the elders the spotted centipedes. Soryang gently tapped his chest, inviting the elders to look. The 3 baby spotted centipedes emerged happily. The elders felt uneasy at the sight. The patriarch explained that they were offspring of the blue spotted centipede and proudly shared that his son-in-law was raising them. He recounted how these little ones were the ones who bit Takun Yang to death. The elders were incredulous, confirming with the patriarch that the young warrior had indeed managed to control a blue spot centipede. The patriarchs Soryang and Gyup had devilish grins as they teased the elders. Chiolson pointed out that referring to Soryang as a young warrior was a sign they hadn't accepted him as his son-in-law. Soryang even managed to warn them jokingly that if they bit, they'd end up as black and lifeless as Takun Yang. The elders were taken aback, quickly denying any refusal to accept Soryang. They scrambled for excuses, saying there was a process, and it was natural for them to hesitate. The Grand Patriarch sighed and decided to set aside the topic of their son-in-law for now. He inquired why Soryang couldn't enter the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. The elders argued that Soryang hadn't fully become part of the family yet. Additionally, they were reluctant to entrust the Hall of 10,000 Poisons to a young warrior who hadn't even reached the age of maturity. The Grand Patriarch suggested a simple solution. He requested Soryang to demonstrate his ability. Soryang grinned and stated that to prove his worthiness to the Sichuan Tang clan, he would do it their way, using poison. The elders were taken aback, misunderstanding him to mean he would poison the Lord of Sichuan province. They called him foolish for considering poisoning the Lord instead of sending medicine. Soryang was confused, as he thought the Sichuan Tang clan specialized in poison. The next day, the Grand Patriarch informed Soryang that he would begin learning the Tang clan's martial art, the 5 Venoms returning technique. Soryang asked if this would involve physical training. The Grand Patriarch explained that as he practiced martial arts, his body would naturally adapt to align with the techniques he learned. Museong elaborated that the Tang clan prioritized practicality, so Soryang would learn skills that could be immediately applied in real situations. Museong then unpacked various weapons, including arrows, daggers, and shuriken. They started with throwable concealed weapons like needles, coins, darts, powder, daggers, and throwing knives. Though there were many unconventional concealed weapons, most could be categorized into 5 types. Museong asked Soryang if he knew which one was the easiest to handle. Soryang guessed it was the dagger or throwing knife, and he was correct. Museong then asked which one he thought was the most difficult. Soryang guessed that powder would be the hardest to handle since it had to be scattered effectively. However, Museong informed him that it was actually the needle that posed the greatest challenge. Soryang assumed it was because of its small and thin form, making it difficult to throw accurately. Museong explained it wasn't just that. The real challenge was that Soryang had to remember the exact positions where he threw the needles. To illustrate, Museong decided to demonstrate. He took out a brush, separated the head from the handle, and made a sudden throwing motion. The bristles floated in the air, transforming into needles that rained down to the ground. Soryang was amazed as the bristles embedded themselves like needles, continuing to fall. Museong explained that the Tang clan had a hidden weapon technique called sky-obscuring flower rain. This secret art involved hundreds or even thousands of needles falling like a rain of flowers, covering the area. Soryang thought that fighting in an area filled with needles meant he had to be very cautious. He politely pointed out that if the entire area was filled with needles, there wouldn't be much space to move. Museong laughed, confirming that was exactly the point. Soryang needed to remember the positions of the needles to avoid becoming a victim of his own technique. To Soryang, this seemed unbelievable. Soryang began to sweat as he confirmed with Museong whether he needed to remember the positions of needles that deflected opponents or those that fell out of place. Museong replied affirmatively. Museong informed him that, with the 5 poisons body, Soryang would need to memorize at least 100 positions to start. Soryang turned pale at the thought. After the demonstration, he collapsed face down on the ground. Lady Hueon then appeared. She asked if she looked prepared, wearing a beekeeping suit since she heard he was going to catch a hornet. She wondered if it was unnecessary. Soryang assured her that it wasn't unnecessary. He was planning to wait for a hornet, but with their gear, they could catch it themselves. Hueon double-checked if he really intended to wait for the hornet to come. Soryang replied that she would understand once they got there. He asked if she knew where the hornet's nest was. Hueon confirmed that she had found one nearby so they could head there immediately. Soryang also donned a beekeeping suit. As they prepared, Hueon brought up the letter sent to the city lord of Sichuan province and asked if he had seen it. Soryang confirmed he had. Hueon expressed concern that, being young, Soryang might not fully grasp the letter's contents. Blushing, Soryang mentioned that yang kai in men is quite important. Hueon felt embarrassed and told him that was enough, realizing he was aware of the situation. The major issue troubling the city lord of Sichuan was erectile dysfunction. His rod was no longer getting hard. Hueon became suspicious of Soryang's knowledge, given his age. Soryang excused it by saying he had lived alone for some time. Embarrassed, Hueon quickened her pace. A few hours later, they arrived at the forest. Soryang got distracted by the creature creatures there, and Hueon had to keep him focused until they reached their destination. It looked like a mini cave, an ideal place for hornets. Hueon inquired about the significance of finding a bee without a hive. As they put on their head protectors, Soryang explained. He told her it meant that while they came looking for hornets, they wouldn't actually be capturing any. Hueon was puzzled as they approached the hole. Soryang explained that the venomous insect they were after could be found in smaller, weaker hives. Hueon was unaware of this, but fortunately, the hive had what they needed. An insect emerged, and Soryang captured it with chopsticks. They hadn't come to catch a hornet. This little insect was their target. This small creature would solve the Sichuan city lord's troubles. Hueon asked about the bug, wondering if it was a ground beetle. She had guessed correctly, and Soryang learned that the bug they caught in the giant hornet nest was referred to as a ground beetle in that world. In the Central Plains, it was known as a ground beetle, but in the modern era, it was called a blister beetle. Hueon asked if it was normal for ground beetles to be found in a hornet nest. Soryang explained that their life cycle was quite peculiar. Blister beetles have an unusual method of reproduction. Unlike most insects that either guard the spot where they lay eggs or create a safe environment for their eggs to hatch, the blister beetle simply lays eggs wherever it pleases. There was a humorous skit where the blister beetle told the boss to wait because she needed to drop some eggs before heading out. Anywhere would do, with no fuss or frills. It just lays them. The only consideration it shows is dumping them all in one spot. When the miracle happens and the blister beetle larvae hatch, they start crawling toward the highest place nearby. Once the larvae reach the top, they do something bizarre. They cluster together and imitate a flower. Bees mistake this fake flower for the real thing and approach it. The moment a bee gets close enough, the entire swarm jumps onto the carpenter bee's body, and that's it. Game over. The carpenter bee's home is as good as gone. Soryang wasn't sure why they favored giant hornet nests, but apparently it was the most suitable environment for the ground beetle larvae to grow. Hueon felt sorry for the giant hornet, but Soryang replied that there wasn't much that could be done about it. Hueon knew the bug caused burns on the skin and had heard that eating too much of it could even be fatal. Soryang confirmed this. The orange liquid dripping from a blister beetle contains a toxic substance called cantharidin. When this substance touches the skin, it creates blisters similar to burns. Hueon blushed and asked if it really had that effect. Soryang confirmed that the substance could indeed immediately raise a man's rod, which made Hueon feel embarrassed and prompt him to stop explaining further. She encouraged him to head back to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Soryang wanted to catch a few more beetles, but they had secured the ground beetle, also known as the blister beetle. Afterward, they returned to the hall and instructed the warriors on how to prepare the medicine. Soryang told them to listen carefully. He instructed them to dry the ground beetle and grind it into powder, noting that 1/10 of that powder is toxic. The poison becomes life-threatening when 3 mo of it are ingested. He explained that if a person consumes 3/10 of 1 mo of the poison per guan body weight, about half of those who ingest it will die. So, Soryang requested that they prepare medicine with 1/10 of 1 mo of the poison. That would be roughly the equivalent of 10 drops of liquid, with 1 mo being 3.75 milligrams and 1 guan equaling 3.75 kilograms. He asked if that made sense. Deep down, Soryang felt that his brain was about to explode from all the calculations. One warrior removed his mask and remarked that Soryang's explanations were incredibly detailed, and they never expected him to be skilled in mathematics. The warrior assured Soryang that they would make sure to succeed. Soryang expressed his dependence on them. Later that night, Museong was talking to Hueon about how surreal it was that ground beetles had such effects. Museong mentioned that it made him consider re-evaluating the poisons in the Tang clan's arsenal. Hueon agreed. Museong then brought up Soryang's proficiency in math. Hueon shared how Soryang calculated the solution's concentration and estimated it to match the weight of 10 drops of liquid, which was amazing. Museong admitted that while he considered himself knowledgeable in poisons, Soryang was on a different level. The more he learned about Soryang, the more he realized what a gem the young man was. He teased Hueon, asking if she liked Soryang even more now. Hueon blushed deeply and expressed her regret for being hasty in the beginning. Museong reassured her that making up for it going forward was what truly mattered. Museong then asked how they planned to test the medicine once it was complete. Hueon blushed even more, turning as red as a tomato. She mentioned that the branch family elders were saying Soryang had been too insolent. Soryang humorously suggested testing the medicine by raising the clan elders straight up. Museong was taken aback but found it amusing and laughed out loud. The next day, everyone gathered in a hall. The clan elders were skeptical. A warrior handed Soryang a wooden box, explaining that he had blended licorice powder and honey to make it sweeter and easier to consume. Soryang was impressed by the attention to detail. Soryang asked if the warrior had prepared it exactly as instructed. The warrior confirmed he had followed the instructions carefully. Other clan members scoffed, questioning how amazing it could possibly be. The patriarch ordered silence and asked Soryang how he intended to prove the medicine's efficacy. Soryang feigned surprise at the question. The clan elders insisted decided it was natural to confirm its effectiveness. One elder shouted they would never send unverified medicine to the city lord of Sichuan. Another elder added that if something went wrong, it could lead to a major disaster. Soryang acknowledged there was no other choice. The warrior understood what this meant. The clan elders were confused as the warrior handed them the medicine, appearing annoyed as if Soryang expected them to test it themselves. A loud elder questioned if Soryang even knew what it was. Another elder remarked that Soryang had played outside for so long, it seemed to have turned his insides black. Soryang grinned and called out to his grandfather. Museong asked what Soryang needed. Soryang reminded Museong of his earlier statement that those who mastered the Tang clan's martial arts were never afraid of poison. Museong played along and affirmed it. Soryang then pointed out that the elder's hesitation suggested fear. Museong agreed with him again. Soryang used reverse psychology, taunting the great elders of the clan, who had surely mastered 100 poisons. He expressed that surely those elders weren't afraid of something as trivial as ground beetle poison. This angered the elders, prompting one to split the medicine in two. They claimed they had nothing to fear from such low-grade poison. They took the medicine, asserting that Soryang underestimated them. They warned him that if it did nothing, he would face consequences. An elder proclaimed that they would uphold the clan's laws and principles. They chewed the medicine. A silence followed. Then they smirked, declaring that nothing was happening. But soon, the elder felt his manhood awaken. The long slumber of the snake was over. They were embarrassed. And so that day, the laws and principles of the clan were set straight, pun intended. It happened magnificently. The medicine was sent to the city lord of Sichuan, proving to be excellent. A little while later, the elders walked the hall holding their pants away from them to hide the evidence. I remember walking like that when the time came. Anyway, Soryang told Museong that, just as he said, provoking the elders with something related to poison made them fall for it immediately. Museong understood that they were the type of people who had nothing left but their pride, so naturally, it happened. However, Museong also recognized that their actions stemmed from concern for the clan. He advised Soryang not to resent them too much. Museong remarked that, in the end, they were all one family. Soryang replied that he understood. Just then, Hueyun hurriedly approached them, reporting that something terrible had happened. They asked Hueyun what was wrong, and she explained that their children were acting strange. Soryang blushed, feeling confused, while Museong became stern and grabbed him by the collar. Museong demanded to know what she meant by children and why they had them. Soryang was drenched in cold sweat. Museong held Soryang by the back of his neck, questioning why they had children when they hadn't even had their wedding ceremony yet. Hueyun clarified that she was referring to the spotted centipedes Soryang was raising, not human children. Soryang was stunned, his surprise beyond words. Recently, he'd been focused on physical training sessions and had asked Hueyun to take care of the centipedes. He realized he'd completely forgotten about them and was worried something had happened to his babies. He asked to see them. As he reached toward Hueyun, thinking she kept them there, Hueyun squealed that they weren't with her. Museong was speechless. A moment later, they found the 3 blue-spotted centipedes looking brown and weak. Soryang had a handprint on his face, a funny reminder of his earlier actions. Soryang stared at the centipedes intensely, while Museong wondered if they had just fallen from Hueyun's body with a thud. Hueyun mentioned that they seemed fine earlier, but was now concerned they might be sick. Their color looked pale, and their shells seemed odd. Soryang reassured her that there was no reason to worry, explaining it was called shedding. Creatures like centipedes with hard shells shed them when they grow bigger, and that's likely what was happening. Museong asked if they were already shedding their shells. Soryang replied that it would happen soon. Just then, one of the little ones moved strangely and its head emerged. They were all impressed by the sight. It was quite amazing to watch as the other 2 centipedes began shedding their shells as well. They successfully shed their old shells and were now fully out. Hueyun noticed they looked almost twice as big as before. She asked if the little ones had names. Soryang realized they didn't, and his thinking face was quite amusing. Even funnier were the names he came up with, number 1, number 2, and number 3. Hueyun found it so silly that she refused to accept them. She reasoned that since spotted centipedes are said to turn into dragons after living for 1,000 years, they needed dignified, dragon-worthy names. Soryang playfully argued that there was no way a spotted centipede would turn into a dragon, even after 1,000 years. Museong joined in, joking that a 1,000-year-old spotted centipede is indeed called a dragon. Soryang realized Museong must have taught Hueyun that. He then seriously considered their names. He decided to name them Nova, Myra, and Grace. Nova symbolized a beginning, Myra meant fragrance, and Grace represented elegance or gentleness. Hueyun was delighted and didn't object, as naming the children was traditionally the father's responsibility. The spotted centipedes now had their names. A full day later, the centipedes returned to cling to Soryang. His body didn't feel completely dry yet, but he was well enough to move around. However, he still felt a bit awkward. The centipedes were now heavier. They had grown from the size of a thick sausage to as large as his forearm. They seemed to find his embrace too tight, so they coiled snugly around his arms and waist. While he was lying there snuggling with the centipedes, he overheard overheard a conversation. Two men were passing by. One of them, holding a loaded pouch, remarked that the Sichuan Tang clan was always so extravagant. The two men decided to head to the brothel, laughing about how easy it was to make money. Soryang's curiosity was piqued by their conversation. At the pavilion, Chiolson shared some great news. The medicine they sent to the city lord of Sichuan had worked exceptionally well, and the city lord had sent a message of gratitude along with a generous reward. Soryang and Hueun were delighted to hear this. Chiolson was proud and happy to have gained such benefits so soon after accepting Soryang as his son-in-law. Soryang had truly accomplished something remarkable. Soryang was glad he could help. As a result, Chiolson suggested granting Soryang one of his elixirs, knowing that if he called it a reward, Soryang might refuse out of modesty. Soryang recalled his grandpa saying that an elixir enhances internal energy. Hueun asked what kind of elixir it was. Chiolson replied that it wasn't anything extraordinary, just the honey of the golden-haired king bee. In Soryang's mind, he thought it sounded like regular honey. However, knowing how crucial internal energy is for becoming a martial master, he decided to accept it. He was about to thank his father-in-law when Hueun interrupted. She pointed out that since Chiolson was rewarding Soryang, she questioned why it was just honey. Chiolson got nervous seeing Hueun's assertive demeanor. She argued that Soryang's achievement was no small feat. Even if the golden-haired king bee is a mid-level venomous creature, honey is considered the lowest grade among elixirs. She insisted that Chiolson shouldn't be stingy when rewarding Soryang for such a significant achievement, making Soryang feel shy. She scolded her father, saying he should grant something that provides a year's worth of internal energy instead of an elixir offering just 2 months' worth. Chiolson was saddened and reasoned that it was still an elixir and had been expensive to obtain. Hueun was further triggered, arguing that compared to Soryang's contributions, the reward was a mere pittance. Chiolson found himself in a tough spot. Soryang asked about the golden-haired king bee. Chiolson explained it was a mid-tier venomous creature sometimes found in jungles, about the size of a small dog. Consuming its honey was said to grant internal energy equivalent to 2 full months of meditation. Imagining the bee's size, Soryang was both excited and amused, but Hueun reigned in his thoughts. She expressed her frustration on Soryang's behalf. Chiolson clarified that his intention wasn't to belittle Soryang's achievements. He thought Soryang might enjoy seeing the golden-haired king bee in person. This got Soryang excited, and he asked if Chiolson was suggesting he could see the bee himself. That was indeed what Chiolson had in mind. Internally, Soryang interpreted this as an invitation to harvest the honey himself. He'd done similar things back in his YouTuber days. With excitement, they headed to the door. Soryang shared that he was practically an expert when it came to bees. Chiolson knew Soryang would like the idea. Soryang asked what the golden-haired king bee looked like. Chiolson simply replied that it looked like a bee. Hueun could only sigh, and so their honey harvesting journey began. Chiolson had provided them with premium information, so they assumed there wouldn't be any competitors. But when they arrived, they found 2 clans fighting. Apparently, both had bought the same information. One clan asked if the person they bought it from had scruffy hair and a big mole. The other clan confirmed it was the same guy, but insisted they wouldn't back down easily. Hearing the descriptions, Soryang remembered the 2 guys he'd overheard. He realized those 2 had been selling the information everywhere. One guy, angered by the scammers, shouted, "How dare you insult the Sichuan Tang clan in Sichuan?" His loud voice and the mention of the Sichuan Tang clan made the others nervous. The peaceful honey harvesting trip had turned into something far from calm. Before Soryang left for his first journey outside, Chiolson had warned him to be cautious. As a member of their family and the Tang clan, he should never forget who he was. Soryang politely agreed. Chiolson then looked to his side, prompting Soryang to turn his head as well. There were men lined up in front of them. Chiolson informed Soryang that he would be leading those people, as it was time for him to learn to manage others. Soryang felt flustered by the responsibility. He thought Hueun should be the one leading. Chiolson called him silly, explaining that since Hueun was his partner, Soryang, by extension, held the highest authority in the group. Hearing the word partner, Soryang blushed. Hueun had faith that he would do well and promised to help him along the way. He assured her he would do his best, but now, amidst the chaos, he wondered what to do. He asked the man with him, Wolfgang, the leader of the Venom Blood Unit, what they should do in this situation. He wondered if sharing the information was a better option. Wolfgang was displeased that anyone dared to share the Tang clan's information. Hueun agreed, noting that whoever did it had some nerve. She was seriously upset, her intimidating aura clear as she questioned the selling of information purchased by the Sichuan Tang clan to others. Those from other clans recognized her as the poisonous flower of the 3 flowers of Murim. One man was shocked to see a direct descendant of the Tang clan, the poisonous flower, present in person. He was compelled to greet her. He represented the Central Wind sect and clarified they had no intention of interfering with the Tang clan's affairs. He stated they would withdraw. The Noble Origin sect also decided to withdraw. Even though it pained them, the Jade Ghost Slayer followed suit. One of them vowed to catch the rat responsible and skin him alive. They all hurriedly retreated. Soryang realized the influence of the constituent Tang clan and asked Wolfgang if the situation was resolved. Wolfgang replied that it wasn't, suspecting those unorthodox groups wouldn't back off easily. Wolfgang suggested setting up a camp nearby and taking shifts to keep watch, knowing those men were likely hiding and waiting for the right moment. He instructed Gyup to find out where they had set up camp. Soryang looked worried, but Hueyan assured him it would be okay. He was more concerned about his honeybee. They hid behind a boulder watching the bees. The bees actually looked cute. They appeared to be wearing faux fur on their bodies as several flew inside the trunk. Soryang got excited upon seeing the golden-haired king bees. Hueyan admitted it was her first time seeing them too, noting their size. Soryang found them adorable. Hueyan was amazed by their fluffy fur, and Wolfgang was pleased to see them as well. Soryang noticed that the colony seemed small. It appeared there were only a few hundred of them, but considering their size, that made sense. Hueyan asked about colonies. Soryang explained that a colony is a group of bees. Typically, a small hive would have about 5,000 to 7,000 bees. Hueyan was surprised Soryang could tell that without entering the hive. Soryang replied that he could estimate by observing how many bees went in and out of the entrance. Just then, someone appeared behind them. It was Pai. He reported they had located the unorthodox groups. Wolfgang asked where they were. Pai hesitated at first, but as Wolfgang expected, those groups had set up their camp on the opposite side. They didn't seem to be doing much, but if something happened, they'd definitely make a move. Wolfgang decided to wait until nightfall to harvest the honey using the Tang clan's method. Soryang asked about the method the Tang clan used. Wolfgang explained that burning mugwort leaves would produce smoke that calms the bees, allowing them to harvest the honey. Soryang thought it was an excellent method. However, Pai was concerned because the wind was blowing towards them, which complicated their plan. Soryang quickly thought of something. Pai asked if it was something clever. Soryang explained that with the wind blowing towards them, it would mask their scent. He decided to take this opportunity to quickly visit the hive. He was already on his way when Hueyan grabbed his shirt to stop him, warning that it was dangerous because the golden-haired king bee was a mid-level venomous creature. But Soryang was eager to go. He insisted he would just touch it once and come back. As he struggled to break free from Hueyan's grip, a pebble fell and rolled towards the hive, which they instantly realized was bad news. In the blink of an eye, the colony swarmed out of the hive. Hueyan quickly grabbed Soryang and they made a run for it. Later, they got a thorough scolding for their recklessness. At dusk, Soryang was still contemplating another approach. If they lit the fire against the wind, they risked being caught between the unorthodox groups and the hive. The golden-haired king bee was different from bees he knew. These bees could detect ground vibrations from over 30 kilometers away, something even ground bees couldn't do. Hueyan found him. She mentioned that the kids had finished their meal and were trying to wander off, so she brought them to him. Soryang thanked her. He gently told the little ones to behave. Hueyan sat beside him, making him flustered. She asked if he had made any progress. He replied that he needed to observe a bit more. She admitted she felt like she was pressuring him and apologized for it, encouraging him to take his time and not feel burdened. Soryang felt even more pressure after Hueyan's encouragement. Then Hueyan noticed some monkeys on the opposite side of the old tree. The monkeys were noisy, and one seemed particularly agitated. Soryang called out to Hueyan. He asked if she smelled something sweet. Hueyan picked up on the scent, and Soryang realized it could be pheromones. Soryang quickly told her they needed to leave because the bees were about to swarm. Hueyan grabbed him and ran, leaping high to put some distance between them and the hive. She held Soryang by his armpits, and they watched as the bees swarmed out of the hive. Their target was the fallen monkeys, and the bees feasted on the corpses. It was a close call for the pair. Hueyan was curious about how Soryang knew the golden-haired king bees were about to attack, as he warned her before they even heard the buzzing. He explained it was because of the scent. Hueyan finally noticed the faint smell of magnolia. Soryang was impressed that she could distinguish the scent of pheromones. He asked if she recognized the earlier scent, and she confirmed it smelled like a magnolia flower. Excited to have found the answer, Soryang laughed like a maniac, causing Hueyan to blush because his hands were on her shoulders. With a devilish grin, Soryang said he had thought of a way to deal with those unorthodox groups who were after his honeybees. Meanwhile, the men from different clans were gathered around a bonfire, relaxing. They drank liquor and feasted on meat. One asked when they thought the Tang clan would come to gather the honey. Another replied it was hard to say. 3 days ago, the Tang clan had been wandering everywhere, but now things had gone quiet. Someone speculated that the clan might make a move soon, while another gave a vague response that it could be. Another man questioned whether beehives could really be that lucrative. A man, slightly annoyed by the question, commented that he seemed like he'd been living under a rock. He explained that candles made from the golden-haired king bee's beeswax were treasures used exclusively by the imperial family. He assumed the Tang clan would only take the honey and leave, allowing them to take the remaining beehives. The men had evil schemes in mind for after the Tang clan was wiped out. Someone brought up the notorious poisoner, the 3 flowers of Murim. They decided to keep an eye on her to ensure she didn't die, enjoying the idea since she was a beauty. Their lecherous nature was apparent as they expressed excitement at the thought, even joking that one of them might end up as the the Tang clan's son-in-law. But then they stopped when someone noticed a scent. It was a pleasant smell, and one of them thought it was the poisonous flower scent. They assumed her natural scent was as intoxicating as that. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted them. They looked up to see something forming in the sky. They were terrified and confused, realizing it was a swarm of golden-haired bees. They immediately ran in panic. The bees chased after them, and they screamed as the bees attacked. The mixture creating the scent was scattered on the ground. It was positioned like a trail. Soryang, Hueyan, and Wolfgang watched from behind the bushes. Hueyan and Wolfgang were surprised it worked. The bees were heading in one direction. Hueyan asked Soryang what he did, not expecting the bees to get furious over the scent of flowers. Soryang explained that he had ordered the bees to launch a full-scale attack by using a simple trick. Hueyan was puzzled since Soryang had only crushed some flowers and fruits, sprinkling their juice around. Soryang clarified that the scent acted as a trigger for an attack order. He explained that pheromones are chemical signals used by animals of the same species to communicate, especially social insects like ants and wasps. They rely heavily on these signals. The pheromone Soryang used was the exact scent bees released to signal an attack, known as isoamyl acetate. Hueyan asked if he meant that magnolias emit the same scent bees used to signal an attack, finding it fascinating. But Soryang was more intrigued by her ability to recognize the scent. Hueyan explained that, because the Tang clan specializes in poisons, she was sensitive to scents. The timing was perfect. With the golden-haired king bees off on their attack, Soryang decided it was time to enter the hive and harvest the honey. They cautiously approached. Soryang brought a makeshift incense wrapped in leaves. Wolfgang warned that it was dangerous and offered to take the lead. They were all impressed by the size of the hive. It was amazing. The honeycombs hung like a large golden chandelier from the ceiling, creating a beautiful sight. Fortunately, the bees had left, allowing Soryang, Hueyan, and Wolfgang to enter. Soryang noticed something peculiar. There was no honey at all. Wolfgang was surprised, inspecting the honeycomb and confirming it was just as Soryang had predicted. It was empty, which was unusual. Soryang realized there were no eggs in the hive either. Wolfgang asked if this had something to do with the hive being empty of honey. Soryang explained that the bees were preparing to migrate from the start. That would be why they consumed all the stored honey and carried it in their stomachs. He theorized that they sensed too many human presences nearby, prompting them to prepare to leave. Hueyan agreed with Soryang's explanation that when bees prepare to migrate, they stop laying eggs as they can't care for larvae. Then Soryang noticed something intriguing. He spotted the back end of a bee. With a large grin, he asked Wolfgang how long he could maintain his mobility arts without rest. Wolfgang replied that by pacing himself and running steadily, he could last about half a day. Wolfgang inquired why Soryang asked. Suddenly, Pai appeared, reporting that the golden-haired bees were returning, urging Soryang to leave immediately. They quickly ran for it. Wolfgang advised Soryang to give up while Hueyan rushed to his side. She grabbed his shirt and urged him to hurry. Pai panicked, telling them to get out quickly. Something was bulging from Soryang's chest. Time passed, and it was indeed a close call. Hueyan was grateful they managed to escape before the bees returned. She couldn't finish her sentence as she got distracted, asking what Soryang had on his chest. Soryang's immediate reaction was to reveal the little bee's head poking out from his clothing. Soryang explained it was the queen bee of the golden-haired king bees. Since there was no honey, he decided to bring the one who could make it. Upon hearing that, everyone looked nervous and turned pale, beads of sweat forming on their faces. The queen bee made a cute bee noise. With a devilish smirk, Soryang told Wolfgang that the bees would soon realize their queen was missing and would start chasing them. Instead of being worried, Soryang seemed delighted, gently rubbing the queen bee's head. He told them to run, and so began the life or death chase. Wolfgang carried Soryang on his back, and they ran as fast as they could. The queen bee was fussy. Soryang soothed it, promising to take the queen somewhere peaceful where people wouldn't bother them. It had been a few days since the honeybee race of death began. During that time, the group pushed themselves to their limits, cutting back on sleep and fully exerting their mobility arts. They were all out of breath and energy. By the time they reached their destination, a few warriors from the Venom Blood Unit had already fallen behind. Soryang promised himself that he would demand to learn mobility arts when they returned. One of the warriors tripped and fell, prompting another to announce that another one had fallen. The fallen warrior was Huang Duryang of the Venom Blood Unit. He looked half dead on the ground, with dark circles under his eyes and snot and saliva dripping from his open mouth. Soryang also had dark circles. He was hopeful that once the queen bee was far enough from the colony, they wouldn't be able to attack. Wolfgang was starting to lose hope and asked Soryang if they could really escape. Soryang gave a vague answer. 3 days later, another warrior fell face down, apologizing to Soryang as he could no longer move. Soryang was worried for Wolfgang. Hueyan decided she would carry Soryang instead. Soryang suggested he could run on his own, but Hueyan, despite her haggard appearance, shyly promised she could do it. She declared that a member of the Tang clan never gives up. At the entrance entrance of the Tang clan's house, 2 guards were stationed. They noticed someone approaching and recognized their young lady. Hueyun and Soryang supported each other as they walked. The guards' jaws dropped at their appearance. Family members were called immediately. With all the commotion, Museong and Chiolson came out. They were stunned to see the state of the two. Hueyun looked truly worn out. Chiolson laid Hueyun's head on his lap as he began to heal her. Furious, he demanded an explanation from Soryang. Soryang told him to calm down, explaining that Hueyun was simply exhausted after using mobility arts for 10 days without a break. Soryang was in a hurry and urged everyone to head to the training grounds. Museong was confused until Soryang pulled the queen bee from his clothing. He explained that the other bees would soon swarm there, so they needed to head to the ancient tree in the training grounds. Everyone was stunned, except for Museong, who was amused by Soryang's antics. Chiolson was in disbelief. He had sent Soryang to fetch honey, and yet he returned with the queen bee. Museong placed a reassuring hand on Soryang's shoulder and declared they would go. Suddenly, Museong jumped high while carrying Soryang, who screamed out loud. Museong moved swiftly. When Soryang screamed again, the old man asked what was wrong. Soryang told him that the bees were swarming towards them. Museong saw the swarm and asked if Soryang had brought all those bees with him. They were almost at their destination, so they hurried. Soryang's body struggled to keep up with the speed, but thankfully, Museong's grip kept him secure. They eventually arrived at the ancient tree. Soryang approached the tree and explained to the golden-haired queen bee that this was the new home he had mentioned. He gently released the queen bee, asking, "Not bad, right?" The queen bee made a "bye" noise, seemingly understanding him. She inspected the tree and turned to Soryang, looking excited as if to say he was right. Soryang wondered if she really liked it. Museong suggested they leave for now since the bees were arriving. The clan members watched as the colony of bees flew above them. The golden-haired queen bee made bee noises, calling them. The bees headed for the tree. Museong was amazed, expressing that in all his years, he had never seen anything like it before. Mission accomplished. The golden-haired queen bee had been successfully captured, and moments later, the dog-sized bees were seen drinking sugar water. The exhausted bees were being revitalized with the sweet treat. After all, there's a saying that bonds are built over food, and goodwill begins with a meal. They were fortunate that there was something akin to refined sugar in this world, so it worked out well. Soryang hoped the little feast would help reduce the bees' wariness towards them. It would be even better if the bees started recognizing Soryang as their master. Suddenly, Soryang shouted that he forgot something. Chiolson and Museong eyed him suspiciously and asked what it was. Soryang nervously inquired about Hueyun. Chiolson was a bit annoyed that Soryang only thought of her now, but replied that he had instructed others to take Hueyun to her mother to rest. Chiolson questioned if they really used mobility arts all the way from the forest to the house with the bees following. Soryang nervously confirmed and apologized, explaining they barely managed 4 hours of sleep a day, spending the rest running. Museong suddenly realized something and asked Soryang about the members of the Venom Blood Unit. Soryang, sweating nervously, admitted that the members had collapsed somewhere along the roadside. He promised to go pick them up. Eventually, the members of the Venom Blood Unit returned safely to their families. In Hueyun's room, she was awake and energetic enough to sit up. Soryang was by her side. Hueyun happily mentioned that the golden-haired bees had recovered their strength. Soryang shared that the bees were currently gathering nectar from the poisonous flowers of Tang Clan Mountain. Hueyun found it adorable. Suddenly, someone rushed in, calling for Soryang in a panic. Pai informed him that he needed to come outside immediately. He told Soryang something was wrong with the golden-haired bees. They seemed to be searching for something. Soryang and Hueyun quickly went outside to see what was happening. The bees were scattered all over until they spotted Soryang and clung onto him. Suddenly, they began pulling on his shirt. Soryang was confused by their behavior. The pulling lifted him off the ground, and Hueyun was surprised to see Soryang being flown by the swarm of bees. In the air, Soryang looked amusing with his legs straight and arms spread in a T-shape. Eventually, the bees dropped him. Soryang asked them why they were fussing around their hive. He thought something must be wrong. The bees nudged him, and he got the message. They wanted him inside. Looking around, he saw they had already built part of the hive and were working hard to gather honey. Then he noticed a bee approaching. It was the queen bee. Soryang held out his hands, asking the queen bee if she wanted a lift. He couldn't move as the other bees clung to him, with one even pinching his cheeks. He looked at the queen bee, who appeared elegant and cute. The author really did a great job describing her. The queen bee closed her eyes and moved towards Soryang's mouth. He panicked but was silenced as the queen bee kissed him on the lips. He felt something placed in his mouth and instinctively swallowed it. The other bees stopped clinging to him and the queen bee finished her kiss. Soryang turned red as a tomato. Embarrassed, he yelled at the queen bee, saying it was his first kiss and asked what she was doing. Then Soryang felt something was wrong. He collapsed on the ground, experiencing excruciating pain. In his mind, he wondered what the queen bee had fed him. From his perspective, the queen bee had a mysterious look on her face. The large bees watched as Soryang struggled struggled on the ground, a reddish aura spreading across his body, like an intense heat. Along with this discomfort, it felt like there was an itch inside him. The heat overwhelmed him, making him foam at the mouth and nose, grinding his teeth and sweating heavily. His heartbeat was racing. Despite the intense heat, as if he were on fire, he slowly reached out to try and touch the queen bee. With little strength left, his last words before passing out were a question about what she had made him eat, and then he fainted. With his eyes still closed, he heard his name being called. Hueyun was asking her grandfather what was happening to him, showing her concern. Museong, stroking his beard and with his vast experience, commented that he must have swallowed a very potent elixir. After hearing this, Soriyang passed out again. Museong began to guide his Kai to help him. Shortly after, Hueyun cared for him with a warm towel. She wiped his face. Sitting on the bed with messy hair, he asked where he was. She told him he was in the clan's medical wing. Fixing her hair, she explained that when they saw him, he was being dragged by the golden-haired king bees. She and her grandfather ran to the hive and found him unconscious, so they brought him to the medical wing. She asked if he remembered anything that had happened. He sighed, putting his hand on his face, a bit upset. He thought about his first kiss in that world. Hueyun sensed something was wrong from his expression and asked if he was okay or if something was wrong with his body. She also asked if he wanted her to call her grandfather. He looked at his hands, sighed, and said no. He mentioned that the queen bee fed him the same food she ate, which he thought caused the situation. Curious, Hueyun asked what he had eaten. He said he didn't know the exact name, but if he had to name it, he would call it the king bee's elixir. Hueyun was surprised. With a smile, he explained that the worker bees collect nectar and pollen to feed themselves. Only the worker bees, dedicated to their work, consume this nectar and pollen. After explaining this, she asked if that was the case, then what does the queen bee eat? He casually replied that the queen bee feeds exclusively on the king bee's elixir, made by the workers from birth to death. In other words, the jelly that the queen bee forced him to eat was royal jelly. Hueyun understood the situation. It is the exclusive food of the queen bee throughout her life. But Soriyang furthermore mentioned that the king bee's elixir has a special effect, leaving her surprised. He explained that normal worker bees live around a month and a half, but the queen bee, eating the king bee's elixir, can live up to 60 times longer. Then he asked if this wasn't incredible. Overwhelmed with information, she told him to calm down. It was a lot to take in. With a sigh, she said she understood. The mystery was solved. She explained that the internal cultivation method he practiced is the 5 venoms return technique. It's just a beginner's technique, so he wouldn't be able to absorb all the elixir's power. But since the golden-haired king bee's honey contains 2 months of internal energy, he basically absorbed 60 times that amount, which is equivalent to 10 years of internal energy. Then she congratulated him on his lucky encounter. Soriyang began to feel a bit of energy while repeating 10 years of internal energy. Hueyun, a bit nervous and fiddling with her hair, suggested he check the silver mirror afterward. Blushing, she averted her gaze and mentioned there might be other effects of the queen bee's elixir. Curious, he asked what other effects. While scratching his face in doubt, he asked about the silver mirror. He picked up the mirror and, looking at his reflection, noticed something strange. His skin was so smooth it even shone. Still examining himself, he wondered if royal jelly always had such effects. Upon touching his face, he was surprised to find his skin soft and smooth, almost like that of a woman. While touching his face, he considered that perhaps royal jelly, the food of the queen bee, had caused some effects that were not very pleasant for him, making him worry that he might have turned into a girl. He looked around to clear his doubts. Then he looked between his pants and with a sigh of relief, he lay down on the ground, happy he hadn't lost his most precious possession. Lying on the ground, he recalls Hueyun mentioning that if her grandfather hadn't guided his Kai, something disastrous might have happened. He realized he should thank her grandfather since he was on the brink of death and was saved. He leaves the medical wing and walks through the clan, noticing everyone staring at him. Wondering why so many people are giving him strange looks today, he questions if it's because his internal energy increased. The stares and whispers bother him, so he decides to escape, running off while others laugh as he goes. He arrives at the clan's restaurant and peeks through the door. He spots his father-in-law, future wife, mother-in-law, and the old man dining. His mother-in-law quickly notices him and, pleased, comments on how handsome her son-in-law is. She asks how he is feeling. He greets them, saying he is fine and apologizes for worrying them. His mother-in-law, aware of the situation, says it's okay since he had such a fortunate encounter, making it a reason to celebrate. She decides to tease her daughter a bit, saying she must be envious of Soriyang's skin. Embarrassed, she quickly invites him to sit. Soriyang, also embarrassed, agrees. He joins the table for a huge banquet where everyone enjoys themselves. His father-in-law asks if he is feeling well after everything that happened. He confirms he is and apologizes again for causing concern. He expresses his gratitude to the grandfather for taking care of him. Museong, smiling, congratulates him on his lucky encounter. Seeing curiosity on everyone's faces, his father-in-law asks if he could explain what happened. He mentions he heard a little about the queen bee's elixir from wine, but wants to know the full story. He hesitates, scratching his face, but finally explains that the golden-haired queen bee seemed to like her new home and rewarded him for his kindness. As he gestures, he says she dragged him into the hive and fed him the King Bee's elixir, which he believes caused all the confusion. To his surprise, his mother-in-law comments that even mid-level venomous creatures know how to show gratitude, finding it fascinating. Museong was equally surprised, asking if there's any way to get the King Bee's elixir again. He mentions that if they could, it would greatly benefit the clan. Kaelson notes that even the honey from the golden-haired bees would be an incredible treasure, but the Queen Bee's elixir would be an extraordinary blessing. His mother-in-law, excited, agrees and asks her son-in-law if he could get more of the elixir, leaving everyone at the table confused by her sudden enthusiasm. Hueun then asks him if he could obtain more of this elixir. Soryang thinks it over. If they were just regular bees, they could create several queen cells and trick the worker bees into producing royal jelly. However, with the intelligent, golden-haired bees, they would be turned into hives quickly. Besides, royal jelly is essentially baby food produced by worker bees, but what he consumed came directly from the queen. He ponders whether what he ate might not even be the same substance, making him think more about the situation. He wonders if he should be honest at that moment. Finally, he decides to say that he thinks it wouldn't be possible to get more of the elixir. This prompts Museong and his mother-in-law to ask why it wouldn't be possible. Soryang explains that even if someone could consume it, he doesn't know if anyone would want to. Curious, Kaelson asks if the taste is bad or if it has a strange smell. With seriousness, he replies that it's not about the taste or smell. Sweating cold, he reveals that the King Bee's elixir comes directly from the queen's mouth and that the only way to receive it is through direct contact with the queen. He explains that the method involves forming a connection by joining lips with the queen, with her tongue transferring the elixir. Everyone is shocked. Museong, shouting, asks in disbelief, "A kiss on the Queen Bee's mouth?" His mother-in-law is left speechless. Kaelson, even more shocked, concludes that they must assume it's impossible to get the elixir, unless it's the protagonist since he was favored by the Queen Bee. For anyone else, it would be impossible. Soon, his fiancée, understanding what happened, drops her chopsticks, outraged. She asks, "A kiss on the mouth?" with a terrifying expression and a murderous look. She says his name, hinting that he kissed the Queen Bee. It was night, the moon was illuminating a river, and somewhere there was a temple. Someone whose hand was full of scars was observing the landscape. It was the leader of the Murim Alliance, the Emperor of the Fist, called Ju Young-hak. While he was deep in his thoughts, someone knocked on his door, informing him that they had brought tea. This caught Young-hak's attention, who came out of his trance and gave them permission to enter. A beautiful servant brought tea, informing him that she had prepared white dew tea from Zishan. This aroused Young-hak's curiosity, who was somewhat surprised. He sat down to have tea, reminding her that this was the tea from his hometown, and while the servant was serving it in the cup, she replied that she was aware it was a famous tea from Zishan. The emperor thanked her and decided to make sure to drink it well. He picked up the cup of tea, and the maid began to watch closely, and just as he was about to take his first sip, someone knocked on the door and interrupted the alliance leader's tea session. It was the military advisor Zheng Hu. Immediately, the emperor placed the cup on the table, and with a confused expression asked what he was doing here at this hour and gave him permission to enter. Zheng Hu, a man with long hair, entered and greeted the emperor respectfully, apologizing for interrupting him. He was a very handsome man. He had come to inform them that they had received a message from the Tang Sichuan clan, thinking it would be better to let the emperor know immediately. With a calm smile, the emperor asked him not to worry about interrupting the tea session. He had come in haste, so it must be an important matter. Zheng Hu approached the emperor and placed a red scroll on the table, revealing that Rakshasa of the Bloody Hand, Tak Eun-yang, had died. His head had been cut off by the Tang clan, obtaining the secret manual of the poisonous art of the Bloody Hand. This made the emperor burst into fury, shattering the teacup into pieces. He clenched his fist and his body began to tremble with rage. He wanted to know where and how they had obtained the manual. Zheng Hu casually revealed that, previously, Tak Eun-yang had been struck by the divine sovereign of myriad poisons, and his whereabouts were unknown. And after that, it was said that he had gone to Hainan Island to live in seclusion. With an enthusiastic smile, he informed the emperor that there was a much more interesting story than this. It was said that a young warrior and his poisonous creatures had killed Tak Eun-yang. The emperor was in shock as he had never before heard of anyone being capable of using poisonous creatures. Zheng Hu sat in front of the emperor explaining that he had heard many interesting stories. He was sure that this was a story that even the leader would be interested in. He decided to explain it in detail, but the servant began to stare at him intently, exuding a suffocating aura. In the patriarch's hall of the Tang clan of Sichuan, everyone was seated at a table, including Soryang, Hueun, her mother, and the great patriarch. One of the elders asked if it was true that there were people who had sold information to other places besides them. The other elder was furious. He could not believe there were people tarnishing the reputation of the clan. Soryang began to whisper. He was somewhat confused to see that they did not dare to say anything harsh to his father-in-law. With a smile, Hueun replied that it was normal. The patriarch of the clan knew that they had dared to damage the reputation of the clan. The elders of the collateral branches were also angry, and after all, they were a family. He had already requested that this matter be investigated. He planned to go to Yingchuan himself. One of the elders, somewhat curious, extended his hand, asking asking what poison the patriarch was going to use. The patriarch casually explained that first, they had to use soul-destroying poison, then blood-burning poison, and finally intestine-necrotizing poison. His eyes were shining with malice. When they were in such agony that their blood burned, their internal organs would melt, and when the soul was about to dissolve, he would finish them off with the 7-step soul-snatching poison. Soryang was in shock since this method was typical of an assassin. It was a cocktail of poisons. The patriarch decided to leave immediately and asked one of his aides to summon the Poison Annihilation Unit. His aide nodded. A while later, the Poison Annihilation Unit gathered in front of the temple. They were men wearing masks and hoods. The patriarch asked his son-in-law to take care of himself, promising he would return soon. Soryang showed respect and asked his father-in-law to be careful. The patriarch was somewhat confused, revealing that it was their enemies who should be careful. Kaelson and the Poison Annihilation Unit set out to punish the bastards. Pointing at the men, Soryang asked if they were the Poison Annihilation Unit. It was the first time he had seen them since he had been here. Hueun affirmed yes, mentioning that they did quite hard work. With a smile, she said their job was mainly erasing people, and for this reason they were called the Poison Annihilation Unit. Our boy was in shock, questioning if this really counted as hard work. While they were distracted, someone coughed. It was the elders of the Tang clan. Soryang and Hueun greeted them with respect. The elders asked if the boy had had a fortuitous encounter. Soryang nodded his head. A question came to his mind. He didn't know if these people were looking for the royal jelly of golden-haired queen bees. The reality was somewhat different. The elders were somewhat nervous as they had come to ask him for a favor. Soryang, somewhat curious, asked what they wanted. He asked if by any chance the favor was about the royal bees. The elders became even more nervous and refused since there was no reason why they would covet such a thing. Soryang became curious, and the elders began to feel ashamed. One of them approached our boy and asked him to bring his ear closer. Whispering, the elder asked if Soryang remembered the medicine of the ground beetle. Our boy had been the one who created it and had the authority. Soryang began to smile, then took out the medicine from the ground beetle and started juggling. He was having a hard time adapting to the clan in many ways, but if they, the elders, helped him in various ways, there would be nothing he couldn't give them. The elders began to laugh, promising to help their son-in-law from now on. Hueun was somewhat disappointed. The great patriarch came out of the temple and saw the elders laughing heartily. Just as our boy was about to hand over the medicine from the ground beetle, the great patriarch asked what they were all talking about so cheerfully. They panicked and then started dancing to cover it up, explaining that it was just a friendly gathering. The plan worked since the great patriarch believed them, thinking they had finally realized Soryang's true value. Hueun was somewhat disappointed and furious. One of the men opened the door and reported that there was a big problem. Everyone became curious, and the great patriarch asked what the problem was. Pai revealed that Lord Sichuan was on the verge of death. Upon hearing this, everyone was in shock and panic. Soryang questioned if he had been using the medicine correctly, and Pai confirmed it. After seeing the effect of the medicine, Sichuan took a new concubine and took more than double the amount Soryang had suggested. Our boy started sweating at the thought of the consequences. The great patriarch was somewhat disappointed and decided to go take a look. Soryang was the only man left in the house, so he entrusted him with the mission of protecting the women. Our boy said goodbye to him and assumed responsibility. The great patriarch left, and Soryang was calm, thinking that nothing could happen while they were away. Several hours later, night fell. Soryang and Hueun were sitting on a bench. She asked how he was finding the dual origin art of the 10 poisons that he had been learning. He replied that it was not as difficult to understand now as it had been at the beginning. If the technique of the return of the 5 poisons felt like a single large orb moving inside the body, then the dual origin art of the 10 poisons was more like a 2-cylinder engine. Hueun realized that now our boy must have developed some tolerance to common poisons, revealing that furthermore, he could release his internal energy directly or imbue it into objects. Soryang was speechless. He felt intrigued, and the desire to try his new technique consumed him. They prepared a straw dummy. Soryang unsheathed a dagger and closed his eyes to concentrate. A powerful green energy began to emerge from his body. The first step was to move the internal energy from left to right, and then rotate both orbs in the same direction. Once the Kai energy circulated through his body, he opened his eyes and forcefully threw the dagger at the straw dummy. The dagger moved like lightning, piercing through the straw dummy without much effort. Soryang was happy, and his fiancée praised him for being able to imbue his Kai into the dagger. The knife, emitting energy, stuck in the wall, right in front of 2 masked men. At first, they thought they had been caught and decided to eliminate them, but then upon seeing the straw dummy, they realized it had been a coincidence. One of them was holding a book. It was the Blood Hand Poison Art Secret Manual. Although it was a copy, their work was already done, so they decided to leave here as soon as possible and return before something troublesome happened. They thought that the guards of the Tang clan were idiots for having neglected the security of the training hall, and thanks to their negligence, escaping was going to be a piece of cake. But then, something happened, and a pink aroma began to spread through the air, making the men tense up. It was a sweet aroma, and the men didn't know where it came from. Right above them was was the queen bee, who started staring at them intently, knowing that these guys were intruders.
While it was raining, screams began to be heard throughout the area. Soryong was in shock, not knowing what was happening. While on the other side, Hueon looked toward the direction of the screams and realized that someone was here. Looking toward the bushes, they saw men dressed as ninjas. 2 were hiding and 1 was standing. The queen bee started attacking the man, who was somewhat confused since he didn't know why there was a bee in the training wing. Soryong and Hueon began to observe this, and it didn't take them long to realize that they were intruders. Hueon knew she had to act. With a furious expression, she dashed towards the intruders, asking Soryong to shoot the arrow. She moved so quickly that she left dust all along the way. Soryong put his arms in front of his face in surprise. He didn't know what she was planning to do. The queen bee was biting one of the intruders' ears, who grabbed her and with tears in his eyes asked for help from the others to get her off him. One of the ninjas turned towards Soryong and upon seeing Hueon approaching, panicked and gave the order to his companions to retreat. The queen bee clung onto the intruder. The other 2 jumped and began scattering. Hueon started running quickly toward them, asking them to stop. Upon seeing that 2 intruders wanted to flee, she filled herself with determination and pulled out a whip. Using all her strength, she struck the ground, creating a small explosion. But luckily, the intruders jumped and dodged the attack. Her eyes widened in surprise upon seeing that they had evaded her lash. The man who was being attacked by the queen bee drew his sword and began advancing toward her. The queen bee clung to his head. It was adorable. Soryong couldn't help but panic. He started shouting, asking Lady Hueon to be careful. While the queen was sucking the man's head, he unleashed a powerful attack. But to his surprise, Hueon blocked the attack without much effort using the whip. She began staring at the man with a piercing gaze. Just before the man had time to react, she counterattacked, and when the man realized it, the whip was in front of his face. The attack created a small explosion on the man's body, and the queen bee flew away. After defeating her opponent, she moved gracefully and appeared behind him. The man lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Soryong was open-mouthed and somewhat worried about her. She turned to him and with a calm expression asked him not to worry as she was fine. The man's body began to emit an evil energy, causing him terrible pain. The queen bee sat on Soryong's shoulder, his gaze fixed on the body. He panicked, not knowing who this guy was or if he was dead. Hueon put the whip inside her clothes, and the strange energy emerging from the man's body caught her attention. She began to observe in silence with a curious expression. Within seconds, the man lost his life, and she revealed that this guy had bitten poison to kill himself, surely because he had something he wanted to hide. Not far from them, someone sensed the presence of the intruders and started shouting to alert the guards. Hueon turned around and decided to organize a pursuit team and begin the hunt. Our boy started sweating. He was somewhat surprised by her attitude. Hueon asked him to follow her along with Gu Pi, the leader of the Venom Blood unit. It was nighttime, and the forest was illuminated by torches. Soryong, Pi, and several other members of the clan were chasing after the intruders through the forest. Pi, who was at the front, knew they couldn't have gone far. With a determined expression, he made it clear that they must capture them at all costs. The others did not seem tired, but Soryong was. He began to sweat and focused on using his 2-cylinder engine. By doing this, he forcefully stomped the ground, breaking it into pieces. His body sank into the ground, and he started screaming like a madman. Because of this, small centipedes came out of his clothes. He turned around and with a confused expression asked if he was okay. Soryong created a large hole in the ground. Pi and the others stopped chasing the intruders and approached the hole to help Soryong. Thanks to their help, he got out of the hole and thanked them since he thought he was done for. He turned his head back and something caught his attention. Beneath him there were a bunch of green snakes, staring at him intently. Soryong couldn't help but start sweating and feeling fear, realizing it was a snake nest. He began observing the snakes and explained that snakes often gathered where the yin kai was strong, particularly during this season. They were unusually aggressive, so he asked Soryong to stay alert. Soryong couldn't help but sweat in fear. One of the snakes opened its mouth, ready to attack. For him, this was strange since tiger-striped water snakes typically weren't so hostile. The sky was filled with black clouds. Soryong admitted it was his fault they had been delayed. He knew it was going to rain, so he suggested moving quickly. T and the other man turned around, thinking he was right. They started running again since they couldn't lose sight of the intruders. Not far from them, a light could be seen. P turned to Soryong, mentioning that they had found them. The masked men were furious. They were in a dead-end alley. Behind there was a rocky mountain. And while the sky was thundering, P and the others arrived, surrounding them. P and the others put their hands inside their clothes, announcing that this was where the escape ended. Soryong remained silent, while on the other side, one of the men's gaze fixed on the intruders, giving the order to the others, tighten the encirclement. The members of Unit Venom Blood drew their kunais, and upon seeing this, the masked men also unsheathed their weapons. Unit Venom Blood began advancing toward them, ready to attack. While the man wielding a sword was moving toward them, two men threw kunais, but one of the ninjas deflected them using his dagger. The man attacked with force and his sword and the ninjas' daggers clashed against each other. They were furious to see how strong this guy was. One of the ninjas moved quickly and gave a strong kick to the man's face, making him drop his weapon. They ordered him to get out of their way. Seeing this, the member of the Venom Blood unit couldn't help but panic. While the ninjas were distracted, something started approaching them at great speed. It was P. He tried to attack by surprise, but the ninja crouched quickly, dodging the attack. P began to observe in silence. The ninja took small jumps to retreat, but P used his skill called Triple Mirage Kill and threw his kunai towards the ninja. The kunai started flying towards the ninja and then exploded only to shoot into 3 kunais. Upon seeing this, the ninja was speechless. Luckily, he blocked 2 of the daggers, but one of them stuck in his shoulder, causing him severe pain. He put his hand over the wound. P began to approach, calling him a lucky bastard. 2 of the ninjas had already fallen and only one remained standing, but he was injured. P and the others started walking toward him. This guy should consider himself fortunate that the rain had diluted the poison on P's kunai. P began staring at the ninja with a furious gaze, but then someone started laughing upon seeing so many pitiful insects gathered together. P and the others stopped in their tracks, somewhat confused. P went on alert and with a serious gaze asked who they were. At that moment, someone descended from the top of the rocky mountain, landing in front of the ninja, shattering the ground into pieces. He was an old man with a beard, with an evil smile. He began to observe Soryong and the others with a murderous gaze. Upon feeling his energy, P couldn't help but go on alert, revealing that he was a martial arts master, giving the order to his men to step back. The old man's body began to emit a malignant energy. He stood up and with a smile started walking towards them. He asked the ninja if they had recovered it. In response, the ninja closed his eyes and took out the book he was hiding under his clothes, explaining that it was not the original but a copy recorded by the Tang clan. This caught Soryong's attention, leaving him somewhat surprised. His eyes widened when he remembered that the great patriarch had told him that the book was something only bad people looked at. His attention fixed on the book, and it didn't take long for him to realize that this was a copy of the bad book his grandfather was reading last time. They had tied up one of the ninja's bodies. Soryong, who was sitting next to him, revealed to P that the book was a copy of Blood Hand Poison Art's secret manual, leaving him somewhat surprised. His eyes filled with rage, causing him to clench his teeth tightly. The ninja handed the book to the old man, who opened it and began reading it with a sinister smile. P clenched his fist out of anger, not knowing what kind of people would dare to covet something so sinister. He wanted the old man to reveal his identity. With a smile, the old man began flipping through page by page. It was just as he had suspected. Since it was a copy, the book contained the forms of the techniques but lacked the critical formulas. Even so, it was more than enough. After reading it, he closed the book. Although it was a bit premature, there was no better way to announce their return. He gave permission to the ninja called Bloody Glory to unleash the martial arts of cultivation, giving him the order not to leave anyone alive. Bloody Glory cracked his fingers and with a gaze full of determination, promised to fulfill the order. Next to him was the corpse of one of his companions. He extended his hand toward it and concentrated. A red energy began to emerge from his hand, and not long after, blood shot out from the corpse toward his hand. P's eyes widened in fear upon realizing what technique this guy was using. While on the other side, Soryong put his hands on his head. He couldn't believe he had just seen something so terrifying. The ninja's eyes began to glow, and with a smile, he started absorbing the blood from the corpse through his hand. In the blink of an eye, the kunai that was lodged in his shoulder fell to the ground, and his wound healed completely. The old man began to smile like a madman. He summoned a ball of energy in his hand, and with an evil gaze revealed that he was none other than an elder of the blood cult, the Blood Hawk Dagger Claw named Lord Guchenak. Soryong clenched his teeth and drew his kunai. Guchenak's attention fixed on him, realizing that he was in good shape. Drool began to emerge from his mouth. He licked his lips and his eyes started to shine as it had been a while since he had tasted the pure blood of the young. It started to rain even harder. Guchenak put the book inside his clothes and with a smile gave Hyoleong the order to capture them, as there was nothing better to recover than the pure blood of a young person. The ninja nodded his head, and then the two began to rush towards Soryong and the others. He drew his kunais and couldn't help but go on alert. With an expression full of determination, he commanded his men to unleash the 5-position annihilation formation since they could not allow them to reach Soryong. Guchenak jumped, and while his body was emitting a suffocating energy, he started laughing like a madman, asking P to try to stop him. Everyone's attention focused on him, putting them on alert. Using his power, Guchenak unleashed a powerful attack, creating a great explosion in the area that shattered the ground into pieces. He knew this was bad, so he asked Soryong to be careful. The rocks were flung out, but Soryong put his arms in front of his face to avoid being hit. Just then, the ninja appeared behind Soryong and grabbed him by the neck with a piercing gaze. He began to choke Soryong using a rear naked choke, and while his eyes were glowing, he asked him to stay still since the elder wanted to take his pure blood. Little by little, Soryong started running out of air, causing his face to turn blue. But with his remaining strength, he gave the order to his children to bite. The small centipedes emerged and attacked the ninja, biting him on the wrists and neck, forcing him to release Soryong. The small centipedes were biting with all their might. They were adorable. Seeing that they were centipedes, the ninja couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. While the ninja was trying to understand the situation, someone threw a kunai which lodged in his head, leaving Soryong somewhat confused. The small centipedes returned with Soryong and the ninja's body began to burn in flames. He put his hands in front of his face and closed his eyes without knowing what was happening. Someone called out to Soryong. He turned around and his eyes widened with happiness. It was Huiyan, the elder of the clan, and Wolfgang. She had been the one who had thrown the kunai. She became serious, and Wolfgang clenched his teeth as something caught their attention. P and the others were using the 5 poison annihilation formation, so they didn't know what was happening. P's men began attacking Guchenak, who grabbed one of them by the neck and with a smile started releasing malignant energy. He turned toward them and with a nervous gaze revealed that they were being attacked by an elder from the blood cult. This made Huiyan's eyes widen in surprise and fear. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. She panicked, started running towards them and gave the order to everyone to assist Deputy Leader Gu P. Wolfgang began to follow her and nodded his head. With a serious gaze, he gave the order to everyone to transform the 5 poison annihilation formation into the 9 poison formation annihilation. Guchenak defeated one of the clan members and threw his body to the ground. But just then, P and the others surrounded him, adopting the 9 poison formation annihilation. A smile appeared on Guchenak's face when he realized that Soryong had been the one who had defeated Takanyong's blood hand poison claw. His eyes began to shine with malice, and he mocked Takanyong, saying that blood hand poison claw was just an overrated name since, after all, he had been bitten to death by none other than centipedes. Wolfgang, annoyed by the old man's attitude, gave the order to shut his mouth, revealing that he was going to be buried here. Upon hearing this, an exciting smile appeared on Guchenak's face. He went crazy, and while his body was emitting a powerful evil energy, he mocked Wolfgang and the others, telling them to try it if they had guts. The battle began, and under the intense rain, fire started to emerge. One of the clan members was injured. Soryong began to bandage his arm wound, causing him to writhe in pain, but he asked him to please hold on a little longer. Soryong bandaged the wound. He was somewhat worried since things were not going well as their side was becoming increasingly exhausted. Guchenak grabbed one of the clan members by the neck and with a smile began to use his power and absorb his blood. While P and the others grew weaker than before, this bastard from the blood cult became more energetic again as soon as he absorbed blood to recover. Guchenak attacked Huiyan, causing her body to crash against the tree. Soryong, who was bandaging the wound, couldn't help but go on alert. She fell to the ground, clenched her teeth, and began writhing in pain. Soryong, showing concern, turned around and asked if she was okay. He approached her and, worried about his future wife, placed his hands on her shoulders and asked if she was hurt anywhere. She lied saying she was fine, but then spat blood. She grabbed Soryong's hand, making him curious. With an exhausted look, she asked her future husband to please return to the clan and bring reinforcements, revealing that at this moment, they were not enough to defeat Guchenak. Soryong couldn't help but grit his teeth and feel furious knowing that she was right. Guchenak attacked again, absorbing the blood of another clan member, forcing P and the others to retreat. It was evident that Soryong could do nothing in this battle. Wolfgang, visibly nervous, asked Soryong to return and bring reinforcements for the sake of the clan. The elder promised to somehow hold back Guchenak, urging him to hurry. Soryong observed them silently for a moment and, with a desperate look, agreed, promising to return as soon as possible. He explained that his mobility arts were deficient, so he wasn't very sure if he would be able to do it. But just before he could finish the sentence, Huiyan gave him a hug with tears in her eyes and, with a kind smile, said she trusted that Soryong could do it since he had been training hard all this time. She promised that next time they would go looking for poisonous creatures together again, leaving Soryong surprised. Huiyan rested her hands on his shoulders and asked him to please go back and bring reinforcements from the clan. Then she ran out to support the others. Soryong stayed thinking in silence. With a sad gaze, he decided to return since this was driving him crazy. He started running back to the clan under the intense rain. He was panting heavily, and each step became heavier than the last. Soryong collapsed on the ground, causing centipedes to emerge from his clothes. The small creatures began encouraging him not to give up. He composed himself and began to stroke one of the centipedes. It was strange since even if he used his mobility art at full speed, it would take him almost half a day, not to mention that most of the clan's experts were also absent. Even if he called for reinforcements, they wouldn't arrive in time. It started raining even more intensely. Soryong began to observe silently and started pondering. A question came to his mind. He didn't know why they had sent him to seek help, realizing that they wanted to save at least him. He couldn't help but clench his fist as he thought the reason was because he was the youngest, weak, and needed protection, questioning whether this was what chivalry truly meant for martial artists. He remembered the kind smile of the patriarch when he mentioned that now Soryong was also part of the family. The word family began to resonate in his head. He had never seriously thought about this, thinking that he still wasn't a member of the Tang clan family from Sichuan. The exciting memories he had lived with them and the image of Huiyan and the others smiling and extending their hand appeared in his mind. Everyone thought that he was already part of the family. He couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed and didn't take their hand since he was the only one who thought that he wasn't part of the family yet. Soryong began to smile, and then he caressed one of his centipedes, realizing that they were too warm-hearted to be a clan of assassins. He stood up, and his eyes began to shine with determination, as it was time to save Mom. The centipedes made an adorable sound, indicating that they were happy. Soryong started running. He was determined to save them. He had to think of some way. The members of the blood cult could recover energy. The forest was full of poisonous creatures like snakes and frogs and poisonous plants. Soryong continued running until he stopped. In front of him there was a nest of snakes. He began to observe in silence, devising a plan. The nest of snakes was full of venomous snakes with piercing gazes. Upon feeling the presence of the creatures, one of the centipedes began to stir and become furious. Caressing the centipede, with a smile, Soryong asked it not to worry since he was going to be fine. He took the centipedes out of his clothes and left them on the ground. One of them was sleeping and the other two were crying. Without wasting time, Soryong left the centipedes behind and started running towards the snake's nest. And without hesitating for a second, he jumped inside, making the snake's attention focus on him. A confident smile appeared on his face. He was Spicy Fabry and had to resolve this matter in his own way. The blood-stained snakes were commonly called flower snake. They looked very cute, but they were undoubtedly venomous vipers. Soryong descended into the snake's nest, and within seconds, dozens of venomous snakes began to coil around his body, biting his hands and legs. Unlike venomous snakes that had hook-shaped fangs at the front of their mouths, these snakes had small venomous fangs in the molar area, which made injecting venom difficult. However, in terms of toxicity, they were the most poisonous terrestrial snakes in East Asia. Soryong began to sweat and with a smile asked the snakes to bite him harder. A snake bit him on the hand. His attention was fixed on it, and he clenched his teeth due to the pain. It was evident that these snakes had a stronger venom than the black mamba, but the technique for controlling internal energy of the Tang clan would help him resist the poison, so he was going to be fine for now. The little centipedes, somewhat worried about their father, peeked out and began to call for his attention. Soryong asked them not to worry and told them to stay calm since he would soon leave the snake's nest. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise as something caught his attention. His hand and arm were full of snake bites. Seeing this, he thought that this should be enough. He turned his head and with a calm expression decided to leave this place, but then he could not move, causing his eyes to widen in confusion. Once Soryong looked down, he saw that the snakes had coiled around his legs. He was in shock as he did not expect this to happen. He could not help but clench his teeth and panic since this was not part of the plan. But to his surprise, the small centipedes descended into the nest of snakes, landing on his head and shoulders, leaving him somewhat surprised. It was adorable. One of the small centipedes became enraged and began to roar. Soryong started to observe it and his eyes filled with confusion. One of the snakes began to stare at the centipede and started to hiss. This made the small centipede even angrier, who little by little began to lose patience. The small creature got down from Soryong's head, bit the snake, and with a furious gaze, slammed its body forcefully against the ground, leaving Soryong in shock. The little centipede bit another snake and started to fight. Soryong's attention was fixed on it. He was somewhat confused without knowing what was happening. In an instant, the little centipede defeated the snake and its eyes began to shine with joy and it began to smile. Soryong could not help but thank it for scaring away the other snakes. Soryong crouched down and realized that they were worried about him. He began to caress the centipede's head and could not help but smile. The little centipede climbed onto Soryong's head and fell asleep. With a smile, he decided it was time to go to Mom. Back in the battle, Huiyan was somewhat exhausted, but her eyes were shining with determination. Many of the clan members had already fallen, and while several were surrounding Gu Chenak, he grabbed another by the neck and using his power, absorbed his blood, recovering energy. Huiyan knew better than anyone that at this rate everyone was going to die. Foam began to come out of the man's mouth. Gu Chenak tightly grabbed his neck and began to absorb his blood. His eyes started to shine, and with a wicked smile, he mentioned that this was very easy. He was exhausted and sweating. He couldn't help but clench his teeth. Gu Chenak mocked them, asking if there was no one left who could stand against him. Huan drew her whip. Instead of thinking about fleeing, she wanted to keep fighting and hoped that Soryong had escaped safe and sound. She stood firm and gave the order to everyone not to lose sight of Gu Chenak and to keep as much distance as possible. The rain was going to stop, so she asked them to send another signal to the nearby warriors. One of the men nodded, and Gu Chenak couldn't help but smile. One of the elders stepped forward and, with a sincere gaze, asked Huan to retreat with Soryong. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise, and without hesitating for even a second, she refused. The men of the clan began to argue since there was no way that a direct descendant of the Tang clan could leave alone, abandoning the members of her clan while they fought. If they couldn't save her, they wouldn't be able to face the patriarch. Gu Chenak crossed his arms and remained silent. They asked Huan to leave quickly, but she refused since she was not going to leave the clan behind. This made Gu Chenak gradually start losing patience. He interrupted the conversation and said that it was enough. He began to observe Huan and the elder and made it clear that if his toys escaped, he would end up bored. He couldn't help but show an evil smile. He put his hand on his chin and revealed that if Huan fled, he would turn the Tang clan into a hell since, to announce the return of the blood cult, it was necessary to give a great greeting. The elder couldn't help but clench his teeth upon realizing that this bastard had no intention of letting any of them go. Upon hearing this, Huan drew her whip. With a determined gaze, she swore to take at least one of Gu Chenak's arms even if in the process everyone died. The others nodded their heads, her gaze fixed on Gu Chenak, and he couldn't help but smile. But just then, someone appeared behind them and mentioned that it was just as she had said. Someone from the clan never leaves the other members behind. This caught everyone's attention. Huan's jaw dropped and her eyes widened in surprise. It was Soryong. With a confident smile, he began to walk towards them. The elder was speechless, and Huan felt somewhat worried without knowing why Soryong had returned. Soryong began to remove the small centipedes from his body, closed his eyes, and asked them to wait here, then reiterated that the Tang clan never surrendered nor left its members behind. Then he took off his shirt, and his eyes began to shine with determination, making it clear that he too was a member of the Tang clan. He drew his kunais and began to charge against Gu Chenak. Seeing this, an excited smile appeared on his face. Huan couldn't help but feel somewhat worried and asked Soryong not to do it. Gu Chenak prepared to attack. He had spared his life, and now Soryong had returned by his own means. According to him, Soryong was an idiot. Soryong lunged at him, ready to attack. Huan was in shock as, without much effort, Gu Chenak grabbed Soryong by the neck. His eyes began to shine with joy. He extended his hand and began to smile upon seeing that Soryong was willing to give him his blood. He placed his hand on Soryong's abdomen and decided to taste his blood, making him clench his teeth. But Soryong reacted in time and blocked the attack with his arm. Using his power, Gu Chenak began to absorb his blood. With an evil grin, Gu Chenak called Soryong an idiot, explaining that blood also flowed through the arms. He began to absorb Soryong's blood through his arm, causing him terrible pain. Seeing this, Huan and P panicked. She couldn't help but feel fear, and showing concern, she gave the order for everyone to help Soryong. While Gu Chenak was slowly absorbing Soryong's blood, P and Huan started running toward them. Gu Chenak began to feel pleasure since it had been a long time since he had tasted the essence of a young man's blood. Just before P and the others could approach him, he forcefully stepped on the ground, released Soryong's body, and used the technique called blood-filled wave, destroying the ground and repelling everyone. P and the others were sent flying backward and crashed into the ground. Luckily, Huan reacted in time and caught Soryong. Gu Chenak, who had become more powerful, began to smile. They had been very annoying, throwing hidden weapons like flies, but thanks to Soryong, he was able to take care of them all at once. Soryong fainted. Huan approached and, with a desperate expression, tried to wake him up. As a form of gratitude, Gu Chenak decided to grant Soryong a painless death. She hugged Soryong, saying that was not going to happen. Just then, he coughed and slowly began to wake up, catching Huan's attention. Drool started coming out of Gu Chenak's mouth, and he demanded to know what Soryong had done. His hair began to fall like leaves, and little by little he began to grow old. With a gaze full of fear, he soon realized that this was the effect of an energy-dissipating poison. Little by little, he began to lose strength, and his body started to tremble. For him, this was impossible since the internal energy techniques of the cult should be resistant to the energy-dissipating poison. He put his hands on his face and went crazy because this made no sense. He wanted to know who the hell Soryong was. With a smile, he began to sit down and, pointing with his finger, revealed that he was his natural enemy. Huan couldn't help but feel relieved to see that Soryong was fine. Little by little, the poison began to take more effect, and Gu Chenak could not help but tremble with fear. He could not believe that he had been defeated by a mere child. Soryong began to run out of energy, and with his last strength, he started looking at Huion and, with a tired gaze, revealed something to her. This made Huion's eyes widen in surprise, leaving her in shock. Gu Chenak's gaze fixed on Soryong, and his eyes began to shine with rage. He could not help but clench his teeth and sweat since he did not know what Soryong had done to his body. He panicked since ever since he had let Soryong's blood flow through his body, the blood no longer obeyed his will. He took a step forward, revealing that the blood cult's domination was just within his reach. He went mad and started running towards Soryong, swearing that he could not collapse here. He lost his composure, opened his mouth, and lunged at Soryong, intending to kill him. Upon seeing this, Huion drew her whip, clenched her teeth, and went on alert knowing that this was not good. Just before Gu Chenak could approach, she swung her whip forcefully, which wrapped around his neck, causing him terrible pain. Her eyes widened in surprise, leaving her speechless. She could not believe that her attack had landed. Gu Chenak grabbed the whip with both hands and began to exert force to free himself. A ghostly monster of a dark martial artist like him had not been able to dodge her attack. Gu Chenak's eyes began to shine, and drool started to emerge from his mouth. He was furious without knowing what Soryong had done to his blood art. Even if he crushed his bones and drank them, it would not be enough for him to recover. He exploded with rage and started running like a madman towards Soryong, swearing to kill them all, revealing that the blood cult had returned. Huion's eyes widened with concern. She gripped the whip tightly and with a furious expression asked the old man to shut up and die. Just before Gu Chenak could take another step, she tore off his head using the whip. His head shot out and fell near P. His attention fixed on it, and his eyes filled with confusion, and then a joyful smile appeared on his face upon seeing that they had won. Gu Chenak lost his life. The elder of the clan started running towards Soryong and Huion to see if they were okay. The members of the clan began to celebrate since the lady had torn off the head of the elder of the blood cult. With a confused and surprised gaze, she asked Soryong what had happened and how he had managed to weaken Gu Chenak. Soryong caught her attention by calling her big sis. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but blush and feel embarrassed. Our boy started sweating and dark circles appeared. But even so, he did not stop smiling and said he needed to be bitten by a tiger-striped water snake to treat the poison. Seeing Soryong's condition, Huion panicked and was confused since she did not know what was happening. Soryong's face turned pale. Huion remembered that the tiger-striped water snakes had no venom. She ordered the clan members to bring an antidote. A few hours later, drooling, Soryong woke up in bed, and his eyes widened in surprise as he did not know where he was. Upon seeing that he had awakened, the attention of the great patriarch was fixed on him. He advised him not to move yet. Huion was also present in the room. With a surprised expression, she noticed that he could not move. Soryong was face down and stiff on the bed, his eyes filled with confusion, and he asked what this situation was. The great patriarch used his power and concentrated his energy on his back. Huion could not help but feel somewhat relieved to see that he had regained consciousness. The great patriarch revealed that 10 days had already passed since Soryong had collapsed. This left our boy in shock. With a kind smile, Huion mentioned that thanks to him she had been able to cut off that bastard's head. And then, they took Soryong's collapsed body back to the clan. And the poisoning was so severe that if Grandpa hadn't returned early, it would have been a disaster. Soryong swallowed saliva and his eyes filled with fear as he remembered how he had been bitten by a snake in his past life. He almost died twice from snake bites. A while later, the great patriarch finished the treatment, and now that Soryong had regained consciousness, he was going to be fine. He sat up with Huion's help and with a grateful gaze thanked him from the bottom of his heart. The great patriarch began to stare at Soryong and decided that it was time to talk about an important matter. He grabbed Soryong by the shoulders and with a curious gaze asked if the tiger-striped water snake really had venom and how he defeated the elder of the blood cult. Huion panicked and asked her grandfather to calm down. Little by little, our boy began to feel dizzy and decided to explain. With his hand on his head, he showed 2 fingers and with a calm gaze explained that the tiger-striped water snake was venomous and it had 2 types of venoms. One was inside of its mouth and the other came from the venom glands in the back part of its neck. Huion and the great patriarch sat next to Soryong's bed and became curious since this was something they did not know. Calmly, Soryong mentioned that it was because these snakes were shy and usually fled when they saw humans. And also their fangs were very small. In fact, it was not until the 1980s that people realized that tiger-striped snakes had venom. The great patriarch was clever and it did not take him long to realize that the dissipation of the internal energy of the elder of the blood cult had something to do with this. But then he remembered that the blood cult was known for being immune to poisons like dispersing toxins. Soryong turned to him and explained that this was only a hypothesis, but he believed that the dissipation of internal energy of the elder was due to the poison of the tiger-striped water snakes. The main component of the venom of the tiger snake was hemotoxin, a hemorrhagic toxin. Hemorrhagic toxins could destroy various structures within the body, including cell walls of red blood cells, inner lining of blood vessels, and other tissue cells. Now, what would happen if they fed the blood cultists hemorrhagic toxins, who were like vampires that depend on blood for their martial arts? Soryong's plan had worked perfectly. He put his hand under his chin and with an uncertain gaze mentioned that the blood, which served as the source of their martial arts, had probably been altered, leading to this result. It is not widely known that tiger-striped water snakes were venomous, but their venom was 5 times stronger than that of a viper, and if their venom was amplified with yin-kin, it became a deadly weapon. The eyes of the great patriarch widened in surprise, making him sweat. He was in shock to see that such a powerful venomous creature existed near Sichuan. Huiyan began to look at our boy with admiration and, with a smile, praised him for having achieved such a feat. The grandfather closed his eyes and coughed, catching the couple's attention. He crossed his arms and, with a smile, mentioned that Huiyan had told him that the elder of the blood cult called Soryong Nemesis of Heaven, his natural enemy. Our boy felt embarrassed because said like that it sounded exaggerated, like a high school delusion. He covered his mouth with the blanket, looked away, and couldn't help but blush. Seeing this, Huiyan and her grandfather placed their hands on his shoulders, since he had been able to perfectly seal the elder's martial arts, then being called natural enemy fit. The great patriarch began to smile and thanked him for having protected his family. He clenched his fist and could not help but get angry without knowing how they had dared to attack his family while he was absent. He clenched his teeth and swore to uproot them once and for all. Soryong and Huiyan remained silent. With a serious gaze, he said that he agreed with the grandfather since they should completely crush the blood cult. Now that they knew their weakness, all that remained was to collect a large amount of venom from the tiger-striped water snakes. Soryong's eyes filled with rage at the thought of Guchenak and his subordinates. To him, they were nothing more than mosquitoes, and it was natural to strip them down to their souls. Since that day, and with the appearance of the blood cult, the Tang clan had been in a state of emergency. Many of the clan's warriors had been injured, and some had even died. Someone placed a message on the leg of a messenger pigeon. Miram's allied orthodox factions were gathering at the Tang clan to provide their assistance. It was the great patriarch. He released the messenger pigeon and mentioned that considering they had faced someone at the pinnacle of martial arts, casualties had been minimal. But thinking about the blood that was going to flow again in Miram entirely because of the blood cult filled him with deep concern. They were not only content with kidnapping people at random to drain their blood, but 30 years ago they also committed a massacre, thus becoming the sworn enemy of the Miram as a sect. This was a very serious matter. While Soryong was distracted, the great patriarch placed his hand on his shoulder and said that this time things were going to be a little different. Soryong snapped out of his trance and became curious. With a confident look, the great patriarch revealed that the reason was that this time the Sichuan Tang clan was the natural enemy of the blood cult. Soryong couldn't help but get angry and sweat, not knowing if his grandfather was saying this on purpose. The grandfather turned towards him and showed a smile, confirming his suspicions. He put his arms behind his back and explained that he had a request, asking if he was going to be able to do it. He became curious and replied yes, and if it was something related to the clan, then he was going to give his best. The great patriarch's eyes filled with seriousness when he revealed that soon people from the Miram alliance were going to arrive, and the military forces of the alliance would be among those who arrived. He had planned to show them the poison that Soryong had discovered since they had finally uncovered the weakness of the blood cult. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise. He clasped his hands as a form of respect and with a smile said that if it was for the greater good, then they should do it. Upon hearing this, the great patriarch couldn't help but smile, knowing that Soryong would say that. Just before Soryong could leave, he mentioned that he had some news that was going to make him very happy. Upon hearing this, our boy's eyes filled with curiosity, and he turned around wanting to know what it was. With a kind smile, the great patriarch explained that the modifications to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons were complete and that from now on, Soryong was officially going to be in charge of managing the hall. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but clench his fists and feel joyful. He began to imagine himself lying down and surrounded by poisonous creatures. This made his eyes widen with excitement. The great patriarch also mentioned that as he had suggested, they had also prepared a sunlit pavilion, since after all, to properly raise tiger-striped water snakes, a solid foundation was first needed. Soryong interlaced his hands and could not help but get even more excited. He had to think of it as if it were for the good of Miram and do his best effort. The messenger pigeon flew away. A few hours later, he arrived at the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, and his jaw dropped. It was beautiful, and there were 2 guards at the entrance. Soryong and Huiyan began walking toward the door. There was also a room called Toxic Creature Garden. Huiyan's attention was fixed on it. she put her hand on her chest and entered into confusion. Soryung crossed his arms and with a smile explained that it meant a backyard where all the poisonous creatures of the Central Plains gather. She became nervous and asked if he intended to gather all the poisonous creatures. With a confident look, he replied that yes, since as he had promised her someday he was going to gather the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains. This made Huion blush like a tomato. She put her hand over her mouth and looked away. Without wasting time, she ran off with the excuse that she wanted to see why people were gathered. Soryung couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Just then, a member of the clan was pleased to see that they had arrived. It was Gupi. He put his hands on his waist, and with a smile revealed that he was now commander of the Poison Division. Soryung's eyes filled with confusion, while on the other side, Huion remained still. With a kind smile, Gupi explained that it was a newly established unit under the Patriarch's orders. Behind him were several clan members. Gupi turned to them and revealed that from now on, these people were going to serve Soryung as his hands and feet. Whether it was to find poisonous creatures or raise them, he could count on them. Upon seeing this, drool began to fall from Soryung's mouth, while on the other side, Huion could not help but feel envy. The eyes of our boy began to shine with joy upon thinking that this was like having staff from a pet store, realizing that they were truly giving him all their support. This was a moment in which Soryung's dream took one more step toward reality. The messenger pigeon reached its destination. A woman with black hair received the message, and after reading it carefully, she noticed that the blood cult had returned. She began to gaze at the sky, knowing that in the once peaceful Central Plains, a bloody storm was about to break out once again. The next day, early in the morning, Jiuchu and his men set off towards the Tang clan. One of the elders turned around and with a smile mentioned that they would soon arrive and assumed that they would finally have to stay at the Tang clan mansion that night. A smile spread across Jiuchu's face. He couldn't help but feel happy as it was a relief to escape sleeping outdoors. He began to imagine the leader of the Muram Alliance, the Emperor of the Fist, Ju Young-hak, with his fist clenched and his eyes shining with rage. With a nervous expression, Jiuchu realized that he had to bring at least one good piece of news. He was eager to find even a small trace of the blood cult. After several minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the Tang clan, which was being guarded by 2 armed guards. The elder could not help but feel joyful upon seeing that the Tang clan mansion was in sight. The attention of one of the guards fixed on them, and his eyes widened in surprise. He assumed that they must be the guests from the Muram Alliance. Jiuchu stepped forward, closed his fan, and with a calm gaze introduced himself as the military advisor of the Muram Alliance. One of the guards opened the door, and the other greeted them as a sign of respect and thanked them for their valuable visit, asking them to please wait a moment. The eyes of the guard expanded with nervousness. He looked to one side and explained that there were some things they had to be aware of before entering the Tang clan mansion. Upon hearing this, Jiuchu's eyes widened in confusion, making him curious, while on the other hand, the elder asked if they had to surrender their weapons before entering. The guard began to touch his chin with his finger and with an embarrassed expression mentioned that this might sound embarrassing, but explained that no matter how small or insignificant a creature might seem, they should never take a life within the Tang clan. Jiuchu began to imagine a golden statue of a Buddha and with a surprised expression wondered if the entire Tang clan had converted to Buddhism. The guard became nervous and explained that they would find out when they entered the Tang clan, but he asked them to keep this in mind. Upon hearing this, Jiuchu and the leader became serious. Just then someone appeared and felt happy to see that the military advisor had arrived. Seeing this, Jiuchu's eyes widened in surprise, making a smile appear on his face. They were Huion and Soryong. Both bowed their heads before him and greeted him as a form of respect. Jiuchu also bowed his head to them and greeted them back, mentioning that it had been some time since he had seen Huion. She placed her hands over her abdomen and mentioned that it had been exactly 1 year since the last time they had seen each other. With a smile, Jiuchu asked where the Myriad Poison's divine sovereign was. Huion closed her eyes and replied that her grandfather had gone to search for traces of the blood cult, asking that he please forgive her for the inconvenience. Jiuchu's attention fixed on her, and with a serene expression, he asked how it could be an inconvenience to be received by one of the 3 flowers of Muram. His eyes widened with curiosity, and his attention fixed on Soryong. He asked who this young warrior was. With a kind smile, our boy said that it was an honor for him to meet the military advisor. He greeted them again and introduced himself as Y Soryong. Upon hearing this, Jiuchu and the elders' attention focused on him. They were confused to see that he was not from the Tang clan. Huion placed her hand over her chest, looked away, and with a nervous expression revealed that Soryong was her fiancé. This revelation left Jiuchu and the elder in shock. The men who had come with them started losing their minds and feeling jealous upon seeing that one of Muram's 3 flowers had a lover. They clenched their fists, and their eyes filled with tears. For them, this world was unfair, and they did not know where Soryong had come from. Envy also became evident in Jiuchu's eyes. He opened the fan, and while gazing at the ground, he asked if they could guide them inside. He knew that at this rate, it was possible that the whole group would request a sparring match with Soryong. Just then, a strange sound spread through the air. The eyes of Jung Hoo and the elder filled with confusion and curiosity since they did not know where that strange sound was coming from. The men's jaws dropped, they began to look at the sky, and with a surprised expression, they caught everyone's attention, revealing that there was something in the sky. The sound came from the golden-haired king bees, which were flying around the area. Everyone's attention was fixed on them. They were in shock upon seeing that there were such poisonous creatures as these bees in the Tang clan. The men stood in front of Huiyan and the others drew their swords and asked everyone else to be careful. They were ready to protect Huiyan. Seeing this, Soryong couldn't help but panic and, with a serious gaze, asked them to put away their weapons. His eyes widened in fear. He placed his hand on the man's shoulder and decided to explain the new regulations of the Tang clan. But the man became angry, pushed our boy's hand away, and with a furious gaze asked him to step aside, revealing that the golden-haired king bees were very dangerous creatures capable of killing an ordinary person with ease. Soryong tried to explain himself, but little by little the men began to crush his body. He could no longer contain his rage, pushed the men away, and with a furious gaze revealed that he was raising the golden-haired king bees, asking everyone to calm down. The man couldn't help but go into shock and swallowed hard upon seeing that Soryong was raising such poisonous creatures. One of the bees landed on Soryong's head as a form of love, and upon seeing this, Jung Hoo and the others were scared shitless and backed away. With a smile, Soryong began to play with the bees and knew that they had missed him since it had been some time since they last saw each other. Huiyan's eyes widened with joy, and she began to show a smile. The gaze of the bees fixed on Jung Hoo and his men. Our boy began to caress one of the bees and with a kind smile asked them not to sting the guests. The man's jaw dropped. He began to sweat upon seeing that Soryong was treating the golden-haired king bees as if they were children. And then, the spirits of the young warriors instantly calmed down. After this incident, Jung Hoo and the elder accompanied Soryong and Huiyan inside. Jung Hoo's attention was fixed on Soryong. He would never have thought that the young warrior from Hainan Island was the fiancé of the poisonous flower. He was in shock to see that despite being an outsider, Soryong had managed to become the son-in-law of Clan Tang. As they were strolling, something caught Jung Hoo's attention. Not far from them, two men were sitting and arguing with each other. The black-haired man took out a small vase and, while pointing at it with his finger, with a furious gaze made it clear that a venomous scorpion would be more suitable for the Tang clan. The orange-haired boy took out a small chameleon and, with a gaze full of rage, asked what he was talking about and asked everyone to look at the shape of the chameleon's radiant crest. Jung Hoo's eyes widened in fear. He placed his hand on Soryong's shoulder and, while sweating, asked why all those warriors were taking care of insects and animals. Soryong came out of his trance and became curious. While the men were arguing, our boy explained that they were sentenced to the venomous creature companionship punishment. Jung Hoo started sweating and asked what they had done to deserve such punishment. Soryong put his hand under his chin and began to ponder. A few days ago, at night, the incident occurred. Soryong and Huiyan went to the training hall. Our boy started training. She got nervous and explained that he had to feel as if he were expelling his internal energy. Our boy concentrated, but it seemed like he was dancing instead of training. Just then, someone appeared and caught their attention, making them curious. It was Commander Gu and his men. They all closed their eyes and became nervous. With a sad gaze, Gu Pi apologized, explaining that this time more than half of the rat pups captured to feed the tiger-striped water snakes had died. Upon hearing this, Soryong turned towards them and his eyes filled with sadness. Huiyan was somewhat surprised as she did not know what was happening. Soryong crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and let out a sigh knowing that there was not much they could do about it since naturally rats were sensitive, and if things became too noisy, sometimes the mother would kill them. But Gu Pi revealed that the warriors had eaten the rats. Soryong's eyes filled with confusion. Gu Pi explained that they had eaten the rats as snacks while drinking alcohol. His eyes widened in shock. He was speechless upon seeing that the warriors had eaten the young ones as a side dish for alcohol. He was confused, not knowing what was happening. Huiyan crossed her arms, began to observe Gu Pi, and explained that 3 screeches was a dish where live baby rats were dipped in sauce and eaten. Gu Pi could not avoid feeling embarrassed. He lowered his head again before Soryong and apologized again. Soryong was paralyzed trying to understand the situation. Huiyan approached them and began scolding them. Gu Pi grabbed his ears and explained that some of the poison handlers were from Hainan, and they had said that it reminded them of their home. And one thing had led to another, causing this to happen. Soryong started staring at them with contempt and finally realized that the baby rats that had been captured to be used as food for the tiger-striped water snakes had been eaten by the warriors. He was furious and knew he had to do something so they would learn to value the creatures they raised. In this way, it was how the Tang clan of Sichuan established the venomous creature companionship punishment and a new set of rules. Back in the present, Soryang crossed his arms and his gaze fixed on them, explaining that each of the warriors was now responsible for raising a venomous creature. The warriors began to argue among themselves. Jug, who couldn't help but sweat, finally realizing why each one had a venomous creature. His eyes widened with curiosity and his gaze fixed on Soryang. To him, he was someone very interesting. Soryang began staring at the warriors with hatred and sighed, and Jug, who finally realized that he was not an ordinary person. At nightfall, the Great Patriarch arrived, and the three sat at a table to chat. With a serious expression, the Great Patriarch recounted everything that had happened. Jug, who closed his eyes and with a smile mentioned that Soryang must be the enigmatic young warrior whom the Patriarch of the Tang clan had met on Hainan Island. The Great Patriarch began to observe him and with a smile asked what he thought about the treasure of the Tang clan. Jug, who praised our boy, saying that calling him enigmatic did not do him justice, admitting that the golden-haired king bees were astonishing. Soryang could not help but feel nervous upon seeing that he was being praised. Jug, whose eyes began to shine with seriousness, for him, it was worrisome not to have found a single clue about the blood cult. With a smile, the Great Patriarch turned to Soryang and made it clear that they could not sit idly by and allow the influence of the blood cult to continue growing. Soryang's eyes widened with curiosity, and he turned toward him. The Great Patriarch asked our boy to bring that. This made Jug, whose eyes widened in confusion and curiosity. The Great Patriarch began to show a finger and, using his power, created a barrier around them. Then, he closed his eyes and with a smile explained that they could not risk any sound leaking out, so for this reason, he had invoked a Kai barrier. Our boy put his hand inside his clothes, and Jug, who began to observe the barrier, and his jaw dropped. With a confident smile, Soryang took out a small jar and placed it on the table. Jug, who grabbed the jar, began to observe it, and his mind filled with questions. He asked what kind of object required even a Kai barrier to maintain secrecy. With a confident gaze, the Great Patriarch replied that it was a poison that dissipated internal energy. Jug, who argued that the internal energy dissipating poison was quite common and hardly seemed like something that required a Kai barrier. Soryang and the Great Patriarch looked at each other and nodded with a smile. He revealed that this particular poison, which could dissipate internal energy, only affected members of the blood cult. Jug, whose attention fixed on the poison, and his eyes widened in surprise. He panicked, slammed his hand against the table, and asked if this was true. The Great Patriarch closed his eyes and, with a confident expression, explained that although it was hard to believe, it was true. With a gaze full of hatred, Jug, who began to imagine the members of the blood cult, thinking that this was a truly incredible discovery, revealing that the reason they had fought so hard during the blood cult rebellion 30 years ago had been because they had used internal energy dissipating poison against them. The Great Patriarch began to recall the blood cult rebellion and confirm Jug, whose suspicions by explaining that when martial artists like them were poisoned, their internal energy dispersed, leaving them powerless, but the members of the blood cult remained completely intact. With a serious gaze, Jug, who asked what the potency of this version of the poison was. The Great Patriarch's eyes began to shine with confidence and he responded that according to Huian, the poison was capable of reducing their physical abilities to the level of an ordinary person, revealing that she had defeated a blood cult elder who had been poisoned with a single blow. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Jug, whose face and his eyes began to shine with joy, realizing that this had the same effect as the internal energy dissipating poison from the past. He greeted the Great Patriarch as a form of respect and thanked him since with a gift like this, even the leader of the alliance could breathe more easily. He turned to Soryang and mentioned that if Jug, who wished to express gratitude, he should direct it to Soryang since he was the one who had made this discovery. He explained that Soryang had poisoned himself with the poison to lure the elder of the blood cult into absorbing his blood, and because of this, he had been on the brink of life and death for about 10 days. Jug, whose eyes widened with admiration, thinking that he had great wisdom and bravery, sacrificing his own body. Our boy began to touch his neck and couldn't help but turn red. Jug, who placed his hand on Soryang's shoulder, causing a confused smile to appear on his face. With a grateful gaze, Jug, who said that if Soryang had any wish, he could ask him for it. Whatever it was, he would personally tell the leader of the alliance. Jug, who started to smile, waiting for an answer, our boy lowered his head and began to ponder. He started to touch his chin and with a nervous gaze, asked if it would be possible to obtain information about toxic creatures. Jug, who was confused to see that Soryang was interested in information about toxic creatures and not in martial manuals, elixirs, treasures of gold and silver. His eyes filled with confusion, and he couldn't help but sweat. Seeing this, the Great Patriarch began to laugh. Jug, who closed his eyes and realized that Soryang was unique since, even in Muram's long history, This was the first time he had seen such an eccentric person. He opened his eyes and, with a smile, explained that it might not be exactly the toxic creature he was looking for. He asked if our boy was interested in a mystical stone lizard. It was daytime, and somewhere on the island, there was a beautiful waterfall. Several men arrived at the area. The long-haired man turned around and told his uncle that they had arrived at the place. His uncle was none other than Jughu. They were on Mount Gongga in Sichuan. With a smile, the nephew mentioned that it was just as their ancestors had described. The waterfall, the turtle-shaped rock, and further in the distance, one could even see the summit of Mount Gongga. Jughu approached the water and touched it gently with his finger. He began to observe the water and, with a sincere expression, admitted that since this water came from the melting of perennial snow, it was freezing cold. He stood up and with a cheerful expression asked his men to stay here and his nephew Chen to stay close and follow him carefully. The men nodded their heads, and Chen's eyes widened with joy, making an excited smile appear on his face. Jughu gained momentum and jumped. Taking small jumps over the water, he began to move towards the waterfall. Chen did not fall behind, and imitating his movements, he started following him closely. A while later, they arrived at the waterfall. Jughu placed his hand on the stone and peeked out. His eyes began to shine with confidence as he remembered that beyond the turtle-shaped rock, if they climbed up the waterfall along the cliffside, there should be an entrance next to the fist-shaped rock. With a surprised expression, Chen mentioned that this matched perfectly with the records. Both looked at each other and with a smile, they nodded. They found an entrance, and Jughu decided to go first, asking Chen to follow him. Chen put his hands on his waist and couldn't help but get excited. They entered the cave, which had walls full of herbs. With a serious gaze, Jughu began to walk carefully, while on the other hand, Chen's jaw dropped as he had never seen a place like this. Using his hand, Jughu pushed aside the lianas and his eyes widened in surprise, leaving him speechless. They reached the heart of the cave, where there was a hole in the ceiling through which sunlight was illuminating everything. Jughu put his arms behind his back and mentioned that they had arrived. Chen's attention was fixed on the precious rocks. He would never have thought to see such an impressive view inside this cave. For him, this was mystical. This place was filled with herbs. Jughu's attention focused on them, realizing that this was the perfect environment for spiritual herbs to thrive. Chen was amazed to see how precious this cave was. Jughu's eyes widened in surprise, and his attention fixed on a flower-shaped herb. It was the century-old snow ginseng, a spiritual herb that had absorbed extreme yin energy. Chen approached the herb and mentioned that they needed to exchange this snow ginseng for the dark wool flower from the Namgung clan. Jughu began to observe the precious herb and nodded, explaining that with this, the severe meridians of the Namgung clan's daughter should also improve, and in turn, they would obtain the 200-year-old dark wool flower. Jughu approached the herb, closed his eyes, and decided that it was time to collect it. He began to extend his hand toward the herb, which was emitting a powerful aura. Just then, a whistle was heard, and this immediately made Jughu's expression change and his eyes widened in alert. Something that was hidden behind the rocks began to move quickly toward Jughu. He could not help but clench his teeth tightly, knowing that this was not good. The creature attacked with speed, but luckily, Jughu stood up and using the fan blocked the attack at the last second. Then the creatures started bouncing against the rocks. Chen panicked and asked if his uncle was okay. The creatures started bouncing against the rocks with speed. Jughu's eyes filled with fear. He panicked and asked his nephew to be careful since it was moving extremely fast. The creatures tried to attack Jughu from behind, but he reacted in time, turned around, and blocked the attack again. The tip of his fan froze. His gaze fixed on the fan. He could not help but feel somewhat confused upon seeing frozen Kai. Chen, somewhat worried, approached and asked what was happening and what creature was attacking. Jughu remained silent, and then with a serene gaze revealed that they were being attacked by a lizard. Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He could not believe that this was true. The blue-colored lizard emerged, ready to attack again. Jughu told this adventure to Soryong. Our boy's jaw dropped and his eyes widened in surprise, as it was extremely rare to find a blue lizard. The great patriarch could not help but smile, thinking that Soryong was a lover of poisonous creatures. With a serious expression, he mentioned that the lizards were not poisonous, and asked if he was sure that if it was safe. The mouth of our boy watered and his eyes began to shine with joy. With a smile he said that it was fine, revealing that the lizards had poisonous Kai in their eyes. The great patriarch was surprised, and despite having no idea what our boy was talking about, he praised him anyway. Jughu began to show a forced smile, realizing that Soryong was certainly an eccentric. It was night and the sky was beautiful. Jughu explained that if he received any new information about other toxic creatures, he would let Soryong know immediately. Soryong's eyes began to shine with joy, and he couldn't help but thank him from the bottom of his heart. The next day, the patriarch returned. He was very worried, and the first thing he did was enter the mansion to check if Soryong was okay. Soryong, Huang, Jughu, and the great patriarch were sitting and having a cup of tea. Seeing that the patriarch had arrived, everyone's attention turned to him, and our boy asked if there was any problem. Cheolson grabbed Soryong by the mouth and head and with a worried expression began to turn his head to see if he had any injuries and asked if he was okay. Huyen stood up, and upon seeing this, she couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Soryong was just as confused as she was and explained to the patriarch that he was fine. With a smile, he began to show all the snake bites he had on his arms and explained that although he had woken up after 10 days with scars on his arms, at least he was alive. The patriarch's eyes began to shine with rage, and smoke started to emerge from his nose. He was furious to see that the bastards of the blood cult had dared to harm Soryong. Just then, something caught his attention and his eyes filled with surprise. He turned to Huyen and with a furious and worried expression asked if she was okay. Seeing this, Huyen panicked and asked her father to calm down. With a confident smile, she admitted that she was fine, revealing that Soryong and the family members had saved her. The great patriarch coughed and with a smile caught everyone's attention, revealing that Soryong had done something incredible. He revealed that after knocking out the elder, Soryong said that he was his natural enemy. Our boy looked away and couldn't help but feel embarrassed, while on the other hand, a proud smile spread across the patriarch's face. Soryong joined his fingers and, while blushing, with a nervous expression explained that everything had gone well since his plan had worked. The great patriarch joined the conversation, revealing that thanks to that, they had discovered the weakness of the blood cult. Jughu, who was sitting at the table, raised his hand and with a kind smile caught the patriarch's attention by asking how he had been. Seeing that Jughu was also present, the patriarch shook his hand. Since Jughu had risen to a high position, they had not been communicating much, and now they had only met under these circumstances. With a smile, Jughu apologized, explaining that he had been very busy. Soryong and Huyen's attention was fixed on them, making a smile appear on their faces. She adjusted the strand of hair and mentioned that they were childhood friends. Our boy couldn't help but feel stressed, as this was very chaotic. Jughu asked the patriarch to take a seat since they had much to discuss, starting with the blood cult. The patriarch did not refuse but asked Soryong and Huyen to sit as well since they needed to discuss this in more detail. Soryong became nervous but nodded his head, while on the other hand, Huyen began to smile. Everyone sat at the table, and the patriarch asked how the progress of the search for the secret agent was going. Soryong's eyes filled with curiosity. He interrupted the conversation and asked which secret agent they were talking about. He didn't know if by secret agent they were referring to a spy or something similar. The patriarch rested his head on his fist, and his eyes expanded with joy. Then, he closed his eyes and, in a serious tone, asked if Soryong hadn't mentioned that the bastards from the blood cult had interrupted to steal the secret manual of Blood Hand Poison Claw. With a surprised and sincere gaze, our boy explained that for them it was extremely valuable. The patriarch opened his eyes and asked how our boy believed they had discovered that the Blood Hand Poison Claw manual was with the Tang clan of Sichuan. Soryong's eyes widened in fear. He couldn't help but clench his teeth and start sweating. Placing his hands on the table, he stood up and with a furious expression made it clear that this was a big problem since there could be someone inside the clan leaking information to the blood cult. Huyen and the patriarch's attention focused on our boy, leaving them somewhat surprised. The eyes of the patriarch and Jughu filled with confusion. He placed his hand on the patriarch's shoulder and with a smile asked him to educate his son-in-law a little since as a newcomer to the family, he was unaware of certain things. But even so, he was hearing some rather amusing stories. The patriarch began to stroke his mustache and could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. Soryong could not help but sweat upon realizing that he was the odd one out. With a kind smile, Huyen explained to her future fiancé that secret agents could never exist in the Tang clan. Soryong turned somewhat surprised and asked if this was true. With a calm gaze, the patriarch explained that even when selecting a simple servant, they conducted exhaustive background checks on all their direct relatives and even distant relatives. Then, if they considered them acceptable, they incorporated all their direct relatives into the clan. With a confident smile, he made it clear that all their children were raised within the Tang clan, so under such circumstances, no one would dare to betray them. Our boy couldn't help but go into shock upon seeing that they took such extreme measures. He began to sweat, and his eyes widened with curiosity, and then he asked who the secret agent was. Somewhere else, someone broke a teacup. A muscular man grabbed a woman tightly by the neck, making her clench her teeth. She tried to break free, but it was in vain. The man was Ju Yoonghak, and his eyes were full of rage. He began to strangle the woman, making her face turn pale. She was a servant of the Murim Alliance. Jughu showed a finger and, with a confident smile, made it clear that within the alliance, only 3 people had knowledge of this matter, and he was confident that by now, the leader of the alliance should have already captured her. It was daytime, and the sun was high in the sky. While the situation in the clan was stabilizing, an unexpected guest arrived at the gates of Tang Clan Manor. Upon seeing the guest, the guard couldn't help but tremble with fear. The guest mentioned that he had finally arrived, explaining that running all the way from Hebei to Chengdu without using mobility arts had been quite fun. He struck his fist against his chest and, with an excited smile, asked the guard to inform his patriarch that Peng Muwen, head of Clan Peng, had arrived. Someone shot an arrow into the air, and upon seeing it, Soryong and Huiyin started running towards the entrance of the clan. Everyone's attention was fixed on them. They were all somewhat surprised without knowing what was happening. With a curious expression, Soryong asked Huiyin if it would be okay for them to go out to welcome them. Huiyin turned around and, with a kind smile, explained that her father and the others were discussing something important. Her eyes began to shine with confidence, and with a nervous smile, she mentioned that as the son-in-law of the Tang clan, Soryong should have a little more confidence. Our boy couldn't help but get nervous. Soryong arrived at the doors of the manor and with a smile began to open the door, thinking that they must be guests from another clan. So there was no need to be scared, while on the other side, the guard was scared shitless. Upon opening the door, Soryong saw Peng Muwen and his men staring at him intently with a serious expression. This made our boy frightened. Peng Muwen's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He placed his hands on his waist and couldn't help but smile upon seeing Huiyin. She joined her fist with her palm and greeted the head of the Peng clan with respect. With a smile, Peng Muwen said that some time had passed. He had seen her when she was little and now she had grown so much that he could hardly recognize her. Huiyin closed her eyes and with a forced smile mentioned that that had been 5 years ago, realizing that indeed a lot of time had passed. Peng Muwen's eyes filled with seriousness and his attention focused on Soryong. He wanted to know who he was. Upon feeling the gaze of the head of the Peng clan, Soryong began to sweat like crazy. Huiyin started observing him and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With his face sweating, our boy greeted Peng Muwen, introducing himself as the son-in-law of the Tang clan. Why Soryong? Peng Muwen began to stare at our boy and while touching his chin, he began to ponder. He grabbed Soryong by the cheek and with a curious gaze asked if he was Huiyin's fiancé. Soryong panicked, not knowing what to do. Huiyin placed her hand near her mouth and nodded with a smile. This made Peng Muwen's eyes fill with seriousness. Soryong began to sweat and, with a nervous expression, looked away. Peng Muwen's attention was fixed on our boy. He put his hand under his chin and began to think with a curious gaze. Without wasting time, he touched our boy's private parts, which made Soryong turn as red as a tomato. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huiyin's jaw dropped and her eyes widened in surprise, leaving her in shock. With a smile, Peng Muwen explained that he was wondering if Soryong was too young, but down there he was a full-grown man. Soryong, who was panting heavily, began to observe Peng Muwen and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Our boy turned to Huiyin without knowing what was happening. Peng Muwen placed his hand on Soryong's head, gave a thumbs up, and with a confident smile made it clear that in a few years, Soryong was going to be incredible. Huiyin turned as red as a tomato, looked away, and put her hands over her face. She remembered that the people of the Peng clan really didn't like formalities or rigid etiquette, so for this reason, the head of the clan had his own way of evaluating. Peng Muwen placed his hand on Soryong's shoulder and began to smile. The attention of his men also focused on him, and their eyes widened in surprise, thinking that he was incredible. One of the men even put his hand on his chin, bent down, and began to curiously observe the intimate parts of our boy. Soryong's eyes filled with confusion. He looked away and felt somewhat depressed. But then he thought that this was their style. For him, it was expected to see one man recognizing another man. He greeted Peng Muwen, and while his eyes were shining with joy, he smiled and thanked the head of the Peng family for the compliments. Peng Muwen started laughing, thinking that Soryong was different from the useless brats of other noble clans. He hit our boy on the back and introduced himself as Peng Muwen, head of the Peng family. The slap was so strong that it hurt our boy a little. He welcomed everyone to the Tang clan, and while they were conversing, Huiyin began to observe them and couldn't help but start sweating. Huiyin caught Peng Muwen's attention by saying she had a doubt. He became curious, turned to her, and asked what doubt she had. Her eyes widened with curiosity. She thought they had come from distant Hebei just to help her family, asking how they had arrived so quickly. Peng Muwen's eyes widened with seriousness. In reality, they had not come to help, so he asked if the Tang clan had problems. With a surprised expression, he began to inspect Soryong's hair and asked if something had happened. Huiyin began to sweat. She was bewildered as she did not know the reason why Peng Muwen had come. Seeing her expression, Soryong was confused. A while later, they went to the family mansion and Peng Muwen was somewhat surprised to see that the blood cult had appeared. They sat at the table to drink tea and converse. With a calm expression, Huiyin informed them that they had already been eradicated. Peng Muwen, who had his head resting on his fist, began to observe her and let out a sigh. He was somewhat annoyed and thought that he should have come a little earlier. Jughu, who was sitting beside him, remained silent. With a smile, the patriarch asked what had brought him here. Peng Muin's eyes widened in surprise. He turned to the patriarch and explained that he had been distracted upon hearing Huiyan's story about the blood cult, revealing that he had actually come hoping to receive some help from the Tang clan. Huiyan and Soryong's attention focused on him. The patriarch's eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. He asked if Peng Muin could explain himself. He began to touch his head with his hand, closed his eyes, and then let out a sigh. He put his hand near his mouth, turned towards the door, and with a serious expression asked his men to bring her to greet her elders. Jug, who became somewhat curious, and his attention was fixed on him. Someone opened the door of the hall. It was one of Peng Muin's men whose eyes were shining. With a penetrating gaze, the man entered the hall. Huiyan put her hand near her mouth, and her jaw dropped. She realized that it was a kid. Soryong began to sweat, and his attention was fixed on the man. The man approached the table, put his hand behind his cape, and asked the young lady to come down and pay her respects to the elders of the Sichuan Tang clan. Just then, someone on the man's back started moving, saying they were still sleepy. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise, and his jaw dropped, leaving him in shock. Someone dressed in white got down from the man's back, also shocking Huiyan. It was an adorable little girl who was eating a lollipop. Everyone remained silently watching the little one. With a sweet expression, she greeted the elders of the Sichuan Tang clan, introducing herself as Peng Yingying. The girl started eating a cookie. Peng Muin grabbed her, and while showing her to everyone, with a cheerful smile he revealed that she was his daughter, leaving both Soryong and Huiyan somewhat confused. Her eyes widened in surprise, realizing that this girl was a miracle of genetics, while on the other hand, our boy's jaw dropped. Peng Muin couldn't help but laugh, explaining that because they looked so much alike, people always ended up giving them that look. He began to stroke the girl's head and explained that she was the reason he had come to the Tang clan. While the little one was eating the cookie, he placed his hand on her shoulder, revealing that his daughter was feeling a bit unwell and asked if the patriarch could take a look at her. With a serious gaze, the patriarch asked if Peng Muin was saying that his daughter was sick. Our boy's attention was fixed on the girl, and his eyes widened in surprise at the thought that she was ill. While the girl was eating cookies, he began to observe her closely, and could see that a strange energy was emerging from her body. That same night, Soryong was lying on the bed with the small centipedes playing on his body. He had heard about Peng Yingying's symptoms and had carefully reviewed them, but in the end, he had not discovered the cause. He closed his eyes and began to stroke one of the small centipedes. A few hours ago, they sat the girl in a chair while everyone was watching attentively. With a serious expression, Peng Muin explained that sometimes she had difficulty breathing and large red spots appeared on her body, and in severe cases, she even lost consciousness, and after a while, she regained her senses, but he had no idea what was causing it. The patriarch sat next to the girl, extended his hands, and decided to examine her. Peng Muin's eyes filled with rage as he had searched and searched. He had even made the disciples of the medical sect examine her, but they all said she was perfectly healthy. He was going crazy. One of the disciples had even said something strange, and he had almost beaten him to the brink of death before stopping. The patriarch asked what he meant by strange. Peng Muin explained that they suspected there were symptoms of poisoning due to the deliberate act of someone, but he was sure that there was no way someone like that existed within his Peng clan. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise, while on the other hand, Huiyan became serious. After examining the girl, the patriarch stood up and revealed that the cause was poisoning, revealing that it could be an internal problem of the clan. Peng Muin's eyes widened in surprise. He panicked and swore that no one from the Peng clan would ever do something like that. He put his hand on top of his head and decided to stop talking about it since he did not want to suspect his own clan. Jughu nodded and mentioned that it was still uncertain, so it was not good to jump to conclusions hastily, revealing that poisoning did not always necessarily occur because someone deliberately administered poison. The patriarch's gaze fixed on the girl who was absorbed in eating the cookie. He decided to provide them with an empty courtyard in the guest residence, asking them to stay there for now since he wanted to observe the girl's condition to determine whether it was poisoning or some strange illness. With a grateful expression, Peng Muin thanked the patriarch of the Tang clan, deciding to let his daughter be under his care for a while. Back in the present, Soryong began to imagine the girl eating sweets, no matter how he looked at it. That was childhood diabetes, realizing that sugar was literally multiplying inside her body. He sat on the bed and began to think, not knowing if diabetes caused red spots, and if there had been obvious symptoms, it should have been easier to recognize. Just then, someone knocked on his door. Our boy's eyes widened in surprise, and someone revealed that there was a big problem. Soryong became curious, opened the door to his room, and asked what the problem was. The maid who had knocked on his door became nervous, revealing that little Peng Yingying had collapsed. Upon hearing this, our boy went into shock. It was nighttime, and the moon was high in the sky. He put on his clothes and ran to the place where Peng Muin's daughter was. Upon arriving, he saw Huiyan and Muin's men with a worried expression. He asked what was happening. The girl had lost consciousness, her face was red, and she was breathing heavily. Peng Muin took her in his arms and couldn't help but panic. Huiyan explained to our boy that the girl had been sitting in the pavilion, coughing, and then suddenly collapsed. With a serious expression, the patriarch explained that seeing as she had collapsed here as well, it was safe to assume there were no spies within the Peng clan. Upon hearing this, Peng Muin couldn't help but clench his fist tightly. The patriarch's attention fixed on him. He became confused, not knowing what was happening. Without hesitating for a second, Peng Muin punched himself in the jaw with a powerful blow, leaving the man behind him in shock. The punch was so strong that a tooth flew out of his mouth. With his nose bleeding, Peng Muin closed his eyes and, with a smile, apologized since, even though he had said those words, he could not forgive himself for having suspected even momentarily of his own people. Now he knew that if Yingying collapsed again, it had to be for another reason. One of his men put his arm over his face and couldn't help but cry. Meanwhile, on the other side, Soryang's jaw dropped upon seeing that Peng Muin had lost a tooth. Peng Muin's men began to hit themselves in the face because despite being there, they had failed to prevent the young woman from collapsing, admitting that their sin was also great. The patriarch's eyes widened in surprise, and his jaw dropped. He reached out to them and asked them to calm down. While on the other side, Peng Muin began to smile. More teeth started flying out. With a worried gaze, Huiyan approached Soryang and asked what they should do. Our boy put his hand behind his head and, with a sincere expression, mentioned that there was a way. He clasped his hands together and began shouting, asking them to calm down. Upon hearing our boy's voice, the men whose faces were covered in bruises stopped hitting themselves abruptly, and their attention turned to Soryang. Showing a finger and a confident smile, he revealed that there was a way to identify the cause of her symptoms and prove that no one here was guilty beyond all doubt. The attention of Peng Muin and the patriarch fixed on Soryang, and their eyes widened with curiosity. Soryang sat next to him and began to stare at him intently. Seeing this, Peng Muin's eyes widened in surprise. With a cold gaze, Soryang explained that first they had to remove Miss Peng Yingying's clothes. Upon hearing this, both the patriarch and Huiyan were petrified. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Peng Muin's eyes began to shine with rage. The patriarch was in shock upon hearing Soryang, while on the other side, Peng Muin's eyes widened in confusion and surprise. He asked what Soryang had just said. Our boy's eyes widened in surprise and curiosity upon seeing their expression. This was a reaction he did not expect. Soryang mentioned again that they should take all of Yingying's clothes off, but just before he could finish the sentence, Peng Muin grabbed him tightly by the collar. Our boy couldn't help but feel afraid. Upon seeing that he wanted to undress his daughter, Peng Muin's eyes began to shine with rage. Soryang's eyes widened in panic. He opened his mouth and panicked, asking him to wait a moment. Just then, one of the small centipedes emerged from Soryang's clothing and its gaze fixed on Peng Muin. Soryang realized that the little one was ready to attack, so without wasting a second, he ordered it to hide again. Little by little, Peng Muin began to lose his composure, and Soryang soon realized that this was not good at all. The patriarch's eyes filled with fear. He panicked, asking him to calm down and explaining that his son-in-law must have had a reason for saying such things. Huiyan, who was sitting next to him, extended her hands and with a nervous expression asked Lord Peng to please at least listen to what Soryang wanted to say first. He grabbed the poor Soryang by the collar even more tightly. Our boy closed his eyes and began to show a forced smile. Peng Muin started staring at him with a gaze full of rage, not knowing what to do. Despite being in panic, Huiyan began to show a smile, explaining that Soryang was a good person. After going around the matter several times, Peng Muin let go of Soryang. Our boy had dared to suggest stripping his daughter, who had not yet reached her prime, so he decided to listen to any justification that Soryang could offer. Our boy opened his mouth and began gasping heavily, feeling somewhat relieved. He sat on the floor in front of Peng Muin and with a serious tone asked him to please calm down and listen until the end. Peng Muin crossed his arms and closed his eyes, deciding to trust him. Showing a finger and a sincere expression, Soryang explained that what he meant was to take off all of Lady Peng's clothes and change her into something else, as it was possible that something in her clothing or personal belongings was the cause of her collapse. Upon hearing this, Peng Muin's eyes widened in surprise and his jaw dropped. He was in shock, realizing that he had misunderstood Soryang. He lowered his gaze, clenched his fist tightly, and prepared to hit himself again for having doubted the words of our boy. Soryang's eyes widened in fear, making him panic. He began to shake his hand, asking him to calm down. He was sure that his daughter's sudden collapse must have left him shocked. With a kind smile, Patriarch Peng thanked our boy from the bottom of his heart for being able to understand someone else's mistake. Soryang began to stare at Peng Muin and with a serious expression explained that from now on, the young lady of the Peng clan was going to be under the care of the Tang clan, and until further notice, all contact with the Peng clan was going to be restricted. Upon hearing this, the patriarch and Huian were somewhat surprised. Peng Muin began to point at himself with his finger and with a confused gaze asked if he also. Soryong's eyes began to shine with confidence and with a smile nodded his head, since if his daughter experienced the same symptoms under their care, then it would be proven that the cause was not related to the Peng clan. This was the method called controlled environmental adjustment, a technique commonly used by breeders who raised poisonous insects, snakes, and amphibians. In his past life, one day he took his little chameleon out of the terrarium. The little chameleon tried to converse with our boy by asking if he could add some vitamin D to the food. Soryong's eyes expanded in confusion, leaving him in shock. If only the creatures they cared for could tell them this part hurts, things would be much simpler. But there was no way since humans could not communicate with them directly. That's why they systematically changed aspects of their environment, such as habitat and food, to identify what was making the creature feel sick. Back in the present, Yingying, who had collapsed, had a red face and was breathing heavily. Soryong planned to use this method to diagnose her. He wanted to completely reset her environment and gradually reintroduce elements to identify the trigger since they couldn't just sit and let her keep collapsing without knowing why. The patriarch began to touch his beard and with a curious expression realized that Soryong was right since, with some time, they would be able to discover the cause of her condition. He could not help but praise his son-in-law for having such a good idea. Soryong's eyes widened in nervousness, making him panic, while on the other hand, Huian closed her eyes and felt relieved. Peng Muin understood Soryong's plan, and his body began to tremble. He hugged his daughter and, with tears in his eyes, asked Soryong to please take good care of her. Our boy's eyes began to shine with confidence. He placed his hand over his chest and, with a smile, asked him to trust him. What no one knew was that he had raised countless creatures, and a little girl was nothing in comparison. The next day, little Yingying woke up and her eyes filled with tears. This was not going to be as easy as Soryong had hoped. Yingying started crying, and upon seeing this, our boy panicked, not knowing what to do. Yingying started crying even more. Soryong put his hands on top of his head and his eyes widened in confusion since the moment she had regained consciousness, she had begun to cry. Meanwhile, Lady Huian and Soryong's mother-in-law were outside gathering essential supplies to care for Yingying, so Soryong was left alone with an unpredictable little child. He approached the bed and with a confused expression asked if she was sleepy or hungry. He didn't know what to do. Several minutes passed and Yingying did not stop crying. Soryong put his hands together and with a confused smile asked if she was crying because Lord Peng was not here. Pointing outside, he explained that her father had gone to get medicine for her, promising that he would return soon. Still with tears in her eyes, Yingying puffed up her cheeks and said that she wanted sweets. Our boy started sweating in surprise upon seeing that she was crying because she wanted sweets, and not because her father was not here. Yingying started crying even more since all her sweets were gone and now she was all alone. Soryong remembered that when Huian had changed her clothes, she had discovered that she had a lot of hidden pockets just for sweets, leaving her somewhat surprised. With a kind smile, he asked her to calm down, explaining that she had just woken up after collapsing so she shouldn't eat sweets right now, advising that for now, she should eat some rice porridge since later he was going to make some sweets for her. Upon hearing this, she stopped crying and with a surprised expression asked if he was really going to make sweets for her. Soryong began to show one finger and explained that if Lady Peng ate her porridge well and was obedient, he would make candied fruit skewers just for her. The little girl's eyes widened in surprise. She closed her eyes and with a tender smile decided to make a promise with him. She clenched her fist and with a smile revealed that the Peng clan always kept its promises. If she broke hers, he could hit her in the face. Soryong lowered his head and couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed, not knowing why the damn Peng clan taught these kinds of things to children. It was daytime and the sky was clear. Somewhere in the manor, Peng Muin was hiding among the bushes. His eyes were full of seriousness as lately he had been burdened with worry. Yingying, who was playing with one of the bees, and Huian passed in front of him. Peng Muin's eyes filled with tears as he could only see Yingying from afar. You see, due to the rule of no contact with the Peng clan, he could not see his daughter. Soryong's attention was fixed on him. He put his hand over his mouth and with a confused expression asked what he was doing here. Upon hearing our boy's voice, Peng Muin went on alert, and without wasting a second, grabbed Soryong and pulled him into the bushes. With a worried gaze, he asked how Yingying was doing. Soryong's eyes, as he lay on the ground, widened in confusion. He sat in front of the patriarch and mentioned that she was eating well and was obedient. Upon hearing that she was eating well, the patriarch's jaw dropped in surprise. Our boy revealed that she had devoured an entire plate of fried pork. Peng Muin was in shock, not knowing how Soryong had made her eat, to which he responded that she had eaten it by herself. Peng Muin's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Just then, someone wearing a red dress appeared. Their attention was fixed on it, and their eyes expanded in surprise. It was Huian. With a kind smile, she greeted the lord of the Peng clan with respect. In response, with a grateful smile, Peng Muon thanked her for taking care of his daughter. With a calm gaze, she mentioned that Ying Ying was asking where older brother Soryang had gone. Upon hearing older brother, Peng Muon couldn't help but feel furious, while on the other hand, Soryang was somewhat confused. Peng Muon's eyes began to shine with rage since not even he had had a proper conversation with her, without knowing when they had become so close. Seeing his expression, our boy's jaw dropped in fear. Peng Muon exploded with fury, wanting to know since when she had started calling him older brother. Soryang clenched his teeth and without wasting another second, ran out of the place. Peng Muon put his hands on top of his head and started going crazy. Huiyan turned towards him and with a cheerful smile asked if he was heading to the training grounds again. Our boy explained to her that after playing a little with the golden-haired king bees, Ying Ying was more obedient. Soryang started running towards the training grounds, realizing that the golden-haired king bees also felt affection for Ying Ying. A few minutes later, he arrived at the training grounds where little Ying Ying was playing with one of the bees. She held the bee in her arms and with a cheerful smile greeted our boy. Ying Ying started playing with the bee and then more bees began to arrive. One of them climbed onto her head and another started licking her cheek. She couldn't help but smile as she felt ticklish. Soryang's attention, who had his arms crossed, was fixed on her, and a smile appeared on his face since thanks to these little creatures, he had been able to bond with Ying Ying very quickly. One of the bees climbed onto his head, and our boy's eyes began to shine with seriousness, realizing that the adorable golden-haired king bees loved Ying Ying because she had spilled sugar syrup on herself while eating sweets, not knowing if they were mistaking her for food. Ying Ying knew that the bees liked her, so now she threw a tantrum every day, demanding to visit them. Just then, the queen bee emerged from the tree. Ying Ying, who was playing with the bees, turned towards Soryang, started pointing at the tree and with a smile said that the queen bee was there. Soryang sat on the bench and asked Ying Ying not to ask the queen bee to play since she was busy. In response, she closed her eyes and nodded her head. Soryang felt happy thinking that if he had a younger sister, he would feel like this, realizing that taking care of children was not so bad. Ying Ying raised her hand and called his attention, saying that there was another bee. Upon hearing this, our boy's eyes widened in surprise. He brought his hand to his mouth and with a worried gaze asked her to be careful since some bees stung. Just then, she started screaming as she had been stung. Soryang panicked and started running towards her, asking if she was okay. She had a small sting on her arm. With a worried gaze, our boy explained that she should be careful. He decided to leave the matter aside and go first to the medicine hall. Little Ying Ying began to observe the sting, saying that it didn't look so bad. Soryang grabbed her hand and decided to apply some medicine just in case since sometimes bee venom could make people very sick. Ying Ying closed her eyes and with a sad expression nodded her head. Just then, Soryang's eyes widened in surprise. Little by little Ying Ying began to gasp heavily and her face started turning red. She started to feel cold and not long after, she collapsed. Soryang reacted in time, and just before her body could hit the ground, he caught her. His eyes widened in fear as he began to remember what Peng Muon had said. Sometimes her breathing became difficult, and large red welts appeared on her body, and in more severe cases, she even lost consciousness. Finally, he realized exactly what this reaction was. With a furious gaze, he clenched his teeth upon realizing that the pure reason Ying Ying had been collapsing all this time was due to anaphylactic shock. More precisely, anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis is a severe allergic reaction caused by a hyperactive immune response. Usually, when harmful foreign substances or toxins enter the body, the immune system immediately launches an attack to eliminate the threat. When toxins entered the body, they were like thieves entering your house. This causes the cells to run away from the place since the toxins destroy cell membranes. The immune response to these invaders is known as inflammation. The body releases histamine, which dilates blood vessels, allowing white blood cells and antibodies to flood in and neutralize the invader. But the problem arises when the body overreacts to certain harmless substances, widening the vessels even more. When histamine is released in excess and malfunctions due to a hyperactive immune response, the blood vessels throughout the body dilate rapidly, causing a dangerous drop in blood pressure, and since oxygen does not reach the brain and important organs, they stop functioning properly. In extreme cases, anaphylaxis can become lethal. Soryang carried little Ying Ying on his back and with a determined expression, began to run at full speed, knowing that they had no time. He started running quickly through the area, and along the way begged Ying Ying to please hold on a little longer. Several minutes later, thanks to his incredible mobility arts, Soryang arrived at the entrance of the patriarch's residence. With a nervous gaze, he began to shout, informing his father-in-law that Ying Ying had lost consciousness. Upon hearing this, the patriarch opened the door. Ying Ying, who was as red as a tomato, began to pant heavily. Soryang picked up Ying Ying in his arms and clenched his teeth in worry, not knowing if she would be okay. The patriarch and Peng Muon ran out of the residence, and upon seeing that Ying Ying had lost consciousness, they panicked, asking what had happened. With a worried gaze, Soryang explained that she was having serious trouble breathing. Peng Muin took his daughter, and his eyes widened in fear. He reached out and decided to pour his internal energy to stabilize her. The patriarch sat beside them and remained silently observing. Little by little, the breathing of little Ying began to stabilize, and the red rashes started to disappear. In a matter of seconds, the red rashes disappeared, and Ying's breathing returned to normal. Seeing this, Soryang closed his eyes, fell on his butt to the ground, and let out a sigh of relief, thinking that internal energy was incredible. The primary treatment for anaphylaxis was to stabilize blood pressure and ensure an open airway for breathing. In modern medicine, this was done using epinephrine, steroids, and antihistamines, and in more severe cases, intubation was required to help with breathing. But in this world, Kai-based techniques solved everything, and it was no surprise that Soryang found it impressive. The patriarch's gaze fixed on Ying, and his eyes filled with seriousness as he realized that the symptoms were the same as last time. He turned to Soryang and, remembering that he was with her, asked if he had seen what had triggered the reaction. Peng Muin's eyes widened with curiosity. He asked if Soryang knew what had caused her to faint. Our boy sat in front of them and nodded his head, explaining that he had seen it clearly. With a confident expression, Soryang began to show a finger, revealing that Ying had collapsed after being stung by a bee. Upon hearing this, Peng Muin and the patriarch's jaws dropped in surprise. They could not believe that a bee had been the trigger for the allergic reaction. The patriarch began to stroke his beard and thought that although it was rare, there were cases of people fainting after being stung by a bee. But he knew that this did not explain why she had collapsed all those other times. Peng Muin's eyes widened in surprise. He thought that the patriarch was right, since if a bee sting were the cause, she would not have made it this far. He was somewhat confused because this meant that they still did not know what the cause was. The patriarch let out a sigh as they could not find any clear connection. But just before he could finish the sentence, Soryang closed his eyes and nodded with a smile, revealing that he had found what the cause was. The patriarch's eyes widened in surprise and curiosity. He was in shock and asked if Soryang was really telling the truth. With a smile, our boy revealed that Ying being stung by a bee had helped him discover the true cause. Peng Muin's jaw dropped in surprise. He demanded that Soryang explain himself. Our boy decided to explain in detail. Peng Muin's face filled with sweat, while on the other hand, the patriarch's eyes widened with suspicion. Soryang's attention was fixed on little Ying. He closed his eyes and with a smile mentioned that first they had to remove her clothes. It was already dusk. Someone closed the door of a room. It was Huiyan, who turned around and with a sincere gaze admitted that it was just as Soryang had said. Those eruptions on her body made it difficult to see at first, but beneath them there were some old marks, and now new ones had appeared. Behind her were Soryang, who had a bump on his head, the patriarch, and Peng Muin. The patriarch, who had his arms crossed, began to smile, while on the other side Peng Muin's eyes widened with happiness, thinking that Soryang was right. Just then, the matriarch opened the door and with a serious gaze asked everyone to remain silent since she had not yet regained consciousness. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded their heads. Peng Muin brought his fist to his mouth, closed his eyes, and coughed, admitting that it was just as Soryang had mentioned. There were additional marks beyond just the rash. Soryang, who had a giant bump on his head, began observing him in silence. With a sad and confused gaze, Peng Muin asked why his daughter had been fainting all this time. With a confident tone, Soryang revealed that it was due to bee venom poisoning. Peng Muin's eyes filled with confusion as he recalled that the patriarch had said that was not the cause. Besides, there was no way they wouldn't notice a bee sting, and their courtyard had no flowers, only stone pavement, so there was no reason for the bees to be there. He wanted to know what made Soryang think it was bee venom. Soryang closed his eyes, started touching his chin, and thought that he was right since a bee sting would have been noticeable. But he had no doubt that her symptoms matched perfectly with anaphylaxis caused by bee venom. Little by little, our boy began to open his eyes, which started to shine. His mind was like a giant bookshelf full of books about poisonous creatures. His eyes began to shine with seriousness. He started touching his cheek and knew that what he needed to find out was another creature that had the same venom as a bee, one that contained melatonin or peptides that triggered swelling and difficulty breathing. He began to imagine the forest of Hebei province in China, which had a temperate western climate. Several poisonous creatures appeared in front of him. Among them was the white-lipped pit viper known as the Chinese cobra, the Chinese scorpion, the Chinese red ant, and the red-chested ant. Soryang began to touch his chin and decided to discard the snakes and scorpions. Peng Muin's and the patriarch's attention focused on him, and their eyes widened in confusion. They did not know what he was doing. He began to imagine little Ying eating sweets. He had to find an environment where she would often be bitten by that creature, something she did frequently. He remembered that she loved to eat sweets. His eyes widened in surprise as he recalled that Ying had a secret pocket in her clothes to hide sweets. He couldn't help but smile as he found the cause. He stood firm with his decision, mentioning that he was sure it was bee venom, asking them to trust him. Huiyan's attention was fixed on our boy, and her eyes filled with confusion. Peng Muin was somewhat furious and mentioned again that there were no bees in the Peng clan residence. Soryong turned to them and with a confident smile said that those from the Tang clan would know the venom does not affect everyone in the same way. For some, even an infinitesimal amount could be lethal, while others could withstand 10 times that amount without problems. Peng Muin's jaw dropped, and he began to sweat without understanding a single word. The patriarch reached out to him and, with a sincere gaze, argued that Soryong was right since even with the same poison, the effects varied from person to person. Soryong extended his hands, explaining that as they had seen, Yingying was particularly sensitive to bee venom. Huiyan remained silently listening, while on the other side, Peng Muin and the patriarch nodded their heads. Soryong's eyes began to shine with confidence. He started touching his head with his finger and said that one thing was certain, she was vulnerable to bee venom. But since there were no bees in their house, that only left one possibility. Peng Muin started to observe our boy and couldn't help but sweat. Somewhere in the manor, the queen bee was lying on the ground with a tender gaze next to another bee. Soryong revealed that the culprit was in fact a bee, but a very special kind. Several hours later night fell. Soryong was crouched on the ground next to some rocks. Huiyan was illuminating the area with a fire lamp and behind were the patriarchs. The patriarch started to observe our boy with a confused gaze. Peng Muin's eyes expanded with curiosity, and he asked if Soryong was sure that it was here. Soryong's eyes began to shine with confidence. With a smile he said that he was sure this was the place. He asked Huiyan if she could illuminate the area a little. Huiyan's eyes, who was holding the fire lamp, widened with curiosity, and she nodded her head. Soryong left a candy on the ground and not long after, several small ants emerged from the stones and began to devour the candy. One of the small ants started eating another ant, which began to call for help. Using some chopsticks, Soryong grabbed the ant and with a confident gaze revealed that this guy was the culprit. The attention of Peng Muin and the patriarch was fixed on the ant. They were in shock since this insect was an ant and not a bee. Soryong asked them to look closely since, after all, this ant was a collateral relative of the bees. Peng Muin began to observe the ant carefully, not knowing what Soryong was talking about. Several seconds later, the patriarch's eyes widened in fear, leaving them in shock. The little ant was furious and upon looking closely they noticed that it had a massive stinger on its backside. They could not believe that an ant had such a large stinger. The patriarch finally realized what Soryong meant by them being collateral relatives, while on the other hand, Peng Muin was left open-mouthed upon seeing an ant with such a large stinger. Soryong began staring at them, revealing that this creature was the collateral relative of the bee that had caused Yingying to collapse, a real stinger ant. Peng Muin's gaze fixed on the ant, and he couldn't help but sweat, while on the other hand, the patriarch was in shock. This ant was the true culprit behind Yingying's condition, belonging to the order Hymenoptera, family Formicidae, known as the Asian needle ant. The king stinger ant or Pachycondyla chinensis was from the order Hymenoptera, from the family Formicidae, and from the subfamily Ponrani. Many must be wondering what the hell ants had to do with stingers. It was simple. These stinger ants had evolved from the same ancestor as bees, which meant that they had retained many characteristics similar to those of bees. In fact, studies on the venom of stinger ants and bees had shown that people who suffered anaphylaxis from stinger ant venom also tended to react in the same way to bee venom. Soryong grabbed the ant with the chopsticks, making it become furious, pointing at it with his finger, and with a smile, our boy mentioned that he didn't believe the ant was targeting Yingying specifically. According to him, it had probably appeared to feast on the demon beasts that had invaded the Tang household, revealing that the king stinger demon ant fed mainly on other demonic creatures. After being stung by the ant, one of Peng Muin's men carefully analyzed the sting. The mark looked like a common rash, so then they had no way of knowing what had really stung her. And by the time Yingying regained consciousness a few days later, she simply assumed it was a residual spot from something insignificant. Peng Muin's eyes widened in surprise and his jaw dropped. Now everything made sense and no one would have thought that Yingying had collapsed because of such a pathetic and small creature. With a curious expression, he turned to the patriarch and asked if he could make an antidote. The patriarch closed his eyes and began to think. He opened his eyes, which were filled with seriousness, revealing that there was an antidote for bee venom. But cases like Yingying's, where the body was highly sensitive to the toxin, often it did not work effectively. Peng Muin's eyes widened in surprise and his jaw dropped. The patriarch made it clear that just knowing the cause was a step forward, since at least now they could be careful before she collapsed again. Peng Muin couldn't help clenching his teeth and feeling furious, but then let out a sigh. He began to observe our boy and with a smile thanked him. Soryong's eyes began to shine with joy and he nodded his head, saying that there was nothing to thank for. With a confident expression, our boy asked Peng Muin not to worry since there was a way to treat Yingying and even though it was slow, it existed. Upon hearing this, the patriarchs were in shock. Peng Muin extended his hand and asked Soryang to tell him what it was. Soryang began touching his cheek and with a calm gaze mentioned that it was something called desensitization. Huiyan's attention fixed on our boy. She didn't know what he had in mind. Soryang began to explain himself. Peng Muin's eyes filled with confusion and he asked if they had to undress Yingying again. Soryang began to sweat and with a nervous expression explained that it was a treatment where small amounts of bee venom were injected into the patient's body over time, gradually decreasing sensitivity to the toxin, so it was normal that it was going to take some time. With an angry expression, Huiyan was already ready to give Soryang a good lesson. He was sure that once the treatment was complete, Yingying would no longer collapse from the venom. The patriarch, with a surprised expression, crossed his arms, realizing that Soryang's method was viable, since even in the Tang clan they had similar techniques. They introduced venom gradually into the body to develop resistance. Peng Muin clenched his fist, asking if once the treatment was over, Yingying would no longer collapse. With a smile, the patriarch nodded his head. It was going to take a long time, but it should be possible. Upon hearing this, a pleasant smile appeared on Peng Muin's face. He closed his eyes and patted Soryang on the back, thanking him for having saved his daughter. Our boy started touching his head in embarrassment. The patriarch and Huiyan couldn't help but smile. Peng Muin's eyes began to shine with joy. He grabbed our boy by the shoulders. After receiving such help, there was no way he would simply let it pass, so he asked if there was something that Soryang wanted. Whatever it was, Soryang only had to name it and he would grant it to him. Our boy started to sweat, then closed his eyes and felt somewhat confused, not knowing what was wrong with the people of this world. At the moment he helped them, they began to throw blank checks. With a grateful expression, Soryang greeted Patriarch Peng, saying that Yingying was his little sister, so there was no way he could expect a reward in return. Peng Muin started laughing and gave Soryang another pat on the back, explaining that there was no such thing as modesty in the Peng clan, asking our boy to say what he wanted as a reward. The slap was so strong that Soryang began to scream in pain. He knew that if he didn't say something right now, he was going to die. Just then, our boy's eyes widened in surprise. With a joyful gaze and mouth watering, he asked if Peng Muin could join him for a mountain tour. Peng Muin became somewhat confused. The next day, Peng Muin, Soryang, Gu Pi and Huiyan went to Mount Gongga, which was in Sichuan province. Everyone's attention was fixed on the beautiful waterfall. No one had seen anything so beautiful. With a smile, Peng Muin mentioned that this was a magnificent mountain. Soryang began to laugh, explaining that it was said there was even a beautiful stone cliff. Huiyan stepped forward and her attention fixed on the waterfall. With a smile, she admitted that according to the general, this should be the place. With a confident expression, Soryang thought that she was right, since this should be the waterfall and the rock he had mentioned. Our boy felt somewhat confused since he didn't know how they were going to reach the cave that was behind the waterfall. Upon hearing this, Peng Muin turned toward them and an idea came to his mind. With a surprised gaze, he remembered that Soryang had said that he had only recently started learning mobility arts, realizing that he was not familiar with the technique of wave-stepping swallow flight. With a curious expression, our boy asked what that was. At first, Peng Muin began to smile, but then his smile disappeared and his eyes filled with confusion. He grabbed Soryang by the shirt and lifted him into the air. Explaining was painful, so he decided to teach him directly. Our boy's eyes filled with fear, causing him to start sweating, while on the other side, Huiyan put her hand over her mouth and couldn't help but go into shock. Using all his strength, Peng Muin threw Soryang toward the waterfall, and upon seeing this, Huiyan panicked. Our boy landed near the waterfall, and while he was gasping heavily, Peng Muin also landed in front of him. He put his hands on his waist and started laughing, thinking that he had a pretty agile body. Our boy fell to his knees on the ground, thinking that this guy was crazy. Huiyan also arrived at the area and with a worried expression asked if Soryang was okay. She helped Soryang sit down and when looking forward she realized that this seemed to be the entrance of the cavern. The eyes of our boy filled with surprise since an entrance hidden behind a waterfall was mysterious. The eyes of Peng Muin began to shine with joy. He decided it was time to enter and find out what was inside the cavern. A few minutes later, while the water from the waterfall was falling into the river, Soryang and the others entered the cavern. The eyes of our boy and Huiyan widened in surprise, leaving them in shock. With a worried gaze, he admitted that something felt strange. Huiyan, who was beside him, began to observe the place and nodded her head. In front of them were small rocks and on top there were bright crystals, surrounded by dead plants. They knew there was no way that the general had lied. The interior of the cavern was nothing like what they had expected. Soryang sat next to the crystals and began to observe them carefully. This was how Yeagle, who, the general of the Miram Alliance, had described it. A ray of light falls in the center of the cavern, and the ground is covered with countless nameless flowers in full bloom. It is mysterious and strange beyond words, like another world, a paradise. Peng Muin and the others began to walk around the area. Our boy's attention was fixed on the dead plants. For him this was like hell, nothing like paradise. Huiyan, who was walking behind them, admitted that although light entered through the hole in the ceiling of the cavern, there were no blooming plants. In fact, they all seemed withered and wilted. With a serious gaze, Peng Muin realized that a sacred beast was altering the environment around it. His attention fixed on the rocks, realizing that a cold Kai was radiating from the center rock. With a sincere expression, Soryang admitted that the elder was right. Peng Muin grabbed his sword and asked them to stay behind him. Slowly, Peng Muin began to walk toward the rocks. His eyes began to shine with seriousness, realizing that this was a very serious cold. Just then, a creature let out a powerful roar. Soryang's and Huiyan's eyes filled with surprise. Peng Muin's eyes began to shine with seriousness. He unsheathed his sword, revealing that the creature was ahead, asking them to stay just behind him. Soryang's eyes began to shine with joy since for him the roar had been amazing. At that moment, a creature with bright eyes began to emerge from the rocks. It began to stare at our boy and let out another roar. Our boy's eyes widened in surprise and amazement, causing his jaw to drop. The creature was a chubby-tailed gecko. The creature began to walk toward them and its body began to emit a cold kai. It was approximately 1 foot long. It had small and round yellow eyes and a chubby little tail. Soryang put his hands on his cheeks and his eyes expanded with love. The gecko was so cute that he was about to lose it. Huiyan put her hand near her mouth and with a smile admitted that the blue lizard was very beautiful. Our boy clenched his fists and couldn't help but smile, since he knew she was capable of recognizing its value. While on the other side, Peng Muin began to sweat, but then clenched his teeth as he realized something. Then the gecko began to roar. Upon seeing this, Peng Muin tightly grabbed the sword, revealing that there was another gecko deeper inside. Upon noticing there was another one, Soryang couldn't help but wonder if they were pair. Smoke began to emerge from his nose and his eyes widened in surprise when he thought that they could even have offspring out of this. He explained to Lord Peng that they had to bring them back alive no matter what. The gecko started staring at Soryang with a murderous look and cold kai began to emerge from its body. Deeper within the rocks, there was another gecko that seemed to be injured. With a worried expression, Huiyan turned to him and asked if there was any problem. Soryang's eyes began to shine with seriousness and his attention fixed on the rocks. He had caught a faint glimmer, but he was sure of one thing. His eyes filled with concern and his gaze fixed on the gecko, revealing that he thought it might not be breathing. The other gecko opened its mouth and began to roar. Soryang decided to leave it to Commander Gupi. If something happened, he had to let him know immediately. The furious gecko was watching the entrance. Gupi, who was hiding, began to show a forced smile, asking Soryang to trust him. If the gecko showed any unusual behavior, he was going to inform Soryang immediately. Soryang left the cavern and decided to retreat for now. During the night, they lit a bonfire near the waterfall. Huiyan and Peng Muin began observing our boy who was standing near the entrance of the cavern. They knew nothing about its habits, and trying something reckless could harm the already injured creature. While the centipedes were playing with Huiyan, she adjusted her hair and with a loving expression asked our boy to come down and eat. Soryang closed his eyes and began to imagine Huiyan as his wife, preparing food for him. He couldn't help but blush since for him this was kinda sweet. Using the campfire, they started cooking the food. Peng Muin sat on the log, and with a curious expression asked if there had been any progress. Soryang, who was sitting next to Huiyan, began to ponder in silence, and then revealed that the creature hadn't moved at all. With a serious gaze, Peng Muin mentioned that when he had checked, the thing hadn't moved even a little bit. He asked if living creatures shouldn't at least be eating something. Soryang's attention was fixed on the campfire. For him it was strange, since usually geckos or common lizards fasted for several days when they were stressed. Especially fat-tailed geckos. They stored energy in their thick tails. If it hadn't eaten anything, it was likely surviving only on stored energy. They were reaching the point where a decision had to be made. With a serious expression, Soryang suggested checking on the gecko that wasn't moving. Peng Muin couldn't help but smile, thinking that they were finally going to catch the gecko. Soryang clarified that they were not going to catch it. He believed that they needed to check where it was injured, and if it got hungry, it could even eat something. He wanted Peng Muin to lure out the gecko that was watching the entrance. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. Showing his bicep and a smile, Peng Muin asked if it wouldn't be easier to knock it out with a single blow. That way they would get both the healthy one and the injured one. Our boy started sweating, knowing that the gecko was going to die on the spot after being hit by those muscles. With a forced smile, our boy explained that if Peng Muin smacked it, even the rock thing that repelled General Jekyll, whose men could drop dead on the spot. Lord Peng started laughing, thinking that our boy was right. He gave Soryang a strong slap on the back, mentioning that it was no wonder that a scholar like him, always glued to his desk, had been relegated by a phenomenon like that rock thing. He thought that if he hit the gecko, he could kill it. With a serious gaze, Peng Muwen asked if the plan was to subdue the gecko gently, showing one finger. Soryang said that was the best move. With the help of a stick, Soryang began to draw on the ground, explaining that first, Peng Muwen was going to lure out the lively gecko, then he and Huiyan were going to check on the one that seemed to be injured during that time. Huiyan threw some rocks on the ground, explaining that in the meantime, the poison division could block the path to Soryang. The Lord nodded his head, thinking that this seemed to be the best approach. With a smile, Peng Muwen asked if there was anything else he should watch out for. Our boy asked him just to make sure it didn't reach the wall since it could climb it and come over to his side. Peng Muwen hit his fist on his chest, and his eyes began to shine with enthusiasm. He decided to move since his body was eager for action. He started running toward the cavern. Soryang panicked and asked him to please go slowly. A smile appeared on Huiyan and Soryang's face. Our boy knew that if the gecko was sick, then it might not have much time left. Peng Muwen, who had the sword resting on his shoulder, Soryang and the others entered the cavern. Upon noticing that they had returned, the gecko's eyes began to shine with rage. Soryang brought his hand to his mouth and whispering gave Peng Muwen that he could begin. Upon hearing this, an excited smile appeared on his face. Peng Muwen drew his sword and while his eyes were shining, began to imbue mana in it. He and his men drew their weapons and began to advance toward the rocks. Upon seeing that they were planning to attack, the gecko's eyes began to shine with rage and it let out a loud roar. It jumped and using all its strength, attacked, but luckily Peng Muwen reacted in time and blocked the attack using his sword. The gecko struck hard at the sword using its tail. He couldn't help but smile as he couldn't believe that such a small creature was good enough to be a first-rate warrior of the Peng family. The creature backed away, only to gather momentum and attack again. Upon seeing this, an excited smile appeared on Peng Muwen's face and his eyes began to shine. Using the sword, he deflected the trajectory of the gecko's attack, and when it realized it, it couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With a serious gaze, Peng Muwen told his men that this was their chance. In the blink of an eye, Peng Muwen's men surrounded the small creature. It got angry and started roaring. Soryang's eyes filled with fear, but Huiyan grabbed him by the shoulders and whispering suggested moving quickly while they could. A while later, they moved away from the area and reached the rocks. Soryang's eyes widened in surprise. With a worried gaze, Huiyan asked if the creature was really injured. He replied that it seemed so. Upon observing closely, he noticed that the tip of the tail was necrotized due to an incomplete shedding. It had not been able to finish shedding, and now its eyes were also full of pus. With a curious expression, Huiyan asked what to do now. Resting his hand on the rock, Soryang explained that they should treat the gecko immediately, but there was no medicine or anything here. With a confident smile, he decided to strip it all off. Upon hearing this, Huiyan couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With a furious gaze, she mentioned that lately, it seemed like he wanted to strip everything. Soryang started blushing like a tomato, but he knew this was the right method. Our boy took a step and the injured gecko woke up. He began to extend his hand toward it, explaining that he was going to treat it, asking it to stay still. The gecko closed its eyes. Soryang grabbed the creature and his eyes widened in surprise. Just like the queen bee, it seemed to understand speech to some extent. Soryang grabbed the gecko's skin, mentioning that these creatures, like snakes, shed their skin. However, wild fat-tailed geckos often ate their own shed skin, so it was difficult to find any remains. Huiyan's eyes widened in amazement. He left the gecko on top of the rock and took out his kunai, realizing that this skin was very tough, and doing this with bare hands wasn't going to work. With the help of the kunai, he got to work. Huiyan's eyes filled with surprise since according to her, it looked just like a precious stone. Using the kunai, Soryang cut a bit of the gecko's shed skin, revealing a beautiful and shiny color. Gently, Soryang removed the skin from the gecko's leg. Pointing at it with her finger, Huiyan couldn't help but feel tenderness since it looked like gloves. He knew she couldn't resist it because even during his days as a YouTuber, videos of peeling off shed skin went viral. Now the only parts left were the head and the tail. Soryang acted carefully since one had to be cautious around the eyes so as not to hurt the creature. There was pus accumulated in the gecko's eyes. It was because it had not been able to shed completely. Now the inflammation had filled its eyes. Very carefully and gently, Soryang managed to remove the skin from the gecko's head without hurting it. With a smile, our boy asked if it felt better. The gecko's body began to tremble until it opened its eyes. Huiyan couldn't help but feel somewhat excited. Soryang began to observe the gecko closely. Huiyan asked if there was any problem. With a sincere gaze, he admitted that yes. Pointing at the gecko's tail, he mentioned that he was debating what to do with its tail. He began to sweat since he knew that to stop the necrosis, he would have to cut off the tail. But in its current state, cutting it could kill it instead. Just then, Peng Muwen began to shout, asking Soryang to be careful. Upon hearing this, he and Huiyan went on alert. Peng Muwen revealed that they had lost the gecko. Just then, the gecko appeared behind them. The creature's eyes began to shine with hatred. Upon noticing this, our boy panicked and asked it to calm down. Showing the kunai and holding the gecko in his arms, Soryoung explained that he was only trying to help and treat its friend. Our boy's attention was fixed on the kunai and his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Upon seeing the weapon, the gecko exploded with rage and began to roar. The gecko's body began to release an intense frozen kai, repelling Soryoung. Our boy panicked, realizing that it was pissed off. The gecko jumped, and upon noticing this, Huiyin stood in front of our boy and with a worried gaze asked him to be careful. Without hesitating for a second, she pushed Soryoung. At that moment, the fierce gecko descended forcefully to the ground. But luckily, Huiyin and Soryoung were barely saved. Soryoung hugged the injured gecko tightly and fell backwards onto the ground. The attention of the other gecko fixed on them and it started roaring again. The gecko's eyes began to shine with rage. Soryoung extended his hand toward it and with an expression full of fear asked it to wait a moment. With a serious gaze, Soryoung admitted that this was not what it seemed, asking the creature to calm down. Just then, Soryoung's eyes widened in confusion. The female gecko that Soryoung was holding in his arms began to make sounds, leaving our boy somewhat confused. With eyes shining with fury, the gecko prepared to attack. But then, it calmed down and felt somewhat surprised. The two geckos began to talk to each other and couldn't help but laugh. Soryoung's attention was fixed on them, making his jaw drop. At that moment, Peng Muin and his men returned to the cave and with a worried gaze, the leader asked if Soryoung was okay. Gripping his sword tightly, Peng Muin admitted that the gecko was vicious and fast. He didn't expect it to slip between his legs. Upon seeing Peng Muin's sword, the gecko clenched its teeth and began to roar. Just before things could heat up, Soryoung stepped in the middle, raised his hand, and with a serious expression asked Peng Muin to wait a second. With a confident smile, he told Peng Muin that he was fine and asked him to step back a little since he was going to try talking to him for a moment. Peng Muin's eyes filled with confusion as he didn't know if Soryoung wanted to try talking to the gecko. He asked if our boy thought the gecko could understand words. Looking at the gecko, with a confident expression, he said that the gecko seemed to understand speech up to a certain point and it was likely that it wouldn't attack them again. He asked if Huiyin could bring some dry grass. With a confused gaze, she nodded her head. With a cheerful smile, she and the centipede began to collect the dry grass that was near the rocks. A while later, she prepared a soft nest of dry grass for the female gecko. Soryoung and Huiyin sat next to the female gecko, and our boy asked the male gecko not to worry since he was not trying to hurt her, explaining that he had removed the shell that would not come off and had taken away what was covering her eyes, asking him to make sure to keep licking her eyes for a while. The gecko approached her and with a curious gaze began to lick her eyes. Soryoung crossed his arms and revealed that only one problem remained. Upon hearing this, the attention of both the gecko and Huiyin focused on Soryoung. Touching his head, Soryoung began to observe her tail and revealed that her eyes should heal well. But the problem was her tail. Half of it was already rotting and he didn't believe that licking it would help. The gecko began to look at her tail and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. He turned towards Soryoung and nodded with his head, saying that he was right. Forming scissors with his fingers, Soryoung revealed that they would have to cut the tail. The gecko's face filled with sweat and fear when he imagined Soryoung cutting her tail. The creature began to roar again. Upon seeing this, our boy felt somewhat confused. The gecko jumped and with glowing eyes prepared to attack. Soryoung put his arms in front of his chest and with a gaze full of fear, began to scream. A few hours later, Peng Muin's men lit a campfire inside the cave, while Soryoung and Huiyin were sitting on the rocks. Using her finger, Huiyin began to apply a special balm on Soryoung's cheek. Our boy let out a sigh and felt furious, since he was only trying to help, but even so the gecko had bitten him. Huiyin, who was applying the balm on his wound, asked him to stay still, explaining that if he moved it could leave a scar. Peng Muin, who had his arms crossed, began to laugh, saying that Soryoung was finally starting to act like a real man since after all, he had gotten a glorious scar in battle. Upon hearing this, Huiyin began to stare at Peng Muin with a sinister gaze. Feeling her gaze, the patriarch could not help but feel fear. Touching his cheek, Soryoung felt relieved since the misunderstanding had somehow been cleared up. The small centipedes climbed onto Huiyin's body and began to play. Seeing how the centipedes were not reacting to any murderous intent, he realized that little gecko never intended to harm him in the first place. While they were distracted, Gupi appeared and called their attention. Upon hearing his voice, Soryoung's and Huiyin's attention turned to Gupi. Gupi appeared alongside the gecko, revealing that the creature had something to say. With a forced smile, Soryoung began to touch his cheek and asked if he was ready. The gecko nodded. Soryoung stood up, promising to do his best effort. But before that, he wanted to ask something to the gecko. He began to observe our boy and became somewhat curious. Showing a finger, Soryong asked what geckos ate, since if he was going to cut her tail off, she was going to need to eat something nutritious in order to recover well. Taking small jumps, the gecko turned his back on them and began to move away. Soryong panicked and started to follow him. The little gecko moved several meters away and stopped near a small plant. Soryong's eyes filled with curiosity and his attention focused on the plant. Using his mouth, the gecko pulled out the plant and began to show it to Soryong. Our boy took the small plant in his hand. Pangmuin and Huiyan began to observe it closely. With a curious gaze, she asked if she could take a quick look at the plant. Our boy did not refuse and handed her the plant. Huiyan took the plant and began to inspect it carefully. Showing the plant to Soryong, she revealed that although it was weak, she could feel a bit of kai seeping out. She was sure that this was a seed of a spirit herb that used to grow in this cavern. Soryong's eyes widened in confusion. He took the seed and his jaw dropped in surprise. With a serious gaze, Pangmuin revealed that he had heard about it long ago. It was said that spirit herbs always grew where spiritual beasts dwelled. The centipedes were sleeping on top of the rocks. Huiyan began to observe them and explained that if that was the case, then maybe these little ones, just like the centipedes, survive by feeding on the kai of the spirit herbs. Soryong clenched his fist and his jaw dropped, realizing that if they unearthed the spirit herb, then that meant they were in serious trouble. He panicked and started to replant the herb again, but Pangmuin mentioned that it was no longer useful. Soryong planted the herb again, but Pangmuin placed his hand on his shoulder and revealed that once a spirit herb had been touched by human hands, it would not grow again. He was sure that the gecko knew this and for that reason had unearthed it to show them. Even if he replanted it, it was not going to grow beyond this point, leaving our boy in shock. Soryong began to imagine Jughu pulling out the spirit herbs that were in the cave, and the little geckos crying. Soryong's eyes filled with tears knowing that humans were very cruel. With a curious gaze, Pangmuin asked Gupi what the name of the spirit herb that used to grow here was. Gupi began to observe him in silence, and revealed that that thing was called frost ginseng. Pangmuin began to ponder, and then a smile appeared on his face since then all they had to do was find something that emitted the same type of kai as the frost ginseng. Upon hearing this, our boy stood up and his eyes began to shine with joy. He asked if there really was something like that. With a smile, Pangmuin nodded his head and then revealed that it was called ice jade, just like the frost ginseng. It contained the essence of cold kai. Touching his chin, he mentioned that the problem was how to obtain the ice jade, since even with money, it was not something that could be obtained easily. While they were distracted, Huiyan stepped forward, capturing their attention. With a serious gaze, she said that if they were talking about the ice jade, then she knew someone who had it. Upon hearing this, a curious smile appeared on the faces of Soryong and Pangmuin since for them this was good news. With a curious gaze, Soryong approached her and asked who had the ice jade. She panicked and asked him to calm down. She began to sweat not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Soryong and Pangmuin became somewhat confused. Huiyan swallowed saliva, then began to touch her chin and with a sincere gaze revealed that they were some other weed. Upon hearing this, our boy's jaw dropped in surprise, while on the other hand, Pangmuin became even more confused. With a serious gaze, she let out a sigh. Soryong's eyes widened in fear as he did not know what was happening. Pangmuin and Soryong began to observe Huiyan, not knowing what she had in mind. Even Pangmuin felt confused. Huiyan began to show a confident smile, and upon seeing this, Soryong's eyes filled with fear, and he couldn't help but sweat. He put his hand on his face and let out a sigh. He didn't know why his father-in-law had to say something like that at that moment. He remembered that in this world girls were called weed. Pangmuin crossed his arms and asked who was that other weed who supposedly had the ice jade. Soryong came out of his thoughts and his jaw dropped in surprise, leaving him in shock. Huiyan began to show a confident gaze. Showing a finger she revealed that one of the 3 flowers of Muram was known as the Flame Queen Peony. Her real name was Namgung Seol, the daughter of the Namgung clan. From what she had heard, Seol had the ice jade, but she really didn't need it. Upon hearing this good news, a smile appeared on Pangmuin's face, while on the other hand, Soryong's jaw dropped in surprise. While they were conversing, the little gecko appeared and started making chirping sounds to get Soryong's attention. Upon hearing the gecko's voice, our boy became curious and turned around. The little gecko's eyes filled with tears and sadness. Huiyan asked what he was saying, and Soryong revealed that he was asking them to quickly treat the injured gecko. Soryong reached out his hand and decided to save the rest of the conversation until after treating the gecko. Huiyan nodded her head. Noticing that the little gecko was nervous, she thought that was for the best. Soryong peeked his head between the rocks and saw the little gecko sleeping. He took her out of the nest and began to examine her carefully. The other gecko's eyes began to shine with concern. With a confused look, Huiyan remembered that geckos could cut off their own tails. She didn't know why it had held on until things had gotten so bad. With a sad expression, Soryong admitted that she was right, but also revealed that there were some geckos that weren't like that. Upon hearing this, Huiyan's eyes widened in confusion. When a lizard cut off its own tail, it was called autotomy, and depending on the species, the traits were different. Soryang began to observe the gecko carefully, remembering that there were some who could perform autotomy but couldn't regenerate. Some could both shed and regrow, and others couldn't do either of those things, so he couldn't assume anything and had to examine it properly. Soryang started to touch the gecko's tail. Once they confirmed it, they would find the detachment segment and press it with a finger to trigger the separation. Huiyan's eyes filled with confusion since she didn't know what that was. With a smile, our boy explained that although it seemed like the gecko's tail could be cut anywhere, in reality, the point where it breaks was predetermined. That was what they called the detachment segment. Huiyan was in shock since she didn't know much about geckos. Because they weren't poisonous, she didn't know how Soryang knew so much. According to her, this was amazing. The gecko was sleeping in Soryang's hands. He had sounded confident when he said it, but the tail was already very decayed, so he wasn't sure that the surgery would go well. Soryang grabbed its tail and his eyes began to shine with determination. He had to try anyway since he was spicy Fabry. A few minutes later, Soryang and Huiyan began performing the surgery. Peng Muin, who was sitting on a rock, realized that this was taking longer than he had thought. With a serious gaze, he started staring at Soryang, and the little gecko began to emit chirps. A few minutes later, with the gecko sleeping in his arms, Soryang appeared. Lord Peng Muin asked what had happened to the gecko. Huiyan began to show a smile, while on the other side, with a joyful gaze, Soryang revealed that fortunately the surgery had gone well. As long as they took good care of her, she should be fine. Upon hearing this, the little gecko couldn't help but cry and show a grateful smile. Our boy sat next to the gecko and felt happy to see that he was so happy. Peng Muin's gaze fixed on our boy. The more he looked at him, the more incredible he seemed. The pair of geckos returned to the nest. Now that the surgery had been completed, Soryang and the others decided to stay nearby and monitor its condition for a few days. A few days later, with a curious smile, Soryang and Huiyan returned to the cavern and began to run toward the rocks. Near the nest was the pair of geckos playing happily. Seeing that her condition was better, Soryang couldn't help but smile. The little geckos began to show tender looks. Soryang clenched his fists and couldn't help but feel excited, realizing that they had gone from being kittens to being lizard puppies, knowing that if this had happened in his past life, it surely would have gone viral. Soryang's attention was fixed on the female gecko, realizing that the injured girl had also regained some strength. Now that her condition was better, Soryang decided it was time to leave. Upon hearing this, the gecko's eyes widened with sadness. With a smile, Soryang explained that they were not going away forever. They were just going to get some food for them and then come back. Until then, he asked the gecko to make sure to preserve the seeds Kai. The two geckos nodded their heads. Soryang turned around and with a confident gaze told Huiyan that it was time to return to the Tang clan. With an excited gaze, he clenched his fist and thought that it was time to obtain the ice jade. A few hours later, they returned to the manor of the Tang clan and sat down to chat with the patriarch. Back in the Tang clan, leaving behind the geckos, a few pieces of news had arrived, and among them, without a doubt, the biggest incident had been the matter related to the blood cult. The patriarch interlaced his hands and with a serious gaze decided to speak about that matter. After the identity of a spy infiltrated in the Murim alliance was revealed, their warriors followed the owl that an assistant had raised. A man with a mustache hid behind a tree and when he peeked out, his eyes widened in surprise and fear. The owl arrived at the hideout of the blood cult, which was filled with ninjas. Coincidentally, a squad had just returned to the Murim alliance, and they had sent them poison extracted from tiger-striped water snakes, which had played an important role when they raided the hideout. Showing a letter, the patriarch revealed that the leader of the alliance had personally sent a handwritten letter of gratitude. He was very proud of Soryang. With a forced smile, Soryang coughed. The patriarch asked if he had caught that mysterious gecko. He decided to stop by the toxic creature garden himself to see how it looked. Soryang began to sweat and with a nervous gaze mentioned that one could say they had half caught the gecko. Upon hearing this, the patriarch felt somewhat confused. Just then, with a serious expression, Huiyan decided to explain everything that had happened so far to her father. The patriarch put the cup of tea on the table. He began to stroke his beard and started thinking about the ice jade. Resting her hands on the table, Huiyan stood up and explained that for that reason, they had planned to go together to Manhua province to visit the Namgun clan. After thinking, with a calm gaze, the patriarch gave them permission to go. For him this was very convenient since he needed them to deliver something along the way. The timing wasn't the best because of the blood cult, but if Soryang was with her, he could be at ease. Soryang let out a sigh and his eyes filled with confusion since he didn't know if that had been a stealthy way of assigning him a task. Just before they could leave, with a serious expression, the patriarch asked them to wait a moment. He closed his eyes and revealed that some disturbing rumors had been circulating lately about the Namgun clan. Soryang and Huiyan began to look at each other and their eyes widened in surprise. It was nighttime and near the Namgun clan was Yellow Mountain. Two men were walking around the area. The bald man's eyes filled with surprise, and he couldn't help but sweat when he asked if his friend was joking. With a confident gaze, his friend said that he was telling the truth. He again mentioned that the young lady from the Namgoon clan was not normal. With an angry gaze, the bald man asked his friend to stop saying nonsense and not to make up dirty and scandalous rumors. His friend's attention was fixed on something. Not far from them there was a man lying on the ground. Upon seeing this, their eyes widened in fear. They began to run toward the man without knowing why someone had collapsed here. The friend placed his hand under the man's head without knowing if he was dead. Just then, the man began to smile. Their attention was fixed on the man, and they could not help but feel even more confused. The man had not collapsed. Blood was coming out of his nose. He was red like a tomato and gasping heavily, as if he were in love. The men began to look at each other and felt even more confused. They carried the man on their back and decided to take him to the village, thinking that he must be drunk. Not far from them, there was a woman hidden behind a tree, watching everything. The woman's body began to release a strange aura. Her shadow became larger. She was like a spider hanging from its web. It was night, and under the light of the moon, a woman was practicing with the sword. She concentrated and her eyes began to shine with determination. With precision and elegance, she swung the sword several times, cutting the leaves of the trees. At that moment, her body began to tremble, and the woman began to gasp heavily and felt frustrated. She had not managed to cut all the leaves, so she thought that she still needed more training. A woman with pigtails who was holding a lamp appeared and addressed the woman as Unnai. She was Namgoon Yoon from the Namgoon clan. With a serious expression, she suggested returning now, since if they arrived late, they were going to be caught. Yoon knew that her father was going to scold her if they were caught this time. She admitted that the sword handling was great, but as the eldest daughter of their family, Unnai had to take better care of herself. Unnai began to observe Yoon in silence. Using her hand, she took off her hat and with a sincere gaze admitted that Yoon was right. She was the eldest daughter of the Namgoon clan, also known as the Flame Queen Peony or Soul. At that moment, she began to cough strongly. Seeing this, Yoon's eyes filled with concern, since she did not know if Seul was okay. Unnai clenched her fist and her face turned pale, since she suffered from the disease called overflowing Kai deviation. At first, everyone in the family considered it a blessing. That was because the Kai channels were completely open, which made the construction of internal energy much faster, and there was no blockage at all in the circulation of pure Kai. The old man who was treating her mentioned that too many of her blood points were open, and her innate Kai was being depleted too quickly. With a worried expression, the father asked if there was no solution. The old man put his hand on his chin and began to ponder. With his face sweating, and with a sincere expression, the old man revealed that she needed yin energy, pure and strong yin energy, which should be used before her innate Kai or her life could be shortened. Back to the present, Unnai began to pant heavily and little by little began to run out of energy. Yoon approached her and with a worried gaze asked if she was okay. With a smile, Unnai asked her not to worry and suggested going back. With a confused gaze, Yoon asked if she was sure. Just then, Unnai's attention was fixed on the lamp. She felt identified and thought that she was like the oil flame inside this lamp. She began to stare at the lamp, knowing that she was a being who would disappear once the oil was consumed. She began to look towards the sky, knowing that she had to hurry and master at least the Emperor's sword style as soon as possible. Her attention was fixed on the moon, and while the wind was blowing, she thought that she should master the style before her body burned and disappeared. It was daytime, and somewhere on the Yangtze River there was a boat. On the boat were Soryang, Huian, and Gupi. Gupi began to point towards the water and asked Soryang to look, since the Beiji dolphin had appeared. Upon hearing this, Soryang's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that it was the Yangtze River dolphin. The dolphin emerged from the water and began to play. Soryang was in shock, since he could not believe that he was seeing with his own eyes a species that had gone extinct. And even though he liked insects and reptiles, dolphins were something different. With a smile, Huiyan mentioned that if they followed the Yangtze River, they would reach Wuhan, where the Muram Alliance was located. Soryang's attention focused on her. With a smile, he explained that according to his father-in-law's orders, they had to stop in Wuhan and deliver the red-necked keelback's poison. After that, they could get off the boat at Angyang, which was considered a safe zone. Huiyan began to show a smile and said that at this speed they could arrive at a much earlier hour. Soryang sat next to her and with a worried expression revealed that there was something he was concerned about. Huiyan sat next to him and with a curious gaze asked what it was. Our boy knew that if the ice jade was really so precious, then the Namgoon clan would not hand it over easily. He extended his hand and explained that this fact kept bothering him, no matter how he thought about it. She started laughing and asked him to trust her. She started imagining Unnai and revealed that the ice jade was of special use for the young lady Namgoon Seol. She needed to be able to eat it, but the ice jade could not be eaten. She started to point at our boy, being sure that now that they had that, they were going to trade it for the ice jade, since after all, that could be eaten. Soryang put his hand into his clothes, then he started to touch his chest and mentioned that she was not entirely wrong about that. He felt worried since he did not know if this ice jade was safe. He also remembered that lizards were cold-blooded, so normally they hated everything that was cold. He did not feel good feeding them something he was not sure about. With a serious gaze, he called Huiyan's attention and remembered that she had said that the ice jade contained cold yin energy. He asked what that was, since he had heard about yin and yang energy before, but for him it was still difficult to understand. Huiyan turned towards him, and while her eyes were shining with joy, she started to show one finger and began to smile. Because it was important for martial arts cultivation, she decided to explain, but asked our boy to listen carefully and remember. The yin kai was the kai that created the yin fire, and among the kiss of heaven and earth, it referred to the kai that sank downwards and gathered. With a serious expression, she revealed that normally, yin energy suppressed the activity of living beings. Dark, cold, and fearful things were all types of yin energies, so the expression cold yin energy was simply a type of yin energy. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise and he thought that yin energy was bad. With a smile, Huiyan said no, since in contrast to yin energy, yang energy created yang fire, but an excess of it accelerated living activities, causing faster aging and depleting energy. Soryong began to imagine lizards playing with ice, realizing that the reason those two children needed cold energy was that their bodies were cold energy in itself, and thus they grew by absorbing that yin energy. He thought it was something like recharging batteries. Soryong started touching his head and questioned if yin and yang were not supposed to be balanced, like male and female. He did not know how they achieved that balance when they had pure yi energy. Soryong started touching his head in confusion. Huiyan's gaze fixed on him and she could not help but blush like a tomato. With a nervous expression, she looked away and said that she did not know. She started shouting, saying that they were going to discover how to find that balance between yin and yang later. Upon hearing this, our boy could not help but blush and his mind filled with confusion. She put her hands on her face and felt embarrassed. Just then, Gupi appeared and announced that they had arrived, asking them to get ready to disembark. Their ship docked at the port of Wuhan. Once the ship stopped, Soryong and Huiyan got off. She introduced herself and revealed that they had brought the object he had requested. The man with a ponytail extended his hand and with a smile said that the general was already waiting for them. They started walking across a bridge and Soryong felt amazed. He was in shock to see how grand the Murim alliance was. Not far from the area, a woman grabbed a man by the ear, making the man start to scream. With his face full of sweat, the man asked the woman named Sword Phoenix to stop since he was about to teach that guy a lesson. With an angry gaze, she made it clear that he could not be dueling against his own allies. With a sincere expression, the other man told Seonghu that she was right since he had acted too hastily without verifying the facts first. Seonghu said that he was only defending the honor of the young lady. At that moment, something caught Seonghu's attention. His gaze fixed on Huiyan and he soon realized that she was the poisonous flower. Huiyan turned around and recognized the man with a white bandana as Slaying Dragon, the woman as Sword Phoenix, and Seonghu as Spear Dragon. With a smile, she remembered that it was the first time they met since the Dragon Phoenix meeting. She asked how everyone had been. Seonghu could not help but smile since it had been a long time since he had last seen Huiyan. They began to talk among themselves and Soryong remembered that in Murim, only those with remarkable skills received titles like Dragon or Phoenix, realizing that all of them were elite martial artists. Sword Phoenix said that she had something to ask her, revealing that there was a strange rumor circulating about her. Upon hearing this, Huiyan felt somewhat confused. She revealed that there was a rumor circulating that she had a lover. Huiyan's eyes widened in surprise. Our boy started sweating and felt confused. With a confused expression, she asked if it was true that this rumor was circulating about her. With a nervous smile, Seonghu said yes, revealing that all the warriors were gossiping about it. He was about to challenge him to a duel in her honor for spreading nonsense. They were comrades who fought together, so he wanted to defend her honor. Our boy noticed that he had a crush on her. Huiyan looked to the side and made it clear that this rumor was false. Seonghu felt furious and decided to find the warrior who was spreading the false rumor and give him a good beating. Huiyan stepped forward and decided to correct that rumor. She grabbed Soryong by the arm, leaving him somewhat confused. She began to show off Soryong and with a proud smile revealed that she did not have a lover, but rather a fiancé. She introduced Soryong as her fiancé. Upon seeing this, everyone went into shock. With a surprised expression, Sword Phoenix noticed that Soryong was very young. With a forced smile, Huiyan apologized and thought that she should have introduced Soryong to them earlier. Soryong and the others greeted each other. Just when he raised his head, he saw Seonghu staring at him with a murderous gaze. He approached our boy and asked if his name was Soryong. With a face full of fear, Soryong said yes. Seonghu knelt before our boy, leaving everyone in shock. He introduced himself as Yang Seonghu, the spear dragon of the Yang family of Sincheng. Our boy started sweating like crazy. With an angry expression, Seonghu challenged Soryong to a duel. Seonghu asked Soryong to accept the duel, leaving them in shock. Sword Phoenix and Slaying Dragon let out a sigh and felt somewhat disappointed upon seeing Seonghu's attitude. With his face full of sweat, Soryang asked if he really wanted to challenge him to a duel. With eyes shining with rage, Seonghu said that he wanted to have a duel man-to-man. Just then, Sword Phoenix grabbed Seonghu by the collar and pulled him, leaving him somewhat confused. With an angry gaze, Huiyan asked what Seonghu was doing, suddenly asking for a duel. With eyes shining with rage, Sword Phoenix began staring at Seonghu and asked him to take things seriously. Soryang's eyes began to shine with confusion. He couldn't believe that Seonghu wanted to have a duel with him as soon as they had met. He didn't know why he kept meeting strange people. At that moment, someone wearing white clothing approached them and asked why they were making such a fuss. This man was none other than the military advisor, Junju. Soryang closed his eyes and greeted the military advisor with respect. Upon seeing this, Seonghu's eyes filled with fear, and he couldn't help but panic. Junju hit Seonghu in the face with the fan and with a furious gaze demanded to know what he was doing to the guests. Upon receiving the blow, poor Seonghu panicked. With a kind smile, Junju suggested going together to the Heavenly Martial Pavilion where the leader of the alliance was. Soryang's eyes widened in surprise and he nodded his head. Junju, Soryang, and Huiyan went to the Martial Pavilion. Seonghu clenched his fist and his eyes began to shine with rage since he wanted to have a duel with Soryang. Seeing his expression, his friends felt somewhat confused and suggested that it was better to leave. It was daytime and next to the Heavenly Martial Pavilion there was a beautiful river. Huiyan decided to wait in the guest hall. Soryang, who was walking beside Junju, did not refuse and nodded his head. A girl who was in the guest hall began to sweat and with a nervous expression started pointing out the way, saying that first they had to go greet the leader of the alliance. Soryang's attention focused on her and he soon realized that she was a rookie and seemed a little lost. Junju began to smile and mentioned that they had caught that guy thanks to Soryang and explained that she was the one they had brought to replace the previous maid, who had turned out to be a spy, and because she was new, she was still somewhat inexperienced. Our boy began to show a forced smile. The maid closed her eyes and informed the leader that the general and the young warrior from the Tang clan had arrived. Upon hearing this, the leader gave them permission to enter. The door of the hall opened. The leader of the alliance was standing on the balcony enjoying the views. Junju and Soryang bumped their fists against their palms and bowed their heads to him as a sign of respect. Our boy introduced himself as Y Soryang from the Tang clan of Sichuan. Upon hearing this, the leader's eyes filled with surprise. With a kind smile, he asked them to come in since he knew that Soryang must be tired from such a long journey. Just then, something caught his attention, putting him on alert. He began pointing at our boy with his finger and with a serious expression questioned whether those little guys on his wrist and waist didn't bite just anyone. With a surprised expression, our boy said that they didn't bite just anyone. The little centipedes were sleeping under Soryang's clothes. He remembered that it was said the leader was one of the top 3 martial masters in all of Muram. He couldn't believe that he had instantly noticed the poisonous creatures wrapped around his body. They sat down to chat, and the leader got straight to the point and asked if Soryang had brought the venom from the tiger-striped water snakes. Soryang said that he had, and with a smile revealed that he had prepared as much as possible just before leaving. He had brought 3 bottles. Junju was in shock, and with a calm expression mentioned that when he was in Sichuan, he had seen the process of extracting that venom. A complicated task. It required a lot of work and effort to collect. He didn't know how to thank Soryang for having brought 3 bottles. The leader began to look at our boy and mentioned that he had heard that he had become the son-in-law of the Tang clan. Soryang turned his head toward him and nodded. The leader decided to ask about his parents, and Soryang revealed that he had no family. He was alone in this world and had no one to trust. Junju interrupted the conversation and with a serious tone said that he had heard that Soryang had lost all his memory in an accident, and before being taken in by the patriarch of the Tang clan, he used to live alone on Hainan Island, hunting snakes and selling them. The leader crossed his arms and it didn't take long for him to realize that Soryang must have lived a lonely and difficult life on his own. With a cheerful smile, Soryang began to touch his head and mentioned that he wasn't completely alone. The leader decided to change the subject and talk about the reason why he had summoned Soryang. He knew that our boy had played an important role in the recent blood cult incident and wanted to grant him a reward. The eyes of our boy widened in surprise. With a nervous gaze, he mentioned that he had already told the general what he needed the last time. Junju began to show a smile. What Soryang had discovered was something enormous, enough to ensure that those disgusting leeches from the blood cult would never set foot on the Central Plains again. And according to him, this kind of service deserved more than just a simple reward. With a nervous expression, Soryang began to shake his hands in denial, revealing that it had been something he had stumbled upon while trying to save his people from them. If it was that gift which had already been promised to him, according to him that was more than enough for him. The eyes of the leader and of Junju began to shine with seriousness. The leader placed his hand on the table and asked if he had really stumbled upon it while trying to save his people. He stood up, crossed his arms, and couldn't help but smile, as he had been wondering why he felt a sense of closeness with Soryang. Now he had realized that it was because they were alike. Soryong's eyes filled with confusion, and the leader clarified that he wasn't talking about their faces. With a serious gaze, he revealed that he had lost both his clan and the one he loved because of those bastards from the blood cult. He was struggling, doing everything possible to save even a single remaining member of the family, and at some point along the way, he reached enlightenment and achieved martial mastery. The leader began to observe our boy and mentioned that he had heard that Soryong had thrown himself against an elder of the blood cult while he was poisoned in order to save his people from the Tang clan. With a smile, our boy said it was true. A smile appeared on the leader's face since he had done the same thing 30 years ago. He began to walk towards Soryong. Despite being imposing, he had thrown himself in completely, with nothing but desperation in his heart. He placed his hand on our boy's shoulder, leaving him somewhat confused. With a smile, as a reward, he decided to grant our boy his unique martial art, called Iron Coffer Technique. The jaws of Soryong and Junju dropped in surprise. The leader couldn't help but smile and with a confident gaze revealed that he had never taken a disciple before. And when he died his martial art would disappear with him. He had no intention of pretending to be his master, so he decided to let the Tang clan know they didn't need to worry. Junju stood up and his face was covered in sweat. Our boy was open-mouthed and sweating like crazy. From the bottom of his heart, he thanked the leader and swore to make sure not to bring shame to his great name. Upon hearing this, a kind smile spread across the leader's face. Once night fell, Soryong was walking around the area carrying a heavy book. He held the book tightly. The alliance leader was granting him his own martial art. For now, Soryong had to keep it secret from everyone except for the elders of his clan, since if it were found out, he could become a target of the blood cult. He decided to return to the guest hall and thought that if he told Huyen she would be delighted. Just then, a man appeared and began watching him in silence. The man asked our boy to wait. With a curious gaze, Soryong turned around and saw the furious Seonghu staring at him. Soryong couldn't help but tremble. Seonghu took a step forward and with a serious look said that he had heard that Soryong had passed through the Heavenly Martial Pavilion. He had come since he still hadn't received an answer regarding their duel. Our boy was in shock to see how persistent this guy was. With a sincere expression, Seonghu admitted that he wanted to know if Soryong was a man worthy of marrying Huyen. He wanted Soryong to prove it. With a nervous gaze, Soryong said that a duel was very dangerous. Pointing at the spear with his finger, Seonghu explained that he shouldn't worry about that, since he was going to remove the tips from his spear. With a piercing gaze, Soryong revealed that he was worried because he was afraid that Seonghu could end up dead. Both remained silent for several minutes, looking at each other. Soryong's words made Seonghu angry. He grabbed Soryong by the collar and with a furious gaze demanded to know what he had just said. Just then, something that was hidden in our boy's clothes started to move. Seonghu's attention fixed on it, leaving him somewhat confused. With a furious gaze, the small centipedes emerged from Soryong's clothes and lunged at Seonghu. At that moment, our boy caught the centipedes and asked them not to bite Seonghu. The arrogant Seonghu fell on his butt to the ground, his face filled with sweat and fear since he didn't know what was happening. Soryong approached him and with a smile mentioned that as he had told him it was dangerous. Soryong sat in front of Seonghu, making him start to sweat like crazy. With shining eyes, with an arrogant expression, Soryong made it clear that he had already forgiven him once. Seonghu began to pant heavily with fear and realized that Soryong was not joking. If our boy had not stopped the centipedes, he really would have died. Soryong stood up and began to show a penetrating gaze. Seonghu realized that he was a fearsome man. In Yan Seonghu's eyes, Soryong was like a monster. Our boy asked if he was okay, and at that moment, Hayan appeared and with a confused gaze asked what they were doing. Upon hearing her voice, Soryong's eyes widened in surprise, making him panic. With eyes shining with rage and a murderous intent, she questioned whether Seonghu was planning to harm Soryong. Resting his hand on Seonghu's shoulder, with a forced smile, Soryong explained that there had been a misunderstanding. He had gotten lost after leaving the pavilion, and at that moment Seonghu had appeared and offered to show him the way, so for this reason, they were together. Huyen began to ponder in silence. She did not know whether to believe that Seonghu had offered to show Soryong the way. Upon observing closely, she saw that the centipedes were restless. With a nervous gaze, Soryong placed one of the small centipedes on Seonghu's head and mentioned that after chatting he wanted to show the centipedes to Seonghu. So he had asked Seonghu to release a bit of killing intent and this was what had happened. Our boy explained that he was only joking with Seonghu. Seonghu was confused, but decided to play along with Soryong. He stood up and placing his hand on his shoulder, with a smile mentioned that Soryong was right. Huyen's eyes filled with suspicion. She didn't know if they were telling the truth. She thanked Seonghu for guiding Soryong and decided it was time to return to the reception hall. With a nervous smile, Soryong nodded and started running. Seonghu put his hand on top of his head and let out a sigh of relief since he had narrowly avoided getting into trouble. While Soryong was walking away, he turned around and with a smile made it clear that he had saved Seongwoo's life twice. After saying this, they left. Seongwoo's jaw dropped in confusion. He didn't know what was happening. The next morning, the ships began to arrive at the port. Soryong, Hyeon and Gupi got ready to leave. With a smile, she greeted Seonghoo and the others by bowing her head and explained that they had something to do, so they had to go, thanking everyone for their kindness. Slaying Dragon asked both of them to take care. Just before they could leave, with a curious gaze, Sword Phoenix asked Soryong to wait a moment. Then, she placed her hand on Seonghoo's shoulder, with eyes full of nervousness. He bowed his head to Soryong as a sign of respect. Sword Phoenix mentioned that she had heard what Seonghoo had done and thanked Soryong for his generosity. Soryong's eyes widened in confusion. Seonghoo started touching his head and with a nervous gaze thanked our boy, explaining that after talking with Sword Phoenix at night, he had realized how foolish he had been. A proud smile appeared on the faces of his friends. With eyes full of tears, he clenched his fists and revealed that he had convinced himself when he saw Soryong's great tolerance, who had covered up his bad manners. According to him, Soryong was the most suitable as Hyeon's fiancé. He asked our boy to take good care of her in the future. Soryong said goodbye to them and couldn't help but smile. He had heard that they would meet again at the Phoenix Dragon Conference, so there was no need to become enemies. Once Soryong and the others boarded the ship, Seonghoo and the others bid them farewell with a smile. They departed in the sky filled with birds. Late at night, in the village below Mount Hwang there was an inn. Soryong and the others stayed at the inn and sat down to eat. A maid brought them food and left. They had left Wuhan and arrived in Anking. Gupi suggested that it was better to rest in this place since it was late. Mount Hwang could be rough, and it took half a day to reach the Namgung clan. Soryong began to eat calmly. They decided to spend the night at this inn after hearing Gupi's words. Hyeon's eyes filled with confusion, leaving her in shock. She couldn't believe that Soryong had received the secret manual of the Iron Coffer technique, the exclusive martial art of the Fist Emperor. Soryong mentioned that he had said they looked alike and asked if that was a good thing. She nodded because although it was said that training for the Iron Coffer technique was painful, once he mastered it, it could even block swords and Kai-based attacks. With a cheerful gaze, she revealed that it was the exclusive martial art of the very Emperor of the Fist himself. Some even said that it rivaled Shailin's indestructible diamond divine art, and since it was an external martial art, it was not heavily influenced by internal cultivation methods, so Soryong wasn't going to have any problem learning it. Soryong was in shock as he knew that if he mastered the technique, he would gain bulletproof defense. He knew that he had inherited an incredible technique. With a kind smile, she offered to help him train, as she had heard that the first emperor used to whip his own body every morning as part of the regimen and she could do this for Soryong. Soryong's jaw dropped upon hearing that the first emperor used to whip his own body, clenching her fists. She said this was true since hardening skin through whipping was part of training. Soryong couldn't help blushing at the thought of Hyeon dressed as a maid holding a whip. Just then, an old man approached them and asked if they were planning to climb Mount Hyeongshan. Soryong's eyes filled with curiosity and he turned around. Hyeon nodded her head and questioned why the old man was asking this. The old man introduced himself as the owner of the inn and asked if they were heading to the Namgung clan. Our boy stood up and with a confused gaze asked if there was any problem. Hyeon remembered that her father had said that sinister rumors had been spreading. She didn't know if this could be related to them. The old man approached her and revealed that during the last few months, the people who had gone up Mount Hyeongshan had started to disappear. Eventually they had been found safe and sound, but all their yang energy had been completely drained. Upon hearing this, Soryong's face filled with fear, while on the other hand, Hyeon became suspicious since according to her this was strange. She questioned what all of this had to do with the Namgung clan. The old man coughed and couldn't help blushing when he revealed that each of the people who had come back to their senses had said the same thing. The person they had spent the night with was none other than Lady Namgung Seol of the Namgung clan. Upon knowing this, Hyeon's eyes widened in confusion, leaving her in shock. She began arguing with the old man saying that this was absurd. According to her this must be a trap, a malicious slander. Soryong asked her to calm down. The old man panicked and with a nervous expression revealed that everyone had reacted like her. It was night and the moon was high in the sky and not far away was the manor of the Namgung clan. Seol was sitting in her room sewing. Just then, a maid opened the door to her room, making her curious. The maid informed that the patriarch had summoned her to the patriarch's hall immediately, leaving her somewhat surprised. Without wasting any more time, she left her room and began heading toward the patriarch's hall. She did not know if her father had found out that she had been secretly training fencing at night. Once she arrived at the patriarch's hall, her eyes filled with surprise. In front of the patriarch there were several men kneeling. When he saw that she had arrived, the father's eyes began to shine with seriousness. He gave the order to all the men to raise their heads, and asked everyone to say if the one they had seen was really his daughter. With a face full of fear and trembling, one of the men raised his head, and the others began to ask for mercy. With a furious gaze, the father gave them the order to speak the truth at once, leaving Xiao somewhat confused. With a serious expression, he asked if Xiao had been secretly going out to Mount Huangshan at night. He revealed that these men were saying that she had drained their yang energy. Her eyes widened in fear and confusion. Her face filled with fear and she couldn't help but cry. The father began to point at her and asked her to speak clearly. With a sincere gaze, she admitted that it was true that she had been training with her sword in the valleys of Mount Huangshan the last few days, but swore that aside from training with the sword, she hadn't done anything else. The father turned toward the men and said that his daughter had declared herself innocent, so they must provide solid evidence of what they claimed to have seen. With eyes full of tears, the fat man swore that they only spoke of what they had seen with their own eyes. They did not intend to insult the young lady. The other man began to cry since he didn't know what was happening in this world, nor if everyone had gone crazy or been possessed by spirits. Upon hearing this, the fat man's eyes filled with surprise. He stood up and said that there was a mole. The patriarch became curious and asked which mole he was talking about. Pointing at his chest, he revealed that the woman they had seen had a mole on her chest. With a curious expression, the father thought this was nonsense, turned around and asked Xiao if it was true. She put her hand over her mouth and her eyes began to shine with fear, leaving her in shock. Seeing her expression, the father couldn't help but get angry. He couldn't believe that this was true. Huiyan and Soryang left the inn and began to walk through the forest. Huiyan's face was full of rage. Our boy approached her and with a curious expression asked if she was still upset about what the innkeeper had said. Despite being so, she denied it. In front of them was Gupi, who carried all the luggage in his backpack. With a furious gaze, Huiyan turned around and made it clear that it was ridiculous to think that Namgung Xiao was absorbing men's masculine energy every night. Soryang's eyes widened in fear, realizing that she was upset. Huiyan let out a sigh. With a sincere expression, she apologized since she didn't want to get angry. But according to her, those rumors were nonsense. She revealed that Namgung Xiao could not have contact with men, leaving Soryang in shock. With a face full of sadness, Huiyan revealed that Xiao had a strange illness, and if she didn't constantly receive yin energy, her life expectancy would shorten. Due to that type of body, yang energy was like poison for her. That's why she was careful not to let any man get close to her. So spending each night with men was something impossible for her. With a confused gaze, Soryang realized that this scenario was like that of a fantasy heroine. He didn't know if this was going to end well. Several hours later, they arrived at the entrance of the Namgung Manor. With a serious gaze, the guard began looking at Soryang and asked what they had come for. Huiyan began whispering, and her eyes started shining with seriousness, realizing that the family atmosphere in the Namgung clan wasn't good. So it was possible that the guards wouldn't allow them, and if they said they came to see Xiao without any reason. So she asked our boy to make something up. With a curious expression, Soryang decided to listen to her. Our boy approached the guards, coughed, and with his eyes shining with confidence said they had come to make a deal. The guards said nothing, and upon seeing this, Huiyan panicked since she didn't know what Soryang was saying. Seeing that the plan hadn't worked, our boy couldn't help but sweat. Just then, someone opened the door upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing who this person was, Soryang and Huiyan's eyes filled with surprise, leaving them in shock. This person was Namgung Yoon. She was just as surprised to see Huiyan. Thanks to her, Soryang and the others entered the clan's manor, and Huiyan and Yoon began to dance with joy. Yoon was happy since it had been a long time since the last time she had seen Huiyan. With a smile, Huiyan mentioned that it had been 2 years since the meeting of the 7 families. With a confused expression, Yoon asked what Soryang meant by making a deal. Huiyan closed her eyes and let out a sigh. With a nervous expression, Soryang began to show a smile. Huiyan explained that they needed the ice jade, and she had heard last time that Xiao had it. Upon hearing this, Yoon felt somewhat surprised. With a sincere gaze, Huiyan mentioned that they really needed it, so they had come to see if they could get it. Yoon put her hands together and with a kind smile suggested first going to the patriarch's hall to talk about the matter with her father. She was sure that her father was going to be happy to see Huiyan after such a long time. Resting her hands on Soryang's shoulders, with a smile Huiyan revealed that she had brought something to exchange for the ice jade. Our boy's eyes widened in confusion. Yoon was in shock and asked if she wanted to exchange Soryang. Not long after, they went to the Namgung clan patriarch's hall. They told everything to the patriarch. He stood up and with a surprised gaze asked if it was true. His eyes widened in fear. He was in shock since he couldn't believe that they had brought an elixir that contained cold energy. Huiyan asked Soryang to show it. Upon hearing this, with a smile, our boy put his hand inside his clothes, took out the elixir, and placed it on the table. The patriarch's attention was fixed on it and his mind was filled with surprise. Inside the elixir there was something shining. With a curious gaze, the patriarch asked if he could take a closer look, and with a smile Soryong gave him permission. Soryong couldn't help but sweat. It was an elixir that he had brought very carefully, keeping it in his arms. He hoped that they would accept this exchange. The patriarch began to examine the elixir carefully, and mentioned that the purity of cold kai was very high. With this, she could endure at least 10 years. With a curious expression, Yoon asked if really it was so incredible. Because it was so valuable, the patriarch decided to exchange it for the ice jade. Upon hearing this, a joyful smile appeared on the faces of Hwaein and Soryong. Pointing at it with his finger, the patriarch noticed that there was something inside and questioned what it was. With a forced smile, our boy said he couldn't tell him that. The patriarch realized that it could reveal the place where the elixir had been found and decided not to ask further. With a smile, Soryong coughed and thanked him. But then his face filled with fear since he knew that wasn't the real reason behind it. A few days ago, Soryong was in the clan walking with the grandfather. Our boy began to feel something cold in his clothes. The old man's attention fixed on him and he asked if there was any problem. Our boy took it out of his clothes and his eyes widened in confusion. It was a tail. Soryong handed the tail to the grandfather and mentioned that there was a strange thing similar to an ice crystal in the gecko's tail that he had kept as a souvenir. With a curious expression, the grandfather began to examine the tail carefully and noticed that it had cold kai, knowing that it was going to be good material for those who had mastered ice martial arts or cold kai martial arts. Soryong began to touch his chin and remembered the small geckos. He thought they stored nutrients in their tails, like fate-tailed gecko. He would have never thought that it was actually cold kai. With a smile, the grandfather asked if Soryong wanted to try turning the tail into an elixir. Back in the present, our boy was in shock since he knew that a withered gecko's tail wasn't even worth mentioning. With a cheerful gaze, the patriarch asked Yoon to go tell her sister to exchange this elixir for the ice jade. Upon hearing this, she nodded. Now that they were already here, he asked them to rest a little. He had to organize a party to welcome the guests of his clan. He also noticed that Hwaein was close to Seol. He revealed that his daughter had gone through something difficult recently and wondered if she could comfort her while she was here. With a smile, Hwaein did not refuse. They stood up and Yoon decided to guide them to the guest residence. They left the mansion and began walking. With a smile, Yoon mentioned that thanks to Hwaein, her father was in a good mood these past few days. They had been walking on thin ice. With a curious gaze, Hwaein asked what had happened to Seol since she had heard rumors near Mount Hyeongshan. Yoon's eyes filled with surprise upon noticing that she knew that. Her eyes began to shine with sadness because she didn't think Seol would do something like that. But since they hadn't been able to find any clues, she was locked in the confinement room and had to be marked with virginity sand to prove her innocence. Hwaein was in shock and Soryong was somewhat confused. Virginity sand was something women applied on their bodies to demonstrate that their body was pure. If you raise a gecko in a jar and feed it cinnabar, its body will turn red. Hwaein revealed that afterwards it was ground into powder and applied to the woman's body. If her body was pure, that blood mark could not be washed off even with water. Upon hearing this, Soryong's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He was furious since identifying a maiden was the task of a unicorn, not that of a gecko. Seeing Soryong's expression, Hwaein panicked. Just then, they arrived at the place where Seol was, catching their attention. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise. Not far from them sat Seol with the blood mark still on her hand. With a smile, Hwaein greeted her. Upon seeing Hwaein, Seol couldn't help but go into shock. Yoon revealed that she had brought an elixir containing cold kai. Their father wanted her to exchange it for the ice jade. Yoon gave Seol the elixir. Her eyes widened with curiosity and her jaw dropped upon noticing the immense cold kai of it. She thanked them and decided to make the exchange, making Hwaein and Soryong feel happy. She took out the ice jade and handed it to Soryong. Our boy began to observe it carefully and couldn't help but smile. Just then, with a sad gaze, Seol let out a sigh. The attention of our boy and Hwaein focused on her. With a sincere gaze, Hwaein admitted having heard the rumors. She didn't believe that Seol would do something like that, so she asked her not to get too discouraged. With an expression full of sadness, she mentioned that there were many witnesses who knew where her mole was. Soryong's eyes filled with emotion upon realizing that this was a mysterious case. He put his hand over his face and couldn't help but smile. Our boy was an expert in this kind of thing, and in his previous life he was called Sherlock Faber when they played escape in deduction rooms. With a smile, he asked if Seol had ever bathed alone in a pond or river at night. She began to observe our boy and felt confused. With a serene expression, Hwaein asked if he wanted to know if someone had been spying on her. Soryong's jaw dropped when he realized she was right. With her face full of sweat, Seol admitted never having bathed outside, and even if they had seen her, they had no reason to defame her. The people who were in the reception hall were like family since they lived together in the village at the foot of the mountain. Yoon mocked Soryong, saying that he was wrong. Soryong's face filled with sweat. He couldn't believe that he had failed. He fell to his knees on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Just then, Hwaein noticed something. Putting her hands together and with a smile, she revealed that she had solved the mystery. According to her, there was only one probable explanation for this situation. Everyone's attention turned to her and all felt confused and curious. With a serious gaze, she revealed the probable explanation for this situation. With a serene expression, Huiyin decided to reveal the identity of the possible culprit. Everyone began to look at her with a curious expression. Huiyin remained silent until several seconds later, with eyes shining with confidence, she revealed that the culprit was a ghost. The faces of Yoon and Seol were filled with sweat and their eyes widened in surprise, leaving them in shock. Huiyin nodded her head. Soryong's eyes filled with confusion since he was thinking that she was going to say something profound. He didn't know why she suddenly started talking about ghosts. With a curious expression, Soryong began to touch his chin and started thinking about it. He remembered encountering the ghost of the blue-spotted centipede after it died, so this situation wasn't so absurd. Soryong extended his hand and asked Seol if by any chance she had touched or done something strange lately, like eating the inner core of a spiritual beast. Seol began to ponder and with a serious gaze revealed that she had recently touched an acorn and also a tree branch. Soryong and Huiyin began to sweat and felt confused, realizing that this was what they called idiotic charm. Seol's eyes widened in surprise. She clasped her hands and remembered something. She revealed that while she was training alone at night, she felt the presence of someone. It was as if someone had been watching her all the time. With a confused expression, Yoon asked her sister if this was true. Seol nodded her head. She had no doubt about it. She had clearly felt it. At first she thought it was Yoon, and when she went to check there was no one. She put her hand on her chin and couldn't help but wonder if she was being too sensitive. Soryong began to observe her, knowing that this was a suspicious situation. While they were distracted, a maid came running. Upon hearing her voice, the sister's attention focused on her. With a face full of sweat and while panting heavily, the maid revealed that something terrible had happened. Upon hearing this, with a worried expression, Seol asked what was going on. The maid clenched her fists and revealed that another villager had disappeared. She also mentioned that the warriors had left the clan's territory to begin the search. With a confused gaze, Yoon asked if this was true. Seol began to look down at the ground and couldn't help but feel furious. Soryong's attention fixed on her. With a calm expression, he asked if she was okay. Seol's eyes began to shine with determination. No matter what, she had to catch the ghost personally and avenge the affront against her lost chastity. Yoon clenched her fists and with a serious gaze asked her sister not to go, since if she sneaked out alone again and was caught, this time it was going to be a very serious problem. Seol started to think, and then with a smile, asked Yoon not to worry. Then she turned towards Soryong and Huiyin, and revealed that this time they were not going alone. With a confused gaze, Yoon asked what she meant by that. Seol approached Huiyin and grabbed her hand, and with a sad expression asked if the two of them were willing to help her. Soryong and Huiyin's eyes widened in surprise, leaving them in shock. Night fell and somewhere in the forest there was a small owl sitting on a branch. When it turned around it saw Soryong and the others searching the area. With her body trembling and her eyes full of tears, Yoon grabbed Huiyin by the arm knowing that if she was caught this time, they were going to lock her up in the closed cultivation room. Then she thought she would be trapped there for at least half a year. Upon hearing this, Huiyin began to show a nervous smile. Yoon turned around and mentioned that Soryong must be helping her stop Seol. She didn't know how Soryong could fall in love with her so suddenly. Soryong's eyes widened in confusion, and he began to show a nervous smile. A moment before, Seol took out a golden ornament. She explained that it was a norigi made of knots. The central piece was designed so that an ice jade could be inserted. Our boy and Huiyin remained listening in silence. With a serene gaze, Seol mentioned that although she wasn't very sure why they needed the ice jade, if they were looking for something to carry with them, this wasn't a bad option. Soryong and Huiyin began to observe it closely, and their eyes widened in astonishment. She split it in half, revealing that even it could be split in half, it could serve as a symbol between the two. She promised to give it to Soryong if he helped her. Our boy went into shock. Their attention was fixed on the bright ornament. Back in the present, our boy began to think silently. He placed his hand over his chest and made it clear that, as he had already said before, it wasn't because he wanted the norigi. He simply wanted to protect Lady Seol's honor. Yoon's face filled with rage. She knew that Soryong was lying. Seol began to stare at her sister and asked her not to be so impulsive. While Huiyin was showing a forced smile, Yoon began to lose her mind since she didn't know what she should do. Several minutes later, they stopped walking. This was the area where she had felt someone's presence. There could be some kind of trace, so she decided to thoroughly check the area. Huiyin approached her and with a worried expression asked what they were going to do if the culprit really was a ghost. Seol began to show her sword and promised to cut the ghost with her sword imbued with the energy of destroying evil and revealing justice. Soryong began to observe carefully, realizing that this was intense. Just then, his eyes widened with curiosity and surprise as something caught his attention. Out of nowhere, fog began to appear in the area. Now none of them could see. Soryong began to look from side to side and became confused, not knowing what was happening. He began to shout and call for Seol and the others. He began to walk around the area without knowing if they had been separated. Just then Soryong's foot bumped into something. He became confused, not knowing what was happening. When he looked closely, he realized it was a spider web. He grabbed it in his hand and noticed that the thread was very thick, realizing that the creature that had created the web was enormous. At that moment, screams began to be heard. With a gaze full of fear, our boy turned around. He panicked since the voice was Yoon's. He didn't know what had happened to her. Our boy called the little centipedes, Grace and Myra, and asked them if they could find their mother. The little creatures began to smile. They jumped from Soryong's clothes and began to run. Soryong entrusted them with the mission of going and protecting Hwaeun. Our boy began to run through the forest, realizing that they were being dragged deeper and deeper into the forest. He didn't know why there were spider webs. He began to pant heavily, remembering that spiders were divided into two types, sedentary and wandering. The sedentary ones built a web and stayed in one place, while the wandering ones roamed like vagabonds. The forest was full of spider webs. He knew that no way, none of them wove flat webs on the ground, which meant this was not an ordinary spider. Red fog was all over the forest, and once the fog began to clear, with a serious expression Soryong decided to hurry and find Yoon and the others. Several seconds later, our boy stopped walking. The trees in front of him were full of cobwebs. He began to observe this and his eyes widened in confusion since he didn't know what was happening. At that moment he heard Yoon's voice, and when he lifted his head his eyes widened in fear. She was wrapped in spiderwebs and stuck to a tree. Upon seeing this, our boy panicked. With a surprised gaze, Soryong turned around and saw a woman sitting on top of a giant spider. The woman began to smile. It was Seol, with her eyes shining with evil. She started staring intently at Soryong. With eyes shining with evil, Seol began to show a smile. Soryong's face filled with fear. He was in shock since he couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. The area was covered in webs. It was a type of ground spider that our boy had never seen before. It wove its thread on the ground, not the air, so he thought it was a new species. Soryong clenched his teeth and began to stare at Seol, who was sitting on top of the giant spider. He finally understood everything that had happened. What was in front of him, under the form of Namgung Seol, was a pedipalp disguised as the spider. A pedipalp was, in essence, a sensory or manipulation appendage of spiders, often mistaken for a leg but actually being a specialized organ attached to the head, used for touch, mating or prey capture. He observed how, with a slight slide, it was revealing its shoulders and acting seductively to attract him, and thought that this must be the result of evolution to attract male prey. Soryong began to blush and thought there was no need for that, since he had already been captivated. Yoon regained consciousness and tried to free herself from the silk that was wrapped around her body. Her attention was fixed on Soryong. She was furious to see that even he had fallen into the trap. Without hesitating for a second, our boy began to walk toward her. Seeing this, a smile appeared on the spider's face. With his face full of love, Soryong mentioned that she was very beautiful. Without wasting another second, he hugged the spider, leaving her in shock. Her eyes began to shine with evil, and with a smile, she prepared to attack Soryong. At that moment, our boy gave the order to one of the centipedes to bite. In the blink of an eye, the small centipede emerged from Soryong's clothes and bit the spider on the neck. She opened her mouth and began to scream in agony. Soryong moved away. The little centipede jumped and returned with our boy. With eyes full of tears, the spider reached out to Soryong and tried to ask for help. Her expression was too realistic, and for our boy it was not surprising that people fell into her trap. She put her hand on her neck and began to feel dizzy. Not long after, she collapsed to the ground. Soryong began to pant heavily and his eyes widened in confusion. He did not know if the poison had paralyzed her. Using a stick, Soryong began to touch the body of the spider. The venom of a centipede was a neurotoxin intended to paralyze other insects. He thought that although centipede-type insects had quite strong venom, the size of this creature should correspond to its toxicity, so it would be fine. He began to pet the spider and asked it not to be upset since he had saved it from being captured and killed by the villagers. Soryong's eyes began to shine with excitement, and without hesitating for a second, he began to hug the spider. He was happy because the spider had a bright red body, 4 large spots on its back, soft and dense fur like velvet. He began to pet it again. According to him, it was like a scarlet spider. With a curious expression, he decided to see how pretty the spider's face was. He wanted to know what shape it had, and thought that it maybe had big fangs like those of a tarantula. Soryong lifted her skirt, and at that moment, Hwaeun appeared and with a furious expression gave him a powerful kick in the face. Our boy's eyes filled with confusion, leaving him in shock. Soryong's body flew off and crashed against a tree. With eyes shining with seriousness, Hwaeun made it clear that the spider was a monster. She asked him to try to breathe while circulating his internal energy, asking him to do it slowly. She put her hand over her face and her eyes filled with fear, realizing that she had not controlled her own strength when attacking. Soryong began to gaze toward the sky. He seemed to have lost consciousness. Several minutes later, he stood up. With a worried gaze, Huan asked if he was okay. Our boy became somewhat confused. With eyes full of fear, she revealed that the mist surrounding the forest was clearly the work of the spider. Inhaling the mist made men's desires increase so much that it was like an aphrodisiac. She inhaled a little and was very surprised, so she forced the mist out of her body with her internal energy, and then came to where Soryong was. With a serene expression, Soryong revealed that he had not felt anything strange. He put his hand on his chin and came to the conclusion that the villagers acting as if they had been possessed was the work of the mist. He did not know if it was some kind of pheromone that spiders released. He started to touch the spider and asked Huang what this monster was. It could release mist and was gigantic and poisonous. Huang couldn't help but feel afraid when she saw that Soryong was touching the spider. She began to look at the ground and apologize to Soryong. She put her hands over her face and started blushing like a tomato. She had thought that Soryong had been seduced by the spider. Soryong was confused, but she was right. In a different sense, he really had been seduced. Soryong began to pet the spider's leg, explaining that he was only trying to observe the shape of the spider. According to him, the leg was very fluffy and cute. With her face full of sweat, she asked Soryong to stop petting the spider. She couldn't help but blush and, with a surprised look, began to remember something. A bright red body, 4 large spots on its back, and soft dense fur like velvet. Soryong's eyes widened in confusion. He didn't know why she was so nervous. Just then, someone coughed, making both of them turn curiously. With a confused gaze, Soryong turned around, and not seeing anyone, he couldn't help but wonder if the spider had made that sound. The voice started to sound again, making Soryong's eyes widen in surprise. It was Yoon, who still had her body wrapped in silk. Our boy panicked since he had completely forgotten about her. She began to cry, and upon seeing this, Soryong quickly lowered her, and they placed her body on the ground. Huan and Soryong sat next to her. Yoon's face was pale and she was gasping heavily. She was breathing, so he realized that she was only paralyzed. Upon hearing this, Huan felt relieved. It was night, and Soryong mentioned that now all that remained was to find Seol. Now that the mist had disappeared, Huan was sure of being able to find her soon. Our boy stood up and decided to do one thing before going to look for Seol. Huan's attention fixed on him and she couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. He started to tie the spider's body using the threads of its silk. Several seconds later, our boy completely tied the spider's body. He started to drag the spider's body and decided to take it back to the clan to check what kind of monster it was. He was sure that it was not a creature. Huan did not refuse. Not long after, Seol began to make her way through the forest and move toward them. Upon noticing this, Huan's eyes filled with surprise. Seol's eyes began to shine with worry upon seeing that Yoon was lying on the ground and gasping heavily. Her eyes filled with tears and rage. The spider had not only dared to stain her honor, but had also dared to hurt her little sister. She began to draw her sword and prepared to kill the spider. Seeing this, Soryong panicked and asked her to wait. Without hesitating for a second, Soryong started running and stood in front of the spider. Seeing this, Seol stopped. She began pointing at the spider with her sword and with a serious gaze asked our boy to get out of the way. With an expression full of determination, Soryong stood firm in his decision and refused to step aside. Upon seeing this, Seol felt confused. Soryong began to point at himself with his finger and made it clear that he had been the one who had caught the creature, so now it was his. Huan's eyes widened in surprise, leaving her in shock. Seol began to gaze toward the ground in silence, not knowing what to do. She let out a sigh, and while her eyes were shining with rage, she began to stare intently at Soryong and asked what he had just said. With a furious expression, Seol asked what Soryong had just said. Our boy swallowed hard. According to him, killing the small creature was too much. He remembered that first she had killed a salamander with a poisonous chant, and now wanted to kill the spider. Huan grabbed Yoon in her arms and asked Seol to wait, revealing that she was still alive. She was only paralyzed. Upon hearing this, her eyes filled with relief and surprise, and she asked if this was true. Huan confirmed it and asked her to calm down. Huan understood Lady Namgung Seol's feelings, but warned that if the hosts were killed and the mimicry broken, it would change into another form, and then there would be no way to clear Lady Yoon's name ever again. Looking at the spider with a serious expression, she asked Seol to think about it. If she took the spider and showed it to her family members, her grievance would be cleared. Besides that, it had been Soryong who had caught that host. He found the elixir that would be delivered to her and even saved Lady Yoon's life. It was Soryong who helped clear Lady Yoon's grievance, therefore Seol should not wield her sword recklessly. Soryong and Seol's eyes filled with surprise. She let out a sigh and began to think about it. She put away her sword and apologized to Soryong, explaining that she had not considered the kindness he had shown her. With a confused gaze, Soryong began to wave his hands, saying that this was not important. With a smile, he gave Huan thumbs up and could not help but praise her for being able to think so logically in a situation like this. Observing the spider carefully, Seol asked what Soryong planned to do with the creature. Our boy explained that, for now, he planned to forgive it and take it back to the Tang clan. Soryong began to caress Seol's head and with a face full of emotion mentioned that she was very cute. Upon hearing this, Seol's eyes filled with surprise and she couldn't help but blush like a tomato. She misunderstood the situation, started touching her fingers and got nervous mentioning that Soryong already had Lady Hyeon. Hyeon let out a sigh and with an exhausted gaze explained to her that Soryong hadn't said it with that intention. He was only referring to the fact that the host spider itself was cute. It was red, its fur was soft and it possessed unique abilities, which is why Soryong had expressed that he found it adorable. Upon hearing this, Seol's eyes filled with fear. Soryong's attention, who was caressing the spider, focused on her, leaving him somewhat confused. It was night and when he asked what the two of them were talking about, they changed the subject. At dawn, the spider and Lady Namgung Yoon were safely transported with the Namgung family. Everyone was in shock since they had never seen such a large spider before. The patriarch panicked and began to draw his sword, furious upon learning that this creature had stolen his daughter's appearance and insulted her. Our boy asked him to calm down, explaining that now the misunderstanding about the lady would be cleared up and the rumors corrected. Upon hearing this, the patriarch decided to calm down, and Soryong realized that he and Seol were alike. After all, they were father and daughter. The patriarch extended his hand to express his most sincere gratitude to the young warrior. He declared that it was as if he had saved the lives and honor of his two daughters and assured that the Namgung clan would never forget such kindness. So they would honor his wishes. Pointing at the spider with his finger, our boy mentioned with a smile that, just as he had said, he would take that guest with him. The patriarch showed no objection but mentioned that there was one thing that worried him. Upon hearing this, our boy became somewhat curious. The patriarch was in shock to see that the creature was still in the form of his daughter Seol. He reasoned that, if that creature had stolen his daughter's appearance, it could also change into another form. Therefore, he asked if it could not at least adopt a different appearance. He never wanted to experience such doubts about his own daughter again. Soryong put his hand under his chin and began to ponder. He understood that, although he had secured ownership of the creature, there still remained the matter of image rights, and he wondered what should be done about it. Just then, he turned around and his eyes filled with surprise. Suddenly everything was becoming chaotic. He ran up to Gupi and asked what was happening. Gupi reported that the crowd was very agitated. 3 old men appeared, visibly furious. They began shouting, referring to the creature as a cunning little thing and a bastard who had been imitating the young lady's appearance. They demanded to know what they were doing and why they weren't killing it. With a serious gaze, Gupi extended his hand and asked them to watch their words. He reminded them that this guest had been captured by his clan and asked if they were daring to defame the property of the clan. Upon hearing this, the old men panicked and begged for forgiveness. Soryong crossed his arms. Now that the misunderstanding was already cleared up and it seemed that almost everyone who needed to see it had already done so, he explained to Gupi that they should not accept anyone else, as he was concerned that the creature could be hurt if this continued. Gupi nodded his head and gave the order to the guards to close the entrance. Once the people left, the guards closed the entrance. But just then, someone appeared and asked them to wait. It was a bald old man with a cane, who was gasping heavily and whose eyes were full of fear. He began to cough and asked if he could take a quick look. The guard explained that he had orders from above and couldn't do anything about it. With his face full of sweat, the old man explained that he was just going to take a look for a moment. The guard started touching his head and mentioned that it wasn't allowed. With a smile, our boy asked the guard to show him, since he realized that he had come a long way despite his poor health. The old man's eyes filled with surprise and with a grateful expression, he thanked our boy. The old man approached the spider and began to observe it carefully. Soryong and the others remained silent. The old man's eyes filled with tears, and upon seeing that it was true, the spider's attention focused on him and its eyes widened in surprise. The old man turned around and asked if Soryong was going to kill the spider as the others said. With a calm expression, Soryong replied that he would by no means do so. He explained that it was a precious creature and he planned to take it to Sichuan to raise it properly in the Tang clan. Although its diet might seem unusual, it was simply a guest. According to him, this was something predetermined by the heavens, and it wasn't the little creature's fault. The old man's eyes filled with tears of joy, since he had never heard anyone say something like that. He decided to trust him. Without wasting any more time, the old man began to untie the ropes that were around the spider. Seeing this, Soryong and the others panicked. With eyes shining with concern, our boy revealed that this was very dangerous. After untying the spider, the old man began to caress it, and the spider's eyes began to shine with joy. With a confused gaze, Soryong let out a sigh. For him it was not surprising, since from the beginning he had felt that a familiar aura emanated from him. He began to observe the old man closely, realizing that he was a kindred spirit. There was no doubt about it, he was an enthusiast. The old man revealed that the name of the spider was Yoa. He explained that one day, after losing his entire family to the plague and falling into despair, he had found the little creature, who at that time was only about as big as his fist, and they started living together. That had been more than 20 years ago. When he still had vitality, he personally fed her with his yonkai in order to raise her. However, as his strength waned and he could no longer provide her with his yonkai, these kinds of things had begun to happen. He turned around and revealed that she had ended up doing something terrible to the young lady of the Namgung clan, and it was all his fault. Soryung's eyes filled with surprise. The old man couldn't help but cry, confessing that he didn't know what to do. He had been wandering in anguish, but now that a gentleman as kind as him had taken her in, he could finally rest easy, so he begged him to please take good care of his Yowa. Soryung greeted the old man with respect, bowed his head before him and promised to raise her well. With tears in his eyes, the old man explained to Yowa that he was already old and could no longer take care of her. He asked her, please, to follow Soryung and live a long life. Yowa and the old man gave each other a hug, and the creature's eyes filled with tears. Soryung felt moved and couldn't help but cry, amazed that a pet could understand human speech and respond to emotions in that way. He wondered how much time they must have spent together, realizing that the old man had truly treated and treasured her like a daughter. He reached out his hand and asked the old man to please stop. He asked if he would consider following them to Sichuan, suggesting that it might be better for them to go together instead of simply parting ways. The old man refused and, with tears in his eyes, explained that he deeply appreciated his words, but he was no longer young enough to endure such a long journey. Besides, his family's graves were here, so it was impossible for him to leave this place. Soryung began to touch his head and, with a smile, asked the old man if he could share the experience he had acquired raising Yowa, explaining that it was the first time he dealt with a creature like that. The old man promised that he would answer anything he asked to the best of his knowledge. Our boy began to blush and, with a nervous expression, admitted that what aroused his curiosity the most was undoubtedly yonkai, and asked how it was provided. The old man extended his finger and Yowa began to suck on it. He decided to show him directly how it was done, explaining that the finger was simply inserted in that way. He added that apparently even just sleeping together was enough to transmit yonkai. The form of the host began to change and everyone's attention was fixed on her. The old man revealed that when yonkai was transmitted in this way, the creature would transform into the form it considered most beautiful in the eyes of its owner. Yowa took the form of a beautiful woman. It was the appearance of the old man's late wife when she was young. He had wanted to see that face before dying and, upon achieving it, he felt relieved. With a curious gaze, the old man asked if Soryung wanted to try. Our boy approached her and began to ponder silently. Our boy inserted his finger into Yowa's mouth, and not long after, her form began to change again, causing Soryung's eyes to widen in surprise. His eyes began to shine with excitement as he wondered what form it would take, assuming that, naturally, it would be Lady Huian's. The spider began to change shape, and upon seeing the form that it had taken, the old man and Soryung went into shock. Goopies and the patriarch's eyes filled with fear and surprise. They asked if that new form was to her liking. The spider began to change shape and took the form of a wooden doll. The old man's eyes widened in confusion and surprise. According to him, this form was, without a doubt, the appearance that Yowa had shown only once before taking human form. Goopi panicked and asked Soryung why she did not appear as Lady Huian. Our boy was not very sure. Soryung began to sweat and feel dizzy. He understood that the reason why Yowa, or rather, the creature, had been able to maintain Namgung Xial's appearance all that time was because most of the villagers considered her the most beautiful woman. However, now it was about the most beautiful woman in all of the Central Plains, Tang Huian the poisonous flower. He himself had given his Kai Yang to the creature and yet Yowa had not transformed into Lady Huian, which made no sense to him. Soryung turned his back on them and started to run. He was sure that the Tang clan would see this as nothing other than a betrayal against them. Seeing this, Goopi and the others were thrown into confusion. Soryung began to pant heavily. For him, this was inconceivable. He refused to accept that his fascination with poisons was stronger than his admiration for Lady Huian, much less that this was the reason why the creature had revealed its true form. He was convinced that there clearly had to be another explanation for what was happening. At the same time, Huang was in Namgung Yun's room at the guest residence. On the bed lay Yun. Not long after, Soryung opened the door running. Upon noticing this, Huang's eyes filled with confusion and surprise. She didn't know what was happening or why he was so out of breath. Soryung said he had a favor to ask her. With eyes shining with seriousness, he asked if he could hug her. This made her blush like a tomato. With a forced smile, Soryung began to wave his hands and asked her please not to misunderstand him, saying that it wasn't like that. Although later, changing his mind, he considered aloud that maybe a misunderstanding wouldn't be so bad after all. She stood up and clenched her fists and couldn't help but get nervous upon realizing that in the end he had found out. She put her hands over her face and revealed that she had not intended to hide it on purpose. She had only read about it in books, so she was not sure herself and, consequently, had not been able to say anything. Soryung became confused since he did not know what she was talking about. She began to gasp and decided to talk about that spider, revealing that it was one of the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains. The human-faced spider. Our boy was paralyzed, not knowing how to react. His eyes filled with surprise. He could not believe that Yoa was one of the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains. With an embarrassed look, Huion began to touch her fingers and swore that she had never intended to deceive him. She had only thought it would be better to be sure first, because of the promise they had made in the past. Soryong began to observe her carefully, realizing that this was the reason why she had been hesitating. She began to approach Soryong knowing that a promise was a promise. Without hesitating for a second, she gave our boy a hug. Soryong couldn't help but blush like a tomato, but then someone coughed, making his eyes widen in surprise. It was Yoon who was awake and, with an embarrassed expression, asked if she should give the two of them some space. Seeing that she was awake, our boy panicked, and upon seeing his expression, she got nervous and started to gaze off to one side. It was already daytime and the sun was shining high in the sky. And 2 days later, Soryong began saying goodbye to Seol and the others. Seol began waving goodbye to them and thanked them deeply, promising she would never forget that debt of gratitude. The incident came to an end, and they departed from the Namgung clan. Fortunately, after Yoa consumed Soryong's Yongkai, she transformed into the appearance of Lady Huion. He assumed they would no longer have to worry about those piercing gazes. With a kind smile, he asked her if she was okay, asking her to hold on a little longer and assuring her that he would let her out as soon as they arrived. Upon hearing this, Yoa couldn't help but feel happy. Yoa was inside a cage. Gupi reached out his hand and asked Soryong if he had any idea about the next part of the journey. Soryong explained that originally, after recovering the ice jade, he had been planning to head directly to Mount Gonga, where the fat-tailed geckos lived. But now that they had brought Yoa along, he was debating whether they should stop by the Tang clan first, since he wasn't sure if Yoa could endure an even longer trip. Yoa began shaking her head no, and upon noticing this, Soryong became confused, not knowing if she was okay. Her eyes began to shine with worry. Soryong approached the cage and a tear formed in his eyes. He couldn't believe it. He wondered if she was really worried about him. Thinking that she was such a kind and gentle soul moved him deeply. He thanked Yoa and promised her that he would take them there as quickly as he could. With a confident look, Soryong turned around and decided to go directly to Mount Gonga as planned. They would take the fat-tailed geckos and Yoa and return together to the Tang clan. Gupi nodded his head. They began sailing down the river. The sky was full of seagulls, and our boy was enjoying the views. Two people who were on the ship began to talk to each other. One of them asked the other if he had heard the news that, apparently, the leader of the alliance had personally led the Blue Dragon unit on an expedition this time. The other mentioned that he had heard that the guys captured during the recent raid on the Blood Cult base had revealed information about the locations of other fortresses. With a worried expression, the boy with a ponytail revealed that he had heard there were barely any casualties in that battle, which seemed quite incredible to him. It was said that someone had managed to create a poisonous mist that only affected members of the Blood Cult. Soryong was in shock since they were talking about him. With a curious gaze, the boy with the ponytail asked his friend who had accomplished such an incredible feat. The friend mentioned that since there was a possibility that the cult could retaliate, the Alliance had decided not to reveal his identity. Whoever it was, he was nothing less than a hero, and he had decided to admire that person from that moment on. Soryong felt excited as he began to remember his past life where he was a YouTuber. While he was distracted by the avalanche of compliments, before they realized it, they had arrived at Mount Gonga. They got off the ship and reached the area where the waterfall was. With a sincere gaze, Soryong explained that he wasn't very good at Lightfoot techniques, so he wouldn't be able to cross by himself. Therefore, he asked if Lady Huion and Commander Gupi could go and bring back the little ones. He knew there wasn't anyone there this time to throw him across to the other side. Gupi began to touch his head. He was not sure if the geckos would follow them without Soryong. With a sincere gaze, Huang admitted that Gupi was right. She told Soryong that it would probably be better if he went in person, or else she asked him if she should try to extend a wild kudzu vine to the other side. With a confused expression, one of the warriors began to point toward the sky and asked Soryong to look. Our boy became somewhat confused and turned around. Yoa was climbing the mountain. Soryong panicked and asked her to come down. At that moment, the spider decided to use its silk and made a beautiful jump, passing over Soryong. She landed in front of them. The eyes of Soryong and the others were full of surprise. Yoa began to stretch her arms, and Soryong's attention was fixed on her. He wondered if that was ballooning and if Yoa was telling him that she could also fly because she was a spider. Ballooning. Most people didn't know it, but spiders, despite not having wings, were insects that could fly. By giving their body to the wind, they could fly dozens or even hundreds of kilometers. This phenomenon was called ballooning. Sometimes, while walking down the street, if one suddenly felt like they had walked into a web suspended in the air, that was the trace left by ballooning. His eyes widened in amazement upon realizing that Yoa could also do ballooning. An idea came to his mind. Not long after, Yoa hugged Soryong, and with a jump and using ballooning, they reached the waterfall. Our boy was happy to see that this had worked. He couldn't help but hug Yoa since, according to him, she was incredible. He didn't know how she could be so ridiculously versatile. Yoa began to show a smile. With an annoyed look, Hueying approached them and expressed her discomfort with the hug to Soryong. She explained that, since Yoa had her appearance, the situation made her feel as if it were herself who was being cradled, which felt strange to her. Soryong got nervous and stopped hugging Yoa. He asked them to wait a moment and decided to go bring the geckos. Our boy entered the cavern. Sunlight was coming in through the hole in the roof, and in front of Soryong were the geckos. He started to show a smile and caught their attention. The geckos turned around, and upon seeing Soryong they felt somewhat surprised. They jumped and Soryong started running toward them. He was worried and wanted to know if they had been okay and if they weren't hurt anywhere. The geckos started licking our boy's face, and he couldn't help but smile. He realized they had become even more affectionate during his absence, and was very happy to see them looking healthy. He began to show the ice jade, and promised to take good care of them if they came with him. The geckos began to watch it closely. They started to show a smile. Soryong decided to name them. He called the female Snow and the male Ice. Carrying the geckos in his arms, Soryong decided it was time to go to their new home. And so, Snow and Ice became part of the family. It was night and someone arrived at the Tang clan manor. Upon seeing who it was, the guards couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. It was Soryong, Gupi, Lady Huang, and Yoa, who was in the form of Huang. The guards were somewhat surprised to see two Huangs. Upon observing closely, they realized that Yoa was a spider, and they couldn't understand why this creature had the appearance of Lady Huang. Soryong coughed, and with a confident expression asked the guards to announce to the elders of the clan that the proud official son-in-law of the Tang clan had arrived. Furthermore, he instructed them to inform that he had captured, then corrected himself and clarified that he had actually brought with him one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. Upon hearing that Soryong had brought one of the 10 great poisonous creatures, the guards could not help but go into shock and decided to report it immediately. They launched a flare to announce that Soryong had returned with one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. Not long after, the patriarch, his wife, the grand patriarch, and the clan elders began running towards Soryong. The great patriarch remembered that Soryong had said he would go look for food for the lizards, questioning with disbelief how, instead of this, he had ended up bringing a spider. The patriarch demanded to know where Soryong had been and what he had been doing. The eyes of the patriarch and his wife widened in surprise and confusion upon seeing that the spider looked just like their daughter. With a pleasant smile, Soryong explained that they had found the spider by chance when passing through the Namgung clan, leaving the patriarch somewhat confused. The elders were somewhat confused. In their entire lives, it was the first time they had heard of someone encountering one of the 10 great poisonous creatures by chance, and they could not understand how a human-faced spider, which was said to be so fierce, could have been captured. They couldn't help but smile. With a proud expression, the Grand Patriarch mentioned that Soryong was always doing incredible things. After clearing his throat, he stated that at least in this way, one could truly be called the son-in-law of the Tang family. The Patriarch began to laugh, declaring that Soryong was officially their son-in-law. Huang's mother began to show a smile and mentioned that now the promise between Soryong and Huang had been fulfilled. Soryong's jaw dropped in surprise since he didn't know how she knew about this, while on the other hand, Huang couldn't help but blush. With a smile, the Patriarch mentioned that this had no importance. What really mattered was that he was now truly part of the family. With a calm gaze, the Great Patriarch asked Soryong to go to the river starting the next day and catch a live goose. Our boy became somewhat confused. The Great Patriarch extended his hand and with a smile questioned whether Soryong didn't know that he had to prepare the goose for the engagement ceremony himself. He added that, although he was not yet old enough to marry immediately, at least they could celebrate the engagement. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't know what to say. The Patriarch began to show a finger and explained that once this was done, even if one day he stopped liking Huang, he wouldn't be able to run away. Huang became nervous and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She asked her father to stop talking about the subject. They began to chat among themselves. A smile spread across Soryong's face. He caught everyone's attention, making them turn around. Soryong greeted them with respect, and upon noticing this, a proud smile spread across their faces. Huang couldn't help but clench her fist and feel excited. With a confident smile, Soryong declared that, as a member of the Tang clan of Sichuan and as the official son-in-law of the Tang clan, he hoped to get along well with everyone from now on. Thus, once they arrived at the Tang clan, the first thing Soryong did was assign places where the children could stay. First, Yoa chose as her residence a large tree next to the well within the village of the Tang clan. Because lizards behave similarly to dogs, he didn't want to separate them, and instead of sending them to the garden of poisonous creatures, he allowed them to stay in his room. Once everything was more or less organized, Soryong sat down with them to chat. When our boy asked if they liked this place, the geckos began to show a smile and Yoa nodded her head. Then, he told Yoa that if she was hungry, she could come directly to where he was, asking her if she would know how to get there. She began to show a smile, and then started pointing at the spiderweb with her fingers. Soryang's attention focused on it, making his eyes widen with curiosity. She had spread the spiderweb all over the place. If someone bad came, she would punish them and send out an alert with her web. Huang was somewhat confused, while on the other side, Soryang's eyes widened with joy. Showing a finger, he asked if what she meant was that, in case someone suspicious invaded, he should touch the spiderweb and she would come running. She started clapping. With eyes shining with joy, the geckos began to look at our boy. Soryang understood that they also wanted to say that he shouldn't worry because they were going to protect him. He put his hand over his mouth and couldn't help but cry with joy. He got ready to give them a hug, realizing that they were very trustworthy. He was very happy. Thus, once the new home for the new family members was prepared, the engagement ceremony was held. For this, the elders of the clan gathered and, in a simple ceremony, engagement gifts were given as an oath of marriage. However, there was a small misunderstanding during the preparation of the gifts. While Soryang was waiting in the hall, Huan appeared carrying the geckos in her arms. Soryang's eyes widened with surprise and confusion. She began to show a confident gaze, and our boy noticed that she wanted the gifts to be the lizards, and he couldn't help but wonder if they weren't just a simple ornament. Our boy's face filled with sweat, realizing that this was a problem. He regretted that it had to be precisely this, and he didn't understand how he was supposed to offer the geckos as an engagement gift. He began to remember Huang. He knew that she had liked the geckos, but he didn't think she would say it directly. With a confident expression, he apologized and explained that this was going to be complicated. She became somewhat confused as she didn't know why. Soryang grabbed her arm, began to look into her eyes, and explained that originally engagement gifts existed to promise eternal love. He clarified that although lizards were pretty, the gifts should be immutable objects, like ice jade, to properly symbolize this promise. Huang couldn't help but blush like a tomato. With a kind smile, Soryang mentioned that both geese, which symbolized 100 years of life together, and oath letters had deep meaning. He continued by explaining that in celebrating the engagement, everything he owned would essentially be hers. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened with love. She turned around and thought that this was true, and decided to follow Soryang's will. Our boy was happy and praised himself. She caught our boy's attention, making him curious. With a confident gaze, she asked our boy to call her Huang from now on instead of Lady Huang. Now that they were engaged, they shouldn't use titles between them. Soryang's face filled with sweat, making him blush like a tomato. While the geckos were playing, with a nervous expression, he nodded his head. The next day, when the sun came out, it was time for the meeting with the patriarch. He asked if Soryang and Huang had rested well. Our boy was somewhat curious, wondering why he had called them and whether it would be to give them some advice. With a serious expression, the patriarch revealed that they had been called because they had something to say about Soryang's great technique. Soryang's attention was fixed on him and his mind filled with confusion. Huang explained to our boy that the great technique consisted of learning the internal art of the Tang clan and accepting the poison. Soryang realized that she was referring to the 10 poisons. With a smile, the great patriarch explained that this time it had been a very good thing for Soryang to bring the spider with a human face, since being the weakest among the 10 great poisonous creatures, it was the best one to accept first. Soryang questioned if he was now going to train the great technique. The patriarch shook his head and mentioned that Soryang had said he would use the 10 great poisonous creatures for the great technique, but he originally had another proposal. Our boy's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. With a serene expression, the patriarch revealed that upon reviewing the poisons Soryang had and those he would bring, he had remembered something the clan had forgotten for a long time. With a smile, he asked if Soryang knew what 5 poisons meant. Soryang's eyes widened with uncertainty, wondering if he was referring to the 5 poisons return technique that he had learned. The patriarch nodded his head. Then, he began to show one finger at a time and named the centipede, the lizard, the scorpion, the snake, and the toad. He explained that these 5 poisons formed the basis of the 5 poisons return technique. With a serious expression, he suggested to Soryang the idea of practicing the divine 5 poisons return technique. Our boy couldn't help but sweat. He didn't know what to say. The patriarch interlaced his hands and explained that in the Tang clan they divided poisonous creatures into 2 main categories, common beasts and spiritual beasts. His eyes began to shine with confidence as he revealed that the common beasts were ordinary poisonous creatures that could be found anywhere. The spiritual beasts, on the other hand, were those that possessed mystical powers, intelligence, or even an internal core. Soryang felt somewhat confused and questioned whether the golden-haired king bee he brought the fat-tailed geckos, snow and ice, the blue-spotted centipedes, and the human-faced spider would then be considered spiritual beasts. The patriarch nodded his head. It was precisely because of this that he was going to propose something else. The great patriarch began to laugh and made it clear that the 5 venoms returning technique was limited in its mastery, as it only absorbed the venom of ordinary poisonous creatures. But its origin technique, the 5 venoms true returning technique, was different. It could absorb the venom of spiritual beasts. He pointed out that with the blue-spotted centipedes and the fat-tailed geckos, he already had 2 of these beasts prepared. If they also managed to obtain the venoms of the snake, scorpion, and spiritual level toad, then all conditions would be met to master the 5 venoms returning divine art. That was why he suggested training in said divine art. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise. He remembered that fat-tailed geckos were not venomous. The great patriarch began stroking his beard, explaining that he had examined them. They carried a venom that plunged people into a state of extreme cold. The icy air they emitted was their venom, leaving Soryong somewhat surprised. Now our boy had 2 paths open before him. One was to absorb the venom from the blue-spotted centipede and from the fat-tailed gecko in order to aspire to master the 5 venoms returning divine art. The other was to absorb poison from the human-faced spider, one of the 10 great venomous creatures, and begin gathering all 10 poisons necessary for dual-core 10 poisons body. With a curious gaze, Soryong asked if he couldn't simply use the 10 great venomous creatures to complete the 5 poisons body. The patriarch shook his head. The fat-tailed gecko was not among the 10 great venomous creatures. Soryong put his hand under his chin and began to ponder. He understood that if he absorbed poisons from lower-class creatures like blue-spotted centipedes and fat-tailed geckos, it would no longer be possible to complete the 10 poisons body path using only the 10 great venomous creatures. The choice came down to this: absorb what he called children's poison and follow the path of the spiritual beast class 5 poisons body, or collect the 10 great venomous creatures and fully commit to the 10 poisons body path. Huang began observing our boy closely, not knowing what he had in mind. Soryong realized that this was like choosing a skill tree in a game. He remembered well from his past life, when playing RPGs, that the most important thing was always the skill tree. This choice determined whether one became a useless character or a god-level character. The patriarch asked our boy to think it over carefully. He explained that the 5 venoms returning divine art was an incredible martial art, and without truly heavenly luck, not even he would encounter the 10 great venomous creatures, much less tame them. Soryong came out of his thoughts and couldn't help but get nervous, not knowing what to do. He was torn between taking the easy and fast path of the 5 poisons body, or the arduous and punishing path of the 10 poisons body, one that would allow him to reach even greater heights. Our boy started going crazy, falling into a spiral of indecision. A few hours later, Soryong was still thinking about what to do. Huang's attention turned to him, and she couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. She called his attention and mentioned that if it was because of that promise, he didn't have to tie himself to the 10 poisons body. The 5 venoms returning divine art was more than enough, since it was an incredible martial art in its own right. While her eyes were shining with concern, she asked our boy not to rush into a decision out of anxiety. She assured him that, no matter which path he chose, he would still be Soryong. Upon hearing this, Soryong turned around, and while his eyes were shining with sincerity, he was honest and said that even the patriarch had mentioned that the preparation process was the same in both cases and only the final poison changed. He decided to take his time to think it through. A few days later, Soryong was lying in bed. Even though 2 days had passed while the grand technique was being prepared, he still couldn't decide easily. While the geckos were playing, our boy, completely undecided, asked them what they thought he should choose. Just then, Huang opened the door to Soryong's room with a surprised expression. Our boy became somewhat curious and asked what was going on. With her face full of sweat, she revealed that the blue-spotted centipedes were about to shed their skin again. Soryong got out of bed and his eyes widened in surprise. Without wasting any more time, he went to the pavilion where the centipedes were. Upon seeing them, both he and Huang felt tenderness. The creature's skin had become hard as stone. Soryong remembered that they had been growing very fast lately and hadn't thought that the second shedding would begin so soon. With a curious smile, Huang asked if the appearance of the blue-spotted centipedes would change again. With a confident smile, Soryong nodded his head, revealing that this time, blue spots would start to appear on their bodies. Our boy's eyes filled with excitement. Just the idea that they were becoming like their mother made his heart race wildly. Huang began to show a kind smile. She was very eager to see how the centipedes would change. Soryong was sure that they were going to be even cuter than before. Just then, his eyes widened in surprise and his attention focused on them. Suddenly, he realized that this was not something to celebrate. What if they didn't manage to finish drying their bodies in time for the day when the grand technique would take place? Soryong put his hands on top of his head and couldn't help but feel worried. He knew that ordinary centipedes took an entire day to dry their bodies, and based on the last molt, This process would definitely take even more time. Huang's attention was fixed on our boy and she couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Soryong knew that the venom of fat-tailed geckos was special and needed proper preparation before it could be extracted. He had debated between using the venom of the blue-spotted centipedes or Yoa's for the first dose. But if this happened, then he could no longer use the venom of the blue-spotted centipedes. Our boy began to think. He understood that if he tried to forcefully extract the venom now, something would go wrong. However, he also couldn't just sit around waiting for their bodies to harden. He started imagining Yoa, the gecko, and the centipede in a ring, with Yoa raising her fist. It was then when he realized why in hell he had been tormenting himself over these past few days. 2 days later, the grand technique prepared for him was finally carried out. The ritual took place in the grand technique hall, deep within the hall of 10,000 poisons of the Tang clan. He had considered postponing it for the sake of the blue-spotted centipedes, but the preparation for the grand technique was so meticulously complex that delaying it simply wasn't an option. The process was elaborate. First, hundreds of decoction cauldrons were used, each to boil different herbs and extract their medicinal essences. Then, these extracts were cooled and gathered into a massive jar. This constituted the first step. Next, into that jar, a precise mixture of various poisons and blood from poisonous beasts was added. Although this might sound simple, working with hundreds of herbs, poisons, and blood, each with its own volatile properties, and managing them all at once in perfect harmony was an extraordinarily difficult undertaking. In addition to this, with the slightest delay, all the medicinal liquid they had worked so hard to prepare would become useless and would have to be completely discarded. Because of this, sitting idly by waiting was not an option either. His mind was already made up. He would accept Yoa's poison, one of the 10 great venomous creatures. Soryong began to observe the liquid closely, realizing that the color was incredibly dark. The great patriarch approached our boy and informed him that they would now begin the grand technique, ordering him to take off his clothes and enter the jar. Soryong came out of his trance and nodded. Soryong took off his clothes, first put his foot into the jar and then began to insert the lower part of his body. His eyes widened in surprise, as for him, this felt strangely familiar, like an herbal bath. While the great patriarch's eyes were shining with joy, with a smile, he mentioned that they were going to add a single drop of Yoa's poison into this herbal decoction to provoke a reaction. Then, they would add the already prepared medicinal compounds so that his body could begin to absorb the poison. The great patriarch began to laugh, revealing that normally the process would be unbearably painful. Luckily, Yoa's poison was of a paralyzing type, so it wouldn't hurt too much. Upon hearing this, Soryong felt somewhat worried and couldn't help but sweat. The patriarch decided to go look for the rest of the necessary ingredients and asked him to wait a moment. After saying this, they left the room, leaving Soryong alone. Not long after, Huan, who was carrying the geckos in her arms, and Yoa entered the room and greeted our boy with a smile. With a cheerful expression, Huang revealed that the centipedes were awake, they had shed their skin, now had spots, and their bodies were emitting an intense glow. The centipedes began to play, and Soryong noticed that Nova, Myra, and Grace were now even more adorable. They began to climb onto the jar in which Soryong was submerged. The change was not as drastic as he expected. In fact, their appearance now resembled that of pillow-shaped stuffed animals, which, in a strange way, made them even more adorable. The centipede's attention was fixed on the liquid. Soryong started laughing since he realized that it must be strange for them to see their father inside there. He knew it was dangerous, so he asked them to stay with Huang. With a smile, she began calling the centipedes to come with her. Nova didn't listen and its attention was fixed on the liquid. When it tried to get down from the jar, unintentionally the liquid came into contact with its ear. It began to writhe in pain, and upon seeing this, Soryong's eyes widened with caution. He revealed to Huang that Nova's antenna had touched the medicinal liquid and asked her to wash it with water immediately. Huang's eyes widened in surprise and concern. Without wasting more time, she grabbed Nova. In the process, it opened its mouth and its saliva came out of its mouth and fell into the liquid. Soryong began to observe closely. Nova's saliva caused the liquid to start reacting and began changing color. Huang's eyes filled with fear upon realizing that the poison was seeping into the jar. Soryong clenched his teeth tightly and not long after, he began screaming in agony. Our boy began to scream in agony. With a worried expression, Lady Huang asked Soryong to regain control. The liquid began to burn Soryong's skin, making his face turn red. He did not know this kind of pain. It was as if all his skin were being torn off while his entire body burned. He remembered that he had been told he must not move at all during the grand technique. Even though he desperately wanted to jump out of there, somehow he barely managed to restrain himself. Foam began to come out of our boy's mouth. For him this was too much. Upon seeing this, Yohua and the geckos were in shock. Lady Huang put her hand near her mouth and her eyes filled with worry. She didn't know what to do. The great patriarch and the patriarch returned, and upon seeing what was happening, they went into shock. They started running toward our boy. Huaying turned around and with a sincere expression explained to the Great Patriarch that the centipede had accidentally dropped a bit of venom. Soryong began to collapse while begging to be saved. The Great Patriarch grabbed Soryong, supported one hand under his head trying to calm him down. The Patriarch asked our boy to stay alert, calm his mind, slow his breathing and above all not lose consciousness. Our boy opened his mouth and started to bleed. He could no longer bear the pain. Not long after, he dropped his hand because he no longer had strength. The Patriarch's attention was fixed on him and his mind was filled with surprise. Everyone panicked, not knowing if Soryong was okay. Little by little our boy's eyes began to close. Soryong felt as if he were underwater. Little by little he opened his eyes and his attention focused on Nova, who was asleep. She made contact with Soryong and a strange energy began to emerge from her body and entered Soryong's body. Several hours later, our boy began to open his eyes. Noticing this, Lady Huaying felt relieved and with a surprised expression informed the Great Patriarch that Soryong was regaining consciousness. Once Soryong fully opened his eyes, Huaying couldn't help but cry and feel relieved to see that he was okay. While on the other hand, the grandfather began to show a kind smile. Soryong started touching his head and realized that he was in the same place. With a worried expression, Huaying asked if he was okay. The Great Patriarch explained to our boy that, fortunately, he had guided his internal chi directly through his Baihui point, so he managed to overcome the worst. He informed him that the grand technique had also ended safely and successfully, and that, although it was not Yohua's poison, in the end he had accepted instead the centipede's poison. Soryong put his hand on top of his head and let out a sigh, realizing that, after all, Nova wanted her father to learn the 5 poisons body. With a worried gaze, he asked if Nova was okay, since he remembered that Nova's antenna had been exposed to the substance. Huaying and the Great Patriarch were somewhat surprised. She explained that she had washed Nova's antenna immediately. She did it anxiously, not knowing whether Soryong would live or die. Soryong's attention was fixed on her and his eyes widened with concern. She turned her gaze to the side, as she was angry. Our boy panicked, knowing that right after the engagement ceremony, he should have gone to see Huaying, his fiancée. But instead, he had instinctively run first toward the centipedes. Soryong's head started hurting again. Noticing this, Huaying asked if the pain was returning. Our boy's eyes began to shine with seriousness since the most important thing for him was to know if Nova was okay. The Great Patriarch and Huaying were in shock as they couldn't believe that he was more worried about Nova than about his own well-being. She noticed that our boy had not yet fully regained consciousness. The Great Patriarch decided to call the physicians. Our boy let out a sigh of relief, since his movement had been swift. 2 days later, the grand technique finally came to an end, once all the medicine in the jar had dried up. Soryong met with the Great Patriarch, who asked our boy if he was really okay, suggesting that maybe they should examine him a bit more thoroughly. Soryong promised that he was fine. With a serene gaze, the Great Patriarch mentioned that, in any case, whether he wished it or not, he had now begun the path of the 5 venoms returning divine art, so he would hand him the corresponding martial arts manual. Soryong remained listening in silence and his eyes filled with surprise. The Great Patriarch revealed that there were 5 martial techniques in total: Centipede's Poison Fang Claw, Venomous Snake's Life-Grabbing Hand, Scorpion Tail Rapid Leg, Lizard Wall Climbing Body Step and Toad's Explosive Palm. He began to stroke his beard and explained that each of the techniques belonged to a specific category: claw technique, hand technique, leg technique, step technique, body technique, and palm technique. This martial art allowed one to reach a realm where one became poison, and poison became oneself, achieving a true unity between being and poison. Soryong's eyes widened with excitement and joy. Seeing our boy's expression, the Great Patriarch realized that he liked it. Soryong nodded his head, although he admitted to being surprised. They were not poison arts or assassination techniques as he had expected. The Great Patriarch coughed. According to him, Soryong had been perceptive in noticing it, since the truth was that this martial art did not originally come from his Tang clan. He closed his eyes and revealed that the 5 venoms returning divine art, and these 5 poison techniques were the martial arts of the 5 poison sect, which had already been annihilated. 200 years ago, the second son of the Tang family, a genius of his time, and the daughter of the palace lord of the southern barbarian beast palace fell in love. Despite fierce opposition from both clans, they eloped and founded the 5 Poison Sect. They created a new martial art by combining the strengths of poison arts from the Tang clan with beast fist techniques from the Beast Palace. However, they selfishly took martial arts that should never have left their sect and even mixed them. Naturally, they could not escape persecution from both clans and, about 100 years ago, were finally annihilated in the jungles of Yunnan by both forces. Showing one finger, the Great Patriarch mentioned that after this, it was agreed that both sides would reclaim their respective martial techniques, and what was recovered then was the 5 venoms returning divine art and the 5 poison techniques. His eyes began to shine with tranquility as he explained that, since the essence of both clans' martial arts was intertwined, there was much dispute over its ownership. But since it was necessary to accept the poison in order to master it, in the end it was passed down to his Tang clan. It was said that the sect master of the 5 poison sect at that time had been able to withstand the joint assault of both the Beast Palace and his Tang clan. So without a doubt, it was an extraordinary martial art. He had thought that it would be the perfect style for someone like him who had an affinity for poisons. Soryong was somewhat surprised to realize that the great patriarch had had this in mind all along. Our boy thanked him and promised to train diligently. The great patriarch was happy, since as long as he continued with this dedication, he was destined to achieve greatness. And so, Soryong took his first step in the 5 venoms returning divine art. Soryong left the poison hall and began to stretch his arms, wondering how long it had been since the last time he saw sunlight. Only now did he feel truly alive again. At that moment, one of the little centipedes started running toward our boy. His attention fixed on it and his eyes widened in surprise. It was Nova. She couldn't help but cry with joy upon seeing that he was all right. Soryong realized that she had been waiting for him there all this time. He began to show his bicep and a smile. He knew that she must have had a hard time emotionally. He assured her that she shouldn't be heartbroken, since this hadn't been her fault, and, to prove it, he showed her that Dad was already fine. Nova jumped in and got inside our boy's clothes and started playing. He thought that maybe she felt a little prickly because not much time had passed since she molted. He really would prefer her to climb on his clothes instead of on his bare skin. She began to observe our boy closely, and upon noticing this, Soryong couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. She came out of Soryong's clothes and started running along his arm. Our boy's eyes widened in fear, wondering if Nova had just understood what he was thinking. According to him, this couldn't be. It must be just a coincidence. He told himself that these kinds of things sometimes happened when you raised a pet for a while. Soryong began to ponder, realizing that he was a hopeless fool. There was no way that Nova, a simple poison creature, could really do this. Nova's eyes began to shine with rage. She was furious with Soryong. Our boy panicked, not knowing what was happening. His eyes filled with surprise. He said nothing and in his thoughts asked her to get on top of his head. Nova obeyed and got on. Then Soryong hid behind a tree and asked her to try to find him. She did it without much difficulty. Soryong panicked, since this had not happened just once, but 3 times in a row. Nova let out a sigh and began to show a confident expression. It was as if her heart and Soryong's were connected by a strange energy. Soryong was in shock, not knowing what was happening. While the 2 centipedes were playing, Lady Huaying, who was somewhat worried about Nova, began to look for her, not knowing where she was. She approached the centipedes and asked them if they knew where Nova had gone, explaining that since she shed her skin, she had been wandering so much that it was hard to find her. Soryong, who was panting and carrying Nova on his back, began to run toward Huaying. His eyes were full of surprise. Our boy put his hands on his knees to catch his breath. Huaying asked if Soryong was okay, but immediately afterwards scolded Nova. She reminded her that she had told her not to go far because of the worry it caused her and insisted that she must inform her mother before going anywhere. With a surprised gaze, Soryong began to show Nova, revealing that this was not what mattered at the moment, but rather the fact that Nova understood human speech. Huaying's eyes were full of calmness, as she remembered that Nova had always understood human speech. This was nothing new. Soryong couldn't help but sweat and feel somewhat confused. He panicked and explained that she understood him even when he was only thinking to himself, leaving Huaying somewhat surprised. Carrying Nova on his back, Soryong decided to go see the great patriarch to find out what was going on. With a worried gaze, Huaying suggested they go together. It was daytime and, several minutes later, they arrived at the patriarch hall. Our boy left Nova on the table and asked them to please take a look. He explained that Nova understood him just as well even when he only spoke in his mind. Considering that the other children couldn't do this, he proposed that perhaps it was due to the influence of the grand art. The great patriarch began to stroke his beard and his attention was fixed on her. With a serious expression, he explained that this was not the case. He pointed out that in the history of the Tang clan, more than a few people had accepted the poison of spiritual creatures. If supernatural abilities like this had been discovered, there should be records, but he had never seen or heard of them. Soryong's eyes widened with curiosity. With a serene expression, Huaying questioned what could be the cause. The great patriarch began to think. He concluded that this was undoubtedly due to the 5 venoms returning divine art. The patriarch interrupted his thoughts and confirmed that the grand art was created to absorb poison, and Soryong was the only one who had absorbed the poison of spiritual creatures using the 5 venoms returning divine art. The great patriarch came out of his trance and couldn't help but smile. He knew that the reason this was happening could be the influence of the southern barbarian beast palace, since they treated beasts as if they were their own limbs. Their secret, he concluded, could be embedded in the 5 venoms returning divine art. The patriarch began to stroke his beard. According to him, it would be impossible to find out why this was happening. Soryong's eyes filled with confusion. He didn't know why. The great patriarch explained that there was no reason for them to reveal their most precious secret. He added that if they found out they had mastered a martial art affected by that influence, it would be impossible to predict how they would react. Huaying felt somewhat worried, not knowing if there was any way to avoid this. The great patriarch closed his eyes and began to think, coming to the conclusion that it would not be easy, unless they owed them a great favor. A while later, Soryong came out of the patriarch hall. He was depressed since this was somewhat disappointing. He began to imagine himself with his pets. He had the hope of gathering Nova, Myra, Grace, Snow, Ice, golden-haired queen bees and Yohua to form something similar to the Bremen town musicians. While our boy was distracted, someone caught his attention, making him curious. When he turned around, he saw Commander Gupei, who greeted Soryong with a smile and expressed his joy at seeing that he was feeling better. Gupei started touching his head. According to him, it was lucky to have run into him there. He explained that there was a slight problem with the venomous creature garden and asked if he would like to accompany him. Soryong couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised to see that there was a problem. Soryong began to ponder. He decided that he should take care of the problem in the venomous creature garden first and then think about the southern barbarian beast palace. He realized that he had completely forgotten about the garden, since he had gone directly to the engagement ceremony as soon as he returned. His eyes began to shine with joy, and with a smile he decided to go together. Behind Gupei there was someone. He also wanted to entrust that person to Soryong. Soryong's eyes widened with curiosity. Behind Gupei was Yingying, who with a smile started running toward our boy to give him a hug. Soryong grabbed little Yingying's hand and they started walking with Gupei following them from behind. Our boy decided to take Yingying to the venomous creature garden, as she clung to him and wouldn't let go. He turned around and asked why Yingying was here. Gupei began to show a smile, explaining that she was there for treatment and would stay in the Tong clan for a while, since it was a request from Patriarch Peng. While little Yingying's eyes were shining with joy, with a smile, she asked her older brother why he hadn't come to see her if he had already been back for several days, explaining that this was exactly why she had been waiting for him today. Soryong felt somewhat surprised to notice that she had lost her front teeth in the meantime. Our boy began to show a forced smile and apologized to Yingying. He explained that he thought she had already gone back and asked her if she had gotten very bored being alone. She began to show a bag, making it clear that she hadn't been bored since she had been playing with Clicky. Soryong opened the bag and his eyes widened with curiosity. Gupei also came closer to see what the bag contained. The bag contained a spring beetle. The spring beetle, known in the West as click beetle, was characterized by its ability to produce a clicking sound when flipped onto its back. It was a pest that bored into potatoes and sweet potatoes and destroyed plant roots, but for children it turned out to be a familiar and adorable insect. Gupei felt somewhat confused, not knowing if it was a snapping beetle. Yangying made it clear that it was Clicky, not a snapping beetle. Soryong began to remember his childhood. As a young boy, he called these insects click bugs. This was the first insect he raised in his past life. He could consider it an introductory insect, the one that had led him to where he was today. He sat in front of her and with a smile realized that Yingying liked bugs. She nodded, affirming that she did like them, and she also liked Queen Bee and Clicky. Soryong's eyes began to shine with excitement, as she seemed like a small version of himself when he was young, and he wondered if he should give her some kind of training with poisonous creatures. He picked up Yingying in his arms and with a smile asked her if she would like to learn about insects with her older brother, assuring her that they were very special and fun. Yingying's eyes began to shine with joy and she couldn't help but smile. They started chatting among themselves. Gupei felt somewhat confused since he didn't know what to say to Patriarch Peng. They arrived at the venomous creature garden. Yingying's attention was fixed on a turtle. Soryong opened one of the drawers, which contained a striped snake. He turned and asked Gupei how the rat breeding was going. Gupei mentioned that at that moment, after giving birth only once or twice, there would no longer be a shortage, estimating that in about 2 months the population would probably exceed 1,000. Soryong noticed that the feeding of the tiger-striped water snake had been solved, so he wondered what was then the problem. Yingying took out the small turtle that was inside the cage and began playing with it. Gupei began to touch his head, explaining that the number of crickets they were raising as food was not increasing at all, and that because of this, some creatures were starving. With a confused gaze, Soryong put his hand under his chin. He wondered if they might be eating them again, like in the incident with the baby rats, since the crickets, no matter how many there were were never enough. After thinking about the matter several times, he came to the conclusion that the only way was to find an alternative food source. At that moment, little Yingying began to cry, causing Soryong and Gunpei to panic. He tried to calm her by asking if she was okay. Yingying continued crying, revealing that there was a strange smell, leaving Soryong somewhat confused. She began to show her hand, as a strange smell was coming from it. With a surprised expression, Soryong asked Yingying if he could see her silk pouch. Soryong opened the silk pouch using chopsticks and his eyes widened in surprise, realizing that it was just as he had thought. She had made the same mistake he did when he was young. He let out a sigh and asked her to look closely because these were not clickies, but something else. Yingying stopped crying. Using the chopsticks, Soryong took another bug out of the silk bag, and Gunpei noticed that it was a flower weevil. The name of this insect was mealworm beetle. Upon reaching adulthood, it emitted a terrible stench when touched due to the substance secreted by its odoriferous glands. It looked similar to a click beetle, which is why this confusion sometimes happened. Showing one finger, Soryong explained that click beetles made a clicking sound with their abdomen, but the mealworm beetle did not, so she should not confuse them next time. With a gaze full of determination, Yingying clenched her fists and nodded her head. With a proud smile, Soryong told Yingying that, even so, she had done a good job, since her older brother really needed these friends. Gunpei became somewhat confused, as he did not know why he would need those stinky insects. Showing the silk bag, Soryong's eyes began to shine with determination. He revealed that, from that moment on, they would raise the mealworm beetles that Yingying had caught in the venomous creature garden. Although it didn't seem like much, these mealworm beetles were actually the most commonly used food for insects and lizards. Soryong was happy, as it was the perfect moment. If they replaced the crickets with mealworms, the food supply would be sufficient. With a smile, he mentioned that, thanks to Yingying, they could take care of the immediate problem. He decided to go to the cricket breeding facility to see what the problem was. With a cheerful look, Gunpei nodded. They went to the cricket breeding facility. Our boy put his hand under his chin and began observing carefully, noticing that the breeding facility and environment didn't seem to have any problems. He opened the cap of a jar and his eyes widened in confusion upon seeing that the cricket's legs were detached. His eyes filled with fear as he thought cannibalism was occurring. Because of this, the numbers were not increasing, leaving Gunpei and the other in shock. He was sure he had given enough food to the crickets. Soryong turned toward him and with a serene smile revealed that he himself had experienced this problem when raising them on Hainan Island too, since sometimes these things happened regardless of food. Soryong began to ponder. He didn't know much about crickets either, which was somewhat frustrating. He was spicy Fabre, not just Faber, so unfortunately he did not possess the knowledge for large-scale breeding of ordinary non-poisonous insects. He knew this was a big problem, since they couldn't figure out the cause. At that moment, one of Gunpei's men approached them, started touching his head and with a nervous smile mentioned that, if it was someone familiar with crickets, he just happened to know the right person. Gunpei became somewhat curious upon seeing Huang Geon. He extended his hand toward him and explained to Soryong that, besides himself, Huang Geon was the only volunteer in the poison division. Soryong felt somewhat surprised to see that he had volunteered. This seemed trustworthy to him. With a nervous expression, Huang Geon was honest. He admitted that sometimes he went to the cricket fighting arena to pass the time, although he clarified that he didn't do it often, just enough for some drinks. Our boy felt somewhat confused, but Huang Geon explained that it was a game of chance where crickets fought each other and bets were placed. Since the bigger and stronger crickets were traded at high prices, they were usually raised in facilities inside the gambling den. There was a cricket caretaker there. Somewhere, where the light barely reached, someone began to pet a cricket. It was a woman with long hair. She had bandages all over her body and messy hair. Huang Geon had heard that she knew everything about crickets. Night fell and the streets of the Tang clan lit up with red lanterns. Everyone had gone out to have fun. The women had put on makeup and the men were drinking. Not long after, Soryong, Gunpei, Lady Huaying and Huang Geon arrived at the place. They headed toward the gambling den in the capital to meet the cricket caretaker that Huang Geon had told them about. Soryong and Gunpei wore elegant suits. Our boy had thought they would use the Lightfoot technique, believing that their destination was far away. However, they were advised to dress well and use a carriage since they were heading to a gambling den. While he was distracted, someone informed him that they had already arrived at the gambling den in the capital, causing him to snap out of his trance. In front of them was a man next to two muscular guards. Gunpei approached, extended his hand and informed the man that Lady Huaying, the direct descendant of the Tang family, and her fiancé Soryong were there, asking him to show them the way. The man's eyes widened in fear upon hearing that it was the direct descendant of the Tang family. He and his men greeted them with respect. The man introduced himself as the owner of the Golden Phoenix gambling house, welcomed them and expressed what a great honor their visit was. Seeing the man's attitude, Soryong couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With a smile, Hwang Gyeon asked the owner if they could see the fighter crickets. The owner nodded his head, mentioning that on this very day the battle between the cricket generals was being held. He began to guide them and asked them to enter. Passing through curtains, Soryong and the others entered the betting den. Our boy's attention was fixed on several excited warriors standing around a table. A battle between two crickets was about to begin, and one of the men decided to bet all the prize money he had won last time. The crickets began staring at each other and then attacked. While the two creatures were fighting, people started cheering for the fight. Soryong was somewhat surprised to see that this is what a cricket fight looked like. With a smile, Hwang Gyeon asked if it wasn't exciting, explaining that the one who turned its back on the other would lose. One of the crickets gave a strong bite to the other in the abdomen, causing it to start fleeing from the fight. The owner of the winning cricket couldn't help but smile upon noticing that the battle of the cricket generals had ended. Not long after, several men began showing bags full of money. Hwang Gyeon revealed that they also immediately auctioned off the winning cricket general. According to rumors, one could reach a price of about 30 silver taels. Soryong was in shock at seeing so much money. His eyes began to shine with excitement and, with a smile, he decided that he might dedicate himself to selling crickets later on. With a serious look, Lady Hwaying called our boy's attention, telling him that he had already seen enough and that it was time to go meet the caretaker. A few minutes later, they began to descend some stairs, and the owner opened the door to the basement of the place. He couldn't believe that they had come to meet the cricket caretaker. He explained indifferently that, although sometimes other guests wanted to see her, there was nothing special about the girl. Her only task was to feed the crickets and clean, since they didn't care who would win. The owner began pointing at the woman with his finger, revealing that she was the caretaker. He added with disdain that the girl was useless, and for this reason he left the care of the crickets to the brat. Finally, he complained about how incredibly gloomy she could be. The woman turned her back on him, and upon noticing this, the owner started shouting, demanding that she get up immediately. Soryong and Hwaying were important guests. He couldn't believe that she wasn't even greeting them. With an expression full of fear, she stood up and apologized. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Upon observing closely, he realized that the caretaker was a woman. With eyes shining with fury, she began to stare at them silently. Soryong remained silent, approached her, extended his hand, and with a serene gaze mentioned that they came from the Sichuan-Tong family, and that they simply had a question about the care of crickets, asking if they could consult her about something. She nodded her head. Showing one finger, our boy explained that he was raising several crickets in one place, but they kept eating each other. He wanted to know if she knew the reason for this. She began to ponder and then revealed it was because they wanted meat. She thought Soryong had probably only fed them grass. The crickets were omnivores, so it was necessary to give them meat to avoid cannibalism. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise, and then he began to think that this hadn't even occurred to him. Cannibalism was solely due to the lack of protein. The woman's body began to emit a strange aura. Soryong wondered if this was what it meant to be a true expert in crickets and knew he had to recruit her immediately. With a smile, our boy turned toward Lady Hwaying, and she understood what he had in mind. She took out a bag, extended her hand, and asked the owner if she could buy the woman. The owner was somewhat confused as he didn't understand why they wanted to buy the girl. With an arrogant smile, he slapped her on the back, saying they could take her right then. However, the woman approached Lady Hwaying, struck her with her hand, making the gold coin fly into the air, leaving Soryong and the others in shock. With a face full of rage, the owner grabbed her by the hair, demanded to know how she dared and if she was aware of who they were. He began to hit the girl, asking her to go with them, but she screamed that she didn't want to do it. Soryong panicked and told the owner to stop. With a sincere expression, Lady Hwaying promised her that they would treat her kindly, and would even take her family to the Tang family if she wished. Even so, she refused again, saying that she did not want to go with them. The owner became even more furious and questioned whether he would have to get violent with her again. Gupai began observing in silence, without saying a single word. Soryong asked the owner to calm down and then with a curious expression asked if she had debts or if she was working in someone else's place. The owner said not exactly, then revealed that about 5 years ago, she had offered to work for him for free and he had taken her in. However, she wasn't good at attending customers, so he simply assigned her minor tasks, saying that she was just another mouth to feed. Our boy let out a sigh since he didn't know why she didn't want to leave with them. Gupai put his hand under his chin and started thinking. Then, he revealed that the girl reminded him of himself before he came under the protection of the Tang family. Soryong's eyes filled with confusion and surprise. Gupai asked the owner if they could take her with them for just one day, explaining that they would feed her and try to persuade her. The owner couldn't help but smile and gave them permission to do whatever they wanted. With a kind expression, Gupai asked the girl what she thought about going out to get some fresh air with them. She began looking down at the ground and then nodded her head. Noticing this, Gupai promised to come back for her the next day. Soryong let out a sigh of relief and Lady Hwaying began to show a smile. A while later, they took the woman to the Tang family guest residence within the capital and offered her food. Soryong was somewhat surprised since he didn't know that the Tang family had a building in the capital. Gu Pei mentioned that this place was like the branch of the Sichuan Tang family in the capital. The 2 inns, 8 pharmacies and 5 restaurants in this alley all belonged to the Tang family. He added that later he would show him the trading company and escort agency. A trading company was an organization made up of merchants, while an escort agency was a business dedicated to delivering goods for a fee. Soryong's jaw dropped in shock upon learning that the entire alley belonged to the Tang family. His grandfather and father-in-law only practiced martial arts all day, so he had always wondered how the family managed to survive. Certainly, he did not expect this. With a curious expression, Gu Pei asked the woman if she could now tell them why she didn't want to leave, assuring her that if she was in trouble, they could help her. Soryong began to whisper and told Lady Huaying that the woman still hadn't said a word. Lady Huaying mentioned that she also wasn't touching the food or the tea. Gu Pei noticed that she seemed to be holding some kind of grudge against someone. He told her not to worry and to tell them about it, reminding her that this was the Sichuan Tang family. The woman placed her hands on top of the table and stood up, then she bowed before our boy, leaving him in shock. She introduced herself as Song Nauk from Song Village, a place not very far away. Lady Huaying was in shock to see that the woman had finally spoken. With a calm look, our boy questioned if there was any reason why she didn't want to leave the gambling house. The woman began to stand up and then brushed aside the hair that covered her face, causing Soryong's and the others' eyes to widen in surprise. The woman had a pretty face, but also burn marks. Soryong couldn't help going into shock, while on his side Gu Pei wondered how someone could have burned a woman's face like that. She decided to tell the truth, declaring that she had to take revenge no matter what it cost. She clenched her teeth tightly, and while tears of sadness and rage were emerging from her eyes, she made it clear that she would not leave that place under any circumstances until her grudge was resolved. Song Naik decided to tell her past. Her story dated back to a quiet day in the areas near the Sichuan Song village, where she and her younger sister, Nyeon, lived in the small town where the Song family gathered. After losing their parents at a young age, Song Nauk took it upon herself to raise her younger sister, and because of this, they both became quite well known in the village, due to their beautiful appearance, and especially their pearl-white skin. They were known as the Jade Sisters. Nyeon, in a sad tone, asked her older sister if she couldn't skip work that day. With a smile, Nak explained that the neighboring village wasn't far. She promised she would help with the festival work and return immediately, asking her to wait a little. Nyeon started shouting, saying she didn't want to be alone that day and would rather go with her. The truth was, that day was Nyeon's birthday. Stroking little Nyeon's head, Nak apologized. She couldn't let her suffer too. This was something she had already promised their parents. On the ground was a jar with several crickets, and Nyeok knew that even if her sister felt lonely, she should stay and play with them until she returned. Nyeon calmed down a bit, but still with tears in her eyes, she mentioned that even cricket fights were more fun with 2 people. Nak reached into her bag and let out a sigh. Noticing this, Nyeon became somewhat curious. Nak took out an incense pouch, which she had been hiding as a birthday gift. She reminded her sister that this was what she had wanted last time. The incense pouch was a small bag filled with aromatic herbs for perfume. Little Nyeon was in shock. Since she recognized it as an incense pouch, she knew it must be very expensive. Naok explained that she had gotten it as a reward for helping out the previous time. She was giving it to her in advance, asking her to please wait patiently that day. Nyeon grabbed the incense pouch and thanked her older sister, promising to treasure it. Now that Nyeon had calmed down, Naek decided to leave. With her eyes shining with joy, Nyeon began to say goodbye to her sister, asking her to come back as soon as possible and assuring her that she would be waiting. Seeing how happy her sister was, Naek couldn't help but feel joyful. However, more guests arrived than expected, so things took longer, and the promised time quickly passed. Once night fell, the workers lit lanterns and warned Naek to be careful, as it was dark and she could get hurt. She asked them to excuse her. Nyeon must be hungry, so she needed to hurry. As she wanted to celebrate her sister's birthday with the delicious festival food, she rushed off without a lantern. In the middle of the night, there was a man in her village. The man turned a corner and the heedless Nak bumped into him. She apologized, and the man advised her to watch where she was going. At that moment, her eyes widened in surprise. The man turned his back and started running, leaving a trail of scent behind him. Naek's attention was fixed on him. As she could smell the incense pouch coming from this man, she felt a little worried. It seemed strange, as outsiders were not often seen in the village, but she simply dismissed it and headed home. A few minutes later, she arrived at her house, announcing her arrival. She was confused, not knowing why everything was so quiet, wondering if her sister had gotten tired of waiting and fallen asleep. She lit a small candle and opened the door. The only thing she could see was the destroyed furniture of the house, her sister lying on the floor with her clothes torn and covered in blood. Naek dropped the candle to the floor and, with tears in her eyes, rushed to see if her little sister was okay. Her eyes filled with fear and sadness as she wondered what the hell had happened. This simply couldn't be happening. The candle set the house on fire. Noticing this, one of the men started pointing at the house and shouting about the fire, recognizing it as Naek's house. Not long after, someone emerged from the burning house. It was Naek, carrying her little sister in her arms. She began to pant heavily, and just before she could reveal what had happened, she lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The others panicked, shouting for someone to call the physician. Naek's eyes were filled with sadness, and the only thing she could see was her house in flames. Back in the present, Soryong finally realized why she had that scar on her face. With a sincere expression, Naek revealed that when she regained consciousness, more than 2 weeks had already passed. An elderly couple was taking care of her. Naek's body was covered in bandages, and she still had burns all over her body. The old man began to cry, explaining that he had asked the escort agency to find that bastard. But they couldn't, and that it wouldn't be easy. The old woman apologized, admitting she didn't know how she could face Hyungnam after this. The only thing Naek could do was cry in silence. Just as all life grows dormant in late autumn, her heart also slowly faded away. The only communication she had with the world were the small whimpers she made when they changed the cloths to treat her burn wounds. Time flowed like a river, and when winter passed and spring arrived, the crickets awoke again. The image of her little sister in the burning house came to her mind. Her little sister asked her big sis to please catch that bastard and relieve her grudge. In the middle of the night, Naek woke up and her eyes widened in fear. She went out into the garden and sat down. It was when the chirping of the crickets sounded like Nayeon's voice that she regained her senses. Naek clenched her fist tightly, and her eyes began to shine with rage. She knew she had to find and kill that bastard. All that remained was a grudge deeply rooted in her bones. The next day, she told the old man something, causing him to panic. With a confused expression, he questioned where she was going, reminding her that she wasn't even fully healed yet. Naek was sincere and revealed that every night, Nayeon screamed in pain. She couldn't stand still. As her sister, she had to avenge her. The old man felt even more confused, questioning how a woman like her could carry out revenge, especially when she didn't even know who that bastard was. The old woman admitted that her husband was right and advised Naek to take better care of herself. The old man and woman even locked the door so she couldn't leave. But every night, the sound of the crickets strengthened her determination even more. In the end, she secretly escaped during the night and left the village. With a sad gaze, she asked them to stay healthy. Nak's attention was fixed on the pouch. She gripped the pouch tightly and asked her sister Nayeon to wait just a little longer. The first place she went was the city, because the bastard had headed in that direction. She didn't know his face, but just like the red scars left on her body, this unforgettable voice was engraved in her like a brand. And she swore to find him no matter what. She dedicated herself to talking to random men. Of course, no one looked at her kindly. Time began to pass, and 2 years later, on a rainy night, she arrived at the Golden Phoenix gambling house, right during the season when the crickets sang again. Her body shivering from the cold, she asked the owner if she could take shelter from the rain for a moment. The owner was somewhat furious. He called her a brat, yelling that she was ruining his business and to get lost. At that moment, a man walked past her and seemed annoyed by the smell she gave off. Hearing this, Naek's eyes widened in surprise. With a piercing gaze, the man mentioned that this smell was ruining his mood and told her to get lost. Naek was in shock, and memories of her little sister lying in the house came to her mind. She hadn't forgotten, she couldn't forget. She had finally found the owner of that voice. Soryong and Hwaying became somewhat curious as they wanted to know what happened next. Nak mentioned that while wandering the city, she approached a beggar who told her that the bastard frequently visited a gambling house. Soryong finally understood why she had worked at the gambling house. With a sad gaze, she explained that she initially thought of following him secretly and stabbing him. However, the beggar told her he was a martial artist, so it was impossible for a woman like her to get revenge on him. The beggar told her that the best way was to poison the alcohol or food he consumed, so she put poison in the drinks she offered him. But even that failed. Apparently, the poison she bought in an alley wasn't really poisonous. After this, she started taking care of the crickets in the basement. Every time she heard their chirping, she remembered Naeun's face. Then, she would be half insane, only to regain her senses again and again. Naek gritted her teeth tightly, and her eyes filled with tears. With a gaze full of anger and rage, she swore that she must kill that bastard and that she could not leave that place until she did. With a confused expression, Soryong began to whisper, explaining to Gupai and Lady Hwaying that, although her circumstances were clear, he was doubtful of the situation. She needed to raise the crickets, but hearing their chirping made her faint. Her mind seemed deeply disturbed. Lady Hwaying was honest. She explained that this only showed the depth of Naek's resentment, and that once she got her revenge, she would heal. She reasoned that if they helped someone with such a deep grudge, she would never betray them, also becoming a good member for their Tang clan. Gu Pai admitted that Lady Huaying was right. He explained to Soryong that before he could avenge his own parents, he used to talk to himself in the rain. But after the Tang family carried out the revenge for him, it was as if everything had been purified. Gu Pai's attention fixed on her. Now he understood why he had seen himself reflected in this woman. Soryong began to ponder, and he started to watch Gu Pai. Gu Pai nodded his head. With a confident smile, our boy stood up and got Naok's attention, making her somewhat curious. He placed his hand over his chest and assured Naok that they would help her settle that grudge, asking if, once they did, she could promise to become part of their clan. Naok's eyes widened in surprise. She asked if they could really help her, swearing that if they did, she would serve them with her life until her last breath. Our boy asked her not to worry and to simply entrust it to them. Soryong began to gaze towards the floor, and as his eyes were shining, he asked who exactly that bastard was. Naok felt somewhat surprised. She grew nervous and began to hesitate, unsure whether to tell the truth. After mulling it over, she was filled with determination, clenched her fist, and revealed that the bastard was the third son of the Great Harmony Gate, named Jin Daisung. With a confident smile, Soryong placed a hand on his chest. He would take care of Jin Daisung and destroy him completely. Lady Huaying's and Gu Pei's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Huaying panicked and asked Naok if she was sure the killer was the third son of the Great Harmony Gate. Naok nodded, promising she was telling the truth. Soryong grew a bit confused and asked if there was a problem. Gu Pai's attention turned to our boy, and he revealed that the Great Harmony Gate was a sect that belonged to the same orthodox faction as them. In Sichuan, they were the most powerful after the Tang, Amei, and Qing Cheng. Soryong was in shock, not knowing it was such a powerful sect. Lady Huaying placed a hand under her chin and began to ponder. According to her, if what Jin Daisung had done was true, then his sect didn't matter. She began to whisper, revealing that the problem was the pact their clan had made with the Great Harmony Gate. Her great-grandfather had once received great help from them. Because of this, even if the Great Harmony Gate committed a grave offense or a crime worthy of death, they had to, at least once, unconditionally yield or forgive it. Soryong's eyes widened in fear, realizing this meant he could do whatever he wanted. Lady Huaying mentioned that in the Murim, oaths and promises were extremely important, especially when made in the name of a technique, a clan, or a nickname. They were sacred and had to be fulfilled. Naok approached them and asked if there was a problem. Hearing her voice, Soryong panicked and with a forced smile, assured her there was no problem. He was just surprised it was someone like that. He told her they would take care of the rest, asking her not to worry and to get some rest. Naok's eyes filled with tears and gratitude. She didn't know how to express her gratefulness, as she could finally avenge Naeun. Not long after, she collapsed to the ground and fell asleep. Lady Huaying noted that she seemed to have relaxed too suddenly, and proposed that, first, they should take Miss Naok to the Tang residence to rest. Gu Pei crossed his arms. He knew this would be more complicated than expected. Soryong nodded. He knew he would first have to talk to his grandfather and his father-in-law, and he was sure that, even if it was about an oath, they would understand. The next day, once the sun rose, Soryong and Huaying went to the Tang clan's patriarch's hall. Everyone remained silent, creating tension. With a serious expression, the Grand Patriarch made it clear that the Great Harmony Gate was a prestigious sect in Sichuan and its leader a righteous man, but from a tiger father, a dog son had been born. The Patriarch clasped his hands. He was somewhat confused and surprised, as he couldn't believe Soryong wanted to avenge a woman even knowing about the oath they had with the Great Harmony Gate. Soryong was sincere and asked his father-in-law to grant him permission. The Patriarch began to ponder. Although the circumstances were understandable, the oath of his ancestors was tied to the honor of the Tang clan. He reasoned that if they started making exceptions just because of circumstances, people could no longer make oaths with the Tang clan or trust them. The Grand Patriarch simply nodded in agreement. The Patriarch stood up and forbade the Tang clan's lineage or its poison from helping the woman. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise. He stood up and begged his father-in-law to reconsider. The Patriarch stood firm in his decision, declaring that he had nothing more to say on the matter. Just as Soryong was about to insist further, Lady Huaying grabbed his hand, winked at him, and told her father that she understood and they would do as he commanded. Our boy couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Lady Huaying started to show a smile. She had found the loophole in the order. It was forbidden for the Tang clan's lineage or its poison to help the woman. This meant that, so there would be no suspicion of the clan's involvement, their poison would not be used, and Soryong would be allowed to act on his own. She revealed that Soryong was not of the Tang clan's bloodline. The Patriarch turned his back to them and with a smile, questioned why they were still here. Our boy was somewhat surprised, realizing this was what the Patriarch had meant all along. Huaying suggested they leave quickly, as there was much to do if they were going to help Naok. Soryong clenched his fists, knowing they had permission and that this was the moment to prove his worth as the son-in-law of the Tang clan. He began to imagine himself capturing Jin Daisung, reasoning that the initiation ceremony into an organization always involved eliminating someone. The next day, early in the morning, Gupai, who was holding a scroll, met with Soryong. He let him know that, although they had received permission, they had to avoid involving the clan's name at all costs, so he would discreetly investigate Jin Daesung's movements. Soryong asked Gupei to take care of it. The first step was to confirm Jin Daesung's whereabouts and movements. Squad leader Gupei, who was a member of the poisonous extermination squad, decided to gather the information. With a smile, our boy went to Naok's room. Upon opening the door, he saw Lady Huaying and Naok drinking tea. Soryong greeted them and then asked Naok if she had rested well. Naok, who was wearing the Tang clan's attire and had her hair tied up, nodded and thanked him for his help. Soryong couldn't help but smile and feel joyful. Miss Naok had decided to stay at the Tang residence for a while. They had bathed her, changed her clothes, and even fixed her hair, and now her face looked much better. Soryong took out a bag and mentioned that he had brought medicine for the burns from the Tang clan. Nok thanked him again, admitting that she didn't know how she could repay this debt. Soryong sat down and, with an expression full of curiosity, asked if he could ask her about the crickets. Nok nodded. As Soryong's eyes were shining with joy, he began to raise a finger and was about to ask his question. But just at that moment, Gupei, who was panting heavily, opened the door to the room. Soryong's attention fixed on him, and he asked squad leader Gupei if he had already returned from confirming the information. Gupei got nervous and revealed that he had met a guest on the way. Behind Gupei stood a man with long hair and a long beard, wearing a hat. The man's attention was fixed on them. With a smile, he took off his hat and recognized Lady Huaying, greeting her as the poisonous flower and commenting on how long it had been since he'd last seen her. Lady Huaying stood up, introducing herself as Tang Huayan of the Sichuan Tong clan, and greeted the elder beggar emperor. Soryong felt somewhat confused, not knowing who this guy was, so Lady Huaying asked him to be respectful, explaining that he was the elder beggar emperor, one of the 3 emperors, just like the elder fist emperor. Hearing this, Soryong's eyes widened in fear and surprise, realizing that this was one of the 3 emperors, just like the leader of the Murim alliance. Soryong immediately greeted the beggar emperor, introducing himself as Wei Soryong. The beggar emperor had heard that the fist emperor taught him his martial arts, so he had come to see who he was. Naek's eyes filled with surprise as she recognized the beggar emperor. Lady Huaying questioned if she knew him, and Naek explained that he was the beggar grandfather who had helped her in Chengdu. She added that she didn't know he was such an important person and apologized for her lack of respect. The beggar emperor told her not to worry, as he was now just an old man in the shadows. Huaying became somewhat curious and asked the beggar emperor what brought him to the Tang clan and if perhaps he had come about the matter of the Great Harmony Gate. The beggar emperor couldn't help but laugh, admitting that, as expected of the poisonous flower, she was very astute. Lady Huaying panicked, thinking he had come to stop Naek. The beggar emperor placed his hand under his chin and questioned how he could stop her after knowing the girl's situation. He clarified that since there was no clear proof, he couldn't intervene directly, but he had come to help a little. Soryong approached and asked him how he could help without intervening directly. The beggar emperor began to ponder. With a smile, he revealed that he would help with information, as he was curious to see how the fist emperor's successor would resolve this. He had his young ones investigate the events from a few years ago. Jin Daesung was a truly problematic guy, the worst of villains, who violated women and didn't hesitate to murder. It was only because of his sect's influence that he hadn't been caught. The emperor suspected about 5 cases in total, including 2 in Chengdu and in the slums outside the city. Apparently, even the Great Harmony Gate considered him a problem. Soryong felt even more furious, realizing this was much worse than he thought. Stroking his beard, the beggar emperor mentioned that since the Song Village incident, Jin Daesung had kept a low profile. He hadn't gone out, except for his visits to the gambling house every 3 days, and that's why he had advised Naek to use poison. Soryong coughed. He figured the only way to deal with him would be at the gambling house, and he wondered if he should try poisoning him, just like Miss Naek did. Lady Huaying made it clear that Soryong couldn't use the Tang clan's poison. Our boy approached Naek and, with a curious expression, asked her how she was able to distinguish that bastard's food or drink among so many people. With a sincere look, Nok revealed that every time he came, he made very specific and demanding requests, so this information always reached the kitchen. Soryong was a bit confused, but she revealed that whenever food with ingredients like crab or shrimp was served, he would ask for them to be removed from his portion. That's why she poisoned that food, although it wasn't real poison. The beggar emperor remembered that the guy had said something broke out on his body just from tasting it. Connecting the dots, Soryong realized that Guy had an allergy to crustaceans, and a very severe one at that. Our boy started thinking about crab, shrimp, and the protein they contained, tropomyosin. Several seconds later, with a confident smile, he got squad leader Gupei's attention and asked him to go immediately to the poison storage to bring him yellow worm powder. Gupai was confused, not understanding why he was suddenly asking for yellow worm powder. Soryong started to laugh wickedly, and everyone's attention fixed on him, not knowing what he had in mind. Holding up a finger and smiling, Soryong revealed that he was going to kill that guy in a brilliant way. He realized that the root cause of Jin Daisheng's shellfish allergy was precisely tropomyosin, a protein component that constitutes muscle. Tropomyosin was present in most animals, but unlike the version in vertebrates, which was 90% similar to the human one, the invertebrate version had a much lower similarity, and this was what caused the allergy. The important thing was that tropomyosin was found in great abundance in mealworms, even in a much higher quantity than in crustaceans like shrimp or crabs. While our boy was distracted, Gupai opened the door with a bag in hand, informing him that he had brought the mealworms as requested. Soryong got to work and started cooking while Lady Huaying and Gupai watched in silence. He took out the mealworms, boiled them in hot water, and then lightly stir-fried them in a hot wok. Soryong prepared a delicious dish and placed it on the table. With a smile, he asked everyone to try this stir-fried mealworm. Naek, the beggar emperor, and Lady Huaying began to stare at the dish with expressions full of contempt, wondering in horror if he was really asking them to eat this. Soryong nodded, promising it was very tasty and delicious. They decided to trust Soryong, and the first person to try Soryong's dish was the beggar emperor. Lady Huaying and Naok remained silent, not knowing what to do. Without wasting any more time, Lady Huaying grabbed a mealworm and put it in her mouth. The taste left them impressed. Both she and the beggar emperor were in shock. It was delicious. They couldn't understand how an insect could be so tasty. Noticing this, Soryong's eyes began to shine with joy. Of course, it was delicious, so much so that it was known as gosoe for being a savory larva. In his past life, it had been a surprisingly popular snack. With a curious expression, the beggar emperor admitted it was tasty but asked how he planned to assassinate Jin Daisheng with this. Our boy crossed his arms, then, showing a finger and a confident smile, he reminded them how it was mentioned that Jin Daisheng had a reaction when eating things like crab and shrimp. He explained that what was harmless to one person could be a poison to another. Just like crab or shrimp, these mealworms also contained an ingredient that was a poison to him. Lady Huaying realized it was similar to how Lady Yongyong was sensitive to bee venom. Soryong explained that if they ground it finely and mixed it with other food, it would only add a delicious flavor, and there would be no reason to suspect murder by poisoning. With a smile, the beggar emperor began to stroke his beard, realizing that this was what Soryong meant by killing him in a savory way. Soryong began to ponder and mentioned that the more they added, the more certain the effect would be, so they would add a generous amount. The problem was deciding which food to put this in. Nok raised her hand and in a calm tone, mentioned that she had a good idea. Soryong became curious, wondering what she had in mind. She extended her hand and proposed putting the mealworms in ryatagan, as they often ate it at the gambling house. Hearing this, Soryong felt a bit confused. In a serious tone, she explained that ryatagan was made of glutinous rice with red bean paste inside. Sometimes, its exterior was covered with syrup and then with soybean powder. If they mixed this mealworm powder with the soybean powder and coated it, it would be perfect. An idea came to Soryong's mind, a glutinous rice cake soaked in yellow worm powder, and on top, covered with a sticky syrup. This was the perfect dish to die of asphyxiation. It was perfect for a murder. Clenching her fist tightly, she asked Soryong to let her make the ryatagan. Only if she made it with her own hands would she feel that she had been freed from this grudge. Stroking his beard, the beggar emperor nodded. He agreed that revenge should come from her own hands. His last meal, a ryotagan covered in insect powder, was a fitting end for trash like him. Our boy decided to ask the owner of the gambling house to let her do the cooking for a day. With a worried gaze, Lady Huaying proposed that, just in case, they should participate in the gambling to keep him there and prevent him from escaping. A smile spread across Soryong's face, and his eyes began to glint with malice. This plan was becoming more and more flawless, a plan from which he could not escape alive. A few days later, Jin Daisheng, holding a bag full of coins alongside his bodyguard, headed for the Golden Phoenix gambling house. The owner greeted him respectfully, welcoming him. With an arrogant expression, Jin Daisheng dismissed the greetings and demanded liquor and women at his usual table. Just then, the owner apologized, informing him that the table was already occupied by special guests. Jin Daisheng felt somewhat confused, and when he entered the place, his eyes widened in surprise. At the table where Jin Daisheng usually sat, Soryong and Lady Huaying were gambling. Jin Daisheng's attention was fixed on the beautiful Lady Huaying, whom he recognized as Tang Huaying, the poison flower of the Sichuan Tang clan. Jin Daisheng approached and with a smile, greeted Huaying respectfully, mentioning that he didn't expect to see her in this place. With a confused gaze, Huaying asked who he was. With a nervous expression, Jin Daisheng introduced himself as the third son of the Great Harmony Gate, reminding her that he had visited her some time ago and asking if she didn't remember. Soryong interrupted the chat because he had won a bet. Showing a confident expression, he asked Lady Huaying what she thought of his skills. While Huaying's eyes were shining with admiration, she admitted that Soryong was incredible. Jin Daisheng became confused and asked his bodyguard who Soryong was. His bodyguard replied that he had heard the poison flower had a fiancé and presumed that it was him. Soryong began to smile, and Jin Daisheng panicked. He couldn't believe it. He wondered how that weak-looking wimp could have such a beautiful woman by his side, when even he hadn't managed it. His eyes began to glint with malice. He remembered that woman from the Song clan from a few years ago. According to him, she hadn't been bad at all. His mouth watered at the memory. If she hadn't resisted so much, he wouldn't have ended up killing her by accident. It was a shame her older sister wasn't there, as they said she was even more beautiful. Just then, he approached the table and Soryong's and Huaying's attention fixed on him. Jin Daisheng sat down across from them, extended his hand, and declaring it was an honor to meet the poison flower's fiancé, asked if he would like to have a game with him. Soryong didn't refuse. A smile spread across Jin Daisheng's face. Whatever the case, this was a good opportunity. He was going to crush him completely and ridicule him in front of everyone. A moment later, Jin Daeseung's arrogant and confident expression vanished completely, leaving him in shock. Soryong won yet again, and Lady Huaying began to cheer him on. Jin Daeseung couldn't help but feel somewhat confused, not knowing what was happening. According to him, this was ridiculous. Soryong grabbed the bag of coins, and all Jin Daisheng could do was stare. He had been losing non-stop for an hour and had already lost half of his money. Soryong grabbed the bags of coins and with a smile, said it was getting late and that he had to go. Soryong and the others left. Furious, Jin Daisheng clenched his teeth and fist tightly, cursing the tremendous humiliation this represented. He let out a sigh and tried to calm down, thinking it was just a bad streak. Then he told the servant to bring him something to eat, as he was a bit hungry after all the tension. His attention was caught by some men who were eating. One of them mentioned that the ryatagan was especially delicious, much better than the ones sold in the market. With a curious gaze, he turned to the servant and asked if it was really that delicious. With a smile, the servant mentioned that it was especially delicious today and asked if the young master would like to try some. The servant brought the dish, and Jin Daisheng decided to try a little. Grabbing a piece, he took a bite. It was really delicious. He noticed that the more he chewed it, the crunchier and more delicious it felt. Not long after, Jin Daisheng's face twisted in pain, causing him to fall from his chair to the ground. He placed his hands on his neck, feeling a familiar sensation. Hearing the commotion, Soryong and the others started running towards him, worried about what had happened. The bodyguard revealed that the young master had collapsed after eating the ryotagan. Soryong asked the bodyguard to step aside for a moment to attend to him. Worried, the bodyguard asked Jin Daisheng to hang on for a bit. Foaming at the mouth and with his eyes full of tears, Jin Daisheng grabbed Soryong by the shirt, begging for help. But not long after, his eyes widened in surprise. As a sinister aura emanated from Soryong's body, he began to stare at Jin Daisheng and asked him if he had enjoyed the ryotagan. With a cold expression, he told him that for the crime he had committed in the Song clan's village, he hoped he would regret it forever, even in the afterlife. Furious, Jin Daesung grabbed Soryong by the collar, not knowing how this bastard knew about that. Soryong pushed Jin Daesung's hand away, exclaiming that he seemed to be suffering horribly. Jin Daesung started screaming in pain, and Soryong mentioned that if the patient struggled too much, he wouldn't be able to channel his internal energy, and asked the others to hold him down. Everyone rushed to help and began to grab Jin Daesung, who slowly began to suffocate. That delicious taste left in his mouth became his last memory in life. The next day, Soryong and Lady Huaying met with the elderly couple who had taken care of Naok. The old man bowed his head before them and asked them to take good care of their Naok, as he couldn't imagine how much the little one must have suffered. Soryong assured them that she was now part of the Tang clan, so they shouldn't worry. As the wind blew, Naok began to walk towards a grave in silence. Soryong's attention was fixed on her, leaving him somewhat curious. Before returning to the Tang clan, they had visited the Song clan's village. Luckily, Jin Daisheng's case was resolved without a trace. Normally, there would have been an investigation into possible poisoning, but since he was a son rejected by his own family, it seemed they did their best to keep the matter from going public. Tears began to well up in Naok's eyes. She rested her hands on her sister's grave and couldn't help but cry, wondering if she had taken too long. Overwhelmed by guilt, she lamented not having come home earlier that day, repeating over and over that she was sorry. Soryong couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised, and he realized that even the crickets were crying. Lady Huaying's eyes widened with sadness. She remembered that Miss Naok had told her that the song of the crickets reminded her of her younger sister's voice. Soryong wondered what her younger sister might be saying to her at that very moment. as the sun was setting and the crickets were crying. The only thing Nyok could do was feel guilty for not having gotten home sooner.